Chapter 1. Apprentice Leo. The weather was clear. Sunlight poured down from the cerulean sky, filtering through the dense forest and casting numerous shadows of varying heights and widths upon the grassy ground below. Although it was still late spring, and the sun had only risen for 2 hours, a faint warmth had already permeated every nook of the air. The morning dew had long evaporated, and even the birds' calls sounded feeble. Occasionally, a refreshing breeze would pass through the woods, causing the leaves to rustle joyfully, while the vibrant green grass swayed in harmony with the wind. The shadows of the trees on the ground seemed to spring to life, swaying to and fro, breathing vitality back into the entire forest. With a crisp snap of a twig, a pair of somewhat worn cloth shoes emerged from the low shrubs, planting heavily onto the verdant ground. "I should have worn a sturdier pair of shoes," Leo remarked, wiping the perspiration from his brow, his gaze naturally falling to the cuffs of his shirt, which barely grazed his shoulder blades. His arms starkly contrasted in tone. The skin hidden beneath the short sleeves appeared quite fair, while the exposed portion was strikingly tanned. Leo lowered his arms and let out a soft sigh, a look of resignation crossing his youthful face. Perhaps I should have worn a long-sleeved apprentice's robe. Just like his arms, Leo's face had not escaped the harshness of the sun during these past few uncomfortable days, and the delicate pallor that once defined him had completely vanished, leaving him with a more rugged, mature demeanor. As the sun climbed higher into the sky, the elongated shadows on the grass began to shorten. The leaves drooped lethargically from the branches, and the heat in the air became increasingly oppressive, accompanied by the incessant calls of cicadas. Leo couldn't help but lick his parched lips dry, reaching for the water flask hanging from his waist, giving it a gentle shake. Perhaps due to the dwindling supply of clean water within, he hesitated for a moment before returning the flask to his side. "I'll wait until I find the next water source to drink." He pulled a rather rudimentary map from his pocket, studying it for a moment before shielding his eyes from the sun and glancing up at its position to determine his next course of action. The barbarian bullgrass should be near the foot of that mountain range ahead. With resolve, he set off, each step heavy as he traversed the dense forest of towering trees, lush grass, and thick underbrush. Though he appeared several years older than his actual age, Leo had just celebrated his 19th birthday 3 months prior. Born and raised in the city of Plana, located in the northeastern region of the Spanidi Empire, he had lost both parents to malaria when he was merely 4 years old. Raised by his uncle, Leo was discovered to possess a natural affinity for magic at the age of 10 and subsequently enrolled in the Plana Magic Academy, becoming one of the countless apprentices in attendance. Tragically, despite 8 years of study at the academy, 18-year-old Leo had yet to successfully cast even the simplest level 1 spell, thwarting his aspirations of becoming a true wizard. According to the universally accepted Mojic law upheld by various magic academies, one must achieve the status of a formal wizard by the age of 18. Failing to do so meant that no matter one's innate talent, a lifetime devoid of magic awaited them. In other words, Leo's chance of becoming a genuine wizard had irrevocably slipped away. It is well known that any true wizard is recognized as part of the nobility in any country. Thus, most wizards exhibit a degree of haughty entitlement typical of aristocrats. Moreover, the peculiar nature of their profession prevents them from allowing those entirely unacquainted with magic to serve them or assist them, presenting a pathway for apprentices like Leo who lacked any hope of advancemento, remain connected to the magical world by serving these wizardly masters. While a level 1 wizard typically requires the assistance of at least 5 apprentices, and the need for apprentices grows with rank, many apprentices in similar positions to Leo still exist. Additionally, the number of wizards a rare breed remains limited, due to various factors. Even lower-level wizards often do not refuse the help of higher-ranking apprentices, creating a relative balance between the two groups. Currently, Leo served a 3rd-level wizard named Bard Turb. Unlike many of his colleagues who were engrossed in rigorous magical research, Bard, while merely a 3rd-level novice, was quite a notable figure in Plana. This reputation stemmed from his dual identity as a potion master. The magical realm is boundless, with countless branches of wizardry. Potion masters undoubtedly represent a highly sought-after branch. The potions crafted by these masters are not only far superior to ordinary concoctions, but often exhibit extraordinary and remarkable effects. Take, for instance, the barbarian bullgrass that Leo sought. It was one of the primary ingredients in a potion known as Bull's Enhancement, formulated by the potion master bard. As its name implies, Bull's enhancement augments male potency, enabling every beleaguered man to display his prowess before his insatiable lovers. Compared to ordinary aphrodisiacs, the allure of Bull's enhancement lies in its method. Instead of directly stimulating male desire, it enhances and strengthens the body as a whole, resulting in minimal side effects, with a single dose lasting at least a month. Due to these advantages, even though a single dose often commands a price exceeding 1,000 gold coins, the noblemen of Navarra County flock to this potion like moths to a flame. Some say that the deference shown by several mid-tier wizards in Plonaho would typically adhere to the rigid hierarchy expected among their rank-stored bard, who juggles the roles of a potion master and an apprentice wizard, is partly due to the human recognition of their shared needs. While Bull's enhancement was immensely popular, gathering the raw materials for it, especially barbarian bullgrass, was no small feat. This particular herb typically thrived at the foot of Leto Mountain, easily a 5-day journey from Plana. To reach the mountain's base required at least 2 additional days of navigating through dense foliage, making this a task arduous by any measure. Hence why Leo, a novice apprentice, just beginning to serve bard, was assigned to collect such a significant ingredient. Having trekked through the dense forest for 3 days, Leo had managed to persevere, despite underestimating the challenges regarding water, food, and proper attire. He was now only a half-day's journey from his destination, the foot of Leto Mountain. With a sudden, thunderous roar, the ground beneath Leo trembled violently. Trees swayed wildly, and the birds once resting on branches took to the sky in haste, filling the air with frantic animal calls. What on earth is happening? Leo gasped, instinctively clutching a nearby tree as worry crept into his mind. However, this earth-shaking disturbance arrived swiftly and retreated just as quickly. Within mere breaths, everything seemed to return to normal. Had it not been for the leaves raining down upon him, Leo would have nearly convinced himself it had been a mere mirage. Just as he was beginning to process the unexpected tremor, an utterly deafening roar split the air, followed by a brilliant sphere of light, akin to the sun, rising majestically from Leto Mountain in the distance. An immense wave of energy radiated outwards from the point of the explosion, reminiscent of a massive stone dropped into a tranquil lake, sending powerful shockwaves in all directions. This force swept through the expansive forest mercilessly, toppling trees as if they were mere blades of grass swayed by a scythe. With the speed of a galloping horse, the surge raced toward Leo. Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, and he felt himself lifted high into the air, his body tracing an involuntary arc against the sky. As he soared, Leo seemed to hear a resonant roar reverberating through the heavens, though he couldn't quite grasp the entirety of the words. It sounded vaguely like, "His Holiness the Pope will stand for me." But before Leo could fully absorb the message, his body crashed to the ground from several meters high, landing in a head-first position. Thus, the young man's eyes rolled back, and he promptly lost consciousness. Chapter 2. The Ascetic on Leto Mountain. The recent brief yet earth-shattering explosion erupted from a location at the southern foot of this mountain. From an aerial perspective, one would observe a colossal crater with a diameter exceeding 100 meters. Centered precisely at the heart of the explosion, the trees and vegetation that once thrived within this circular expanse have entirely vanished, as if they were inexplicably vaporized. This moment, the crater is strewn with debris and gravel, devoid of any other features, resembling the aftermath of a cataclysmic blow that has reduced all existence to mere fragments. Moreover, the surrounding forest, extending several kilometers from the crater's center, has suffered varying degrees of devastation, with damage intensifying as one approaches the pit. Were the flora and fauna endowed with consciousness, this place would undoubtedly resemble a battlefield of verdant life that has time inexorably passed, with the sun preparing to dip below the western horizon. A somewhat disheveled figure finally emerged at the crater's edge. Good heavens, what on earth has transpired here? It appears as though this place has been bombarded by forbidden sorcery. Without a doubt, the person who stood before the vast crater was the apprentice mage Leo. Aside from a few minor injuries, he seemed relatively unscathed, having been rendered unconscious by the shockwave. He regained awareness 2 hours later. After a moment's hesitation, he made his way here, taking the better part of the day to arrive. Though he had mentally prepared himself to some extent, The true spectacle before him left Leo's mouth agape in astonishment, his incredulous gaze surveying the abyss-like pit. Suddenly, a flicker of emotion crossed his face, and his attention shifted deep into the crater. There is someone down there. The immense crater was not a flat surface, but rather sloped gently toward the center, which represented the lowest point. Situated approximately 3 to 4 meters above the ground, in addition to the scattered rubble, a solitary figure lay quietly at the heart of the pit. Adopting a crouched position, Leo carefully descended the slope, soon arriving at the center of the crater to stand before the recumbent figure. Before him lay an elderly man with a beard as white as snow, although the light had faded from his eyes. They remained wide open and fierce, instilling a sense of dread in Leo. Upon merely glimpsing those eyes, Leo felt an involuntary surge of reverence. The old man was clad in a simple white robe reminiscent of a cleric's garb. A white ascetic robe. This venerable gentleman must be a member of the church's ascetic order. As an ascetic, there should be a symbol on his attire. Ah, there it is. Leo instinctively looked to the old man's right chest, where he indeed spotted a golden cross emblem. Could it be a golden cross? Leo gasped in disbelief, his eyes once more reflecting incredulity. Undoubtedly, Leo was no stranger to this golden cross symbol, having invested considerable effort in understanding the insignia that denoted rank within the church. This was not out of a desire to curry favor. Rather, as a mage, he had always harbored a degree of disdain for the light church. However, he wished to avoid any potential trouble arising from a misstep in addressing a prominent figure within the church. The light church maintained stringent regulations regarding the placement of symbols on garments. The cross embroidered on the right chest indicated that this elderly man belonged to the ascetic order, with the color of the cross denoting their power tier, red, orange, green, and gold, ascending in rank. The golden cross upon the elderly ascetic's chest signified that he was a saint ascetic, a figure who had attained the sacred domain. Leo's voice quivered with trepidation. This is a deceased saint ascetic. The old ascetic's robe was stained with blood, and a gaping wound the size of a fist marred his left chest, penetrating through his entire body. Leo could even discern fractured ribs and what appeared to be remnants of a heart or some other organ within. Shaking his head, he reached an obvious conclusion, and yet he is utterly lifeless. The young mage's expression fluctuated between despair and horror, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably as nausea surged within him. Unable to contain himself, he staggered away to retch violently. A soft sound caught Leo's attention as he gradually regained his composure. He turned to find a white spherical object and a thin booklet that had fallen from the old ascetic's robe onto the ground. Initially hesitating, a sudden spark of joy ignited within him. This could be an artifact or a tome of profound significance, something carried by a powerful being. He hurriedly approached, retrieving the 2 items for closer examination. As is well known, mages, aside from booksellers, are among the most frequent interlocutors with texts across the continent. As an apprentice, Leo had been influenced by this, so he decided to examine the booklet first. It was a small parchment book, roughly the size of an adult's palm, its cover appearing quite worn and aged. The title, inscribed in elegant script, read, "The Path of Asceticism." Below it, a line indicated the name Ambrosial Landry. This must be the name of the saint ascetic who perished here, Leo thought instinctively, glancing at the corpse on the ground. The booklet likely contained the cultivation insights of this ambrosial saint ascetic, an invaluable treasure of a being of the sacred domain. Leo felt his breath quicken, his left hand trembling as he turned to the next page. On the 12th of August in the year 1135 of the Light Era, today marks my 20th birthday. On this day, I received baptism and officially pledged myself as one of the countless devout servants at the feet of the supreme God of light, my heart brimming with excitement and joy. Is that all? Leo's face registered shock. Just 2 sentences on a single page. Regaining his composure, he flipped to the second page. On the 7th of March in the year 1142 of the Light Era, today, I became a pastor in the 7th local church of Belu County, signifying the supreme light God's recognition of me. Once again, my heart swelled with excitement and joy. Leo was momentarily dumbfounded, continuing to the 3rd page. On the 28th of December in the year 1149 of the Light Era, I sensed the calling of the God of light, who implored me not to be ensnared by the mundane affairs of the world, but to pursue the sacred light, that I have resolved to relinquish all my duties within the church and join the ranks of the ascetics. Could it be that this is not a cultivation insight at all, but merely a record of significant life events? Leo muttered through clenched teeth, a chronicle of life's major milestones. His fingers began to rapidly flip through the pages, and indeed, the subsequent entries chronicled various moments of illumination he experienced on specific dates in various locations, where he vanquished heretics and deepened his faith, growing stronger in the process. That as for any cultivation techniques or insights, nary a word was mentioned. Damn it! Leo could not help but slam the booklet shut, his chest heaving violently. After a prolonged moment, he let out a string of profanities, his face betraying profound disappointment. Clearly, this parchment booklet, containing significant moments in the life of the deceased ambrosial saint ascetic, might have been a priceless treasure to him. Yet for Leo, it was nothing more than a worthless scrap of paper. The immense psychological disparity inflicted a severe blow to the young mage's psyche, leaving him momentarily dizzy and requiring several unsteady steps to regain his balance. Wait, there's still one more thing, Leo suddenly recalled, clutching the other item he obtained from the ascetic as if it were a lifeline. This was a small white sphere, approximately the size of a pigeon's egg, only slightly larger than Leo's fingernail. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a gentle white glow emanating from its surface. The sphere was remarkably light, almost weightless in Leo's right hand. Yet its exterior was surprisingly sturdy, that he attempted to break the sphere but found it impervious to his efforts. Notably, its texture was exceptionally pleasant. While firm, it lacked the cold rigidity of metal, instead exuding a warmth akin to fine jade. A refreshing sensation seeped into Leo's palm, gradually lifting his spirits and alleviating his earlier distress. This is undoubtedly a treasure, Leo concluded with firm certainty. The only question remains, what exactly is it? Is it a peculiar jadeite imbued with magical power, or perhaps the inner core of a formidable beast? Memories of certain books he had perused during his time at the academy regarding magical beasts resurfaced in his mind. It is said that the inner cores of magical beasts offer immense benefits to humans. Not only can they significantly enhance one's physical constitution, but there is also a chance that the consumer may inherit the innate talents of the respective beast. Am I really? Leo brought the small white orb to his lips, contemplating the possibility of swallowing it. Consuming it would be too reckless. I should reconsider. Suddenly, a heavy fist struck the back of Leo's head with unanticipated force, plunging him into darkness. His body instinctively lurched forward, and he collapsed to the ground, inadvertently swallowing the small white orb that had been poised at his lips. Chapter 3. The Good Man Anthony. When Leo regained consciousness, the sky was adorned with a multitude of stars. The spring nights in Navarra County exhibited stark temperature contrasts. Mornings were reminiscent of a blazing furnace, while nights were as frigid as late autumn. A cool breeze caressed the youthful face of the magic apprentice, sending a shiver down his spine, causing him to instinctively huddle closer. Abruptly, a wave of warmth enveloped him, dispelling the chill that clung to his form. Sitting up, Leo discovered a small fire crackling beside him, with a rudimentary grill perched atop, where several skewers of meat from an unknown creature sizzled enticingly, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. "You're awake," remarked a young man of similar age, seated across the fire. Clad in a flowing white robe, his golden hair casually draped over his shoulders, he possessed a remarkably handsome visage. His gaze, tinged with curiosity, met Leo's as he extended a steaming skewer of roasted meat towards him. "I figured you must be hungry." The delectable scent wafting from the skewer ignited Leo's appetite, prompting an involuntary growl from his stomach. Embarrassed, he cast a fleeting glance at his benefactor before setting aside his pride and accepting the offering. He devoured the skewers with abandon, not minding the heat. And only after finishing did he look up, smiling gratefully. "Thank you." "No need for thanks," the other replied warmly, returning Leo's smile as he extended his right hand. "I am Anthony Dasprel. Just call me Anthony." Leo reciprocated the gesture, shaking Anthony's hand and feeling a slight jolt of surprise that Anthony's palm was as soft as that of a newborn, with slender, elongated fingers. Had it not been for his distinctly masculine features, Leo might have suspected he was a noblewoman disguised as a man. Anthony's lineage must be quite extraordinary, Leo mused internally. Such well-maintained hands were not typical of the average individual. Even among the offspring of barons and viscounts at the Plana Magic Academy, none possessed hands comparable to Anthony's. This thought elevated Leo's estimation of Anthony and instilled a sense of wariness within him. What could a privileged young man be doing in such a desolate wilderness at this hour? Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions, Anthony said with a gentle smile, seemingly perceiving Leo's apprehensions. His sunny disposition and affable demeanor made it easy to bridge gaps between himself and others. You know, Leo, there is a saying in my homeland. Here, Anthony paused deliberately, prompting Leo to inquire, what saying? With a nod and a smile of approval, Anthony handed Leo another freshly grilled skewer. The saying goes, there is no problem that a skewer of roasted meat cannot solve. If there is, simply have another skewer. Leo couldn't help but chuckle, accepting the skewer. This light-hearted jest dissipated the previously tense atmosphere, transforming it into one of ease that as they conversed casually on a myriad of topics. Leo found Anthony to be a remarkably intriguing individual, well-versed in various subjects. The breadth of Anthony's knowledge opened Leo's eyes, offering insights he had never encountered during his time at the Magic Academy. Moreover, Anthony was not the type to monopolize conversation. He consistently left openings for Leo to contribute, ensuring the dialogue remained engaging and enjoyable. Their rapport deepened, evolving from mere acquaintances into what felt like long-lost friends reunited after years apart. After what seemed like an eternity of conversation, Leo suddenly remembered a pressing question. By the way, Anthony, your skewers are exceptionally delicious, but what kind of beast is this meat from? Anthony gestured toward the fire. That would be from that one. The moon had chosen not to grace the sky that night, casting a veil of darkness that obscured visibility beyond the flickering flames of the campfire. Leo squinted, following Anthony's finger, and after a few moments, he discerned a shadowy figure lying on the ground. Upon closer examination, even with Leo's keen eyesight, he could only make out that it was a beast with a thick black mane, sharp horns, and robust limbs. Hesitating momentarily, Leo ventured, "Is that a wild boar?" "You are mistaken," Anthony replied, shaking his head with a smile. "This is not a mere beast. It is a magical creature, likely a hybrid of a wind wolf and a black flame pig. Ada discovered this family of magical beasts while foraging for food, and from their signs of activity, they appear to have recently settled in the Lido Mountains that I instructed Ada to eliminate them all. The one we are roasting is the smallest of the litter. Hence its tender and delectable meat." Magical beasts, Leo gasped in shock, then felt a rush of excitement, quickly followed by astonishment. His initial fears stemmed from the understanding that magical beasts were not ordinary creatures. They represented a mutated class of fauna, possessing not only superior physical attributes and intelligence, but also inherent magical abilities. Even the least formidable magical beast, the golden-spined rat, equated to a first-tier practitioner among humans, requiring at least 10 fully armed and trained soldiers to capture one. What exactly is a practitioner? It is a term encompassing individuals with formidable powers on the continent, including sorcerers, knights, and divine spellcasters. Basically, anyone harnessing significant strength through any means, be it combat energy, magic, or divine power. Magic apprentices like Leo, who had yet to awaken their magical potential and were still not even first-tier sorcerers, were not recognized as practitioners. Encountering a den of magical beasts while gathering herbs would undoubtedly spell his doom. The joy stemmed from the fact that this nest of magical beasts had been entirely eradicated. It is crucial to note that magical beasts, unlike their ordinary counterparts, are notoriously bloodthirsty and savage. Any creature that enters their line of sight is regarded as prey. Given their formidable strength, reports of magical beasts attacking villages and cities are not uncommon, with instances of entire villages being decimated by these creatures. Consequently, one could scarcely expect any sympathy from humanity toward magical beasts, especially since the flesh of most magical creatures is infused with potent energy. Even an ordinary person consuming such meat could enhance their physical capabilities. For instance, After indulging in these skewers, Leo felt rejuvenated, as if the fatigue from his day's exertions had vanished, invigorating him to the point where he believed he could traverse for 3 days and nights without fatigue. For practitioners, consuming magical beasts yields even greater benefits. They can absorb the inherent power contained within various parts of the beast's body, replenishing their combat energy or magical reserves. Moreover, consuming magical creatures of a higher tier than the practitioner can enhance their strength and even elevate their level. Such advantages render magical beasts immensely desirable to practitioners, inspiring a relentless pursuit of them. The male reproductive organs of magical beasts are particularly sought after across the continent, immensely popular among the aristocracy, far surpassing the efficacy of potions crafted by alchemists like Bard. The reasons for this are self-evident. As for the surprise, it is essential to understand that unlike ordinary beasts, larger magical creatures possess greater power, a fundamental law of the magical realm. The lowest tier magical beast, the golden-spined rat, is significantly larger than a typical rat, comparable in size to a robust adult hunting dog. Before him stood a beast whose size was at least 4 to 5 times that of an adult golden gopher. From a mathematical perspective, the golden gopher could be likened to a first-level practitioner among humans. Thus, a creature 4 times larger would surely possess the prowess of a third-level practitioner. Moreover, this particular beast was the smallest offspring in its family. Given that it belonged to a family and was a juvenile, it must have had parents that if the offspring was already at the 3rd level, then its parents, those 2 adult beasts, would undoubtedly be at least 4th-level practitioners. Categorizing them as mid-tier beasts is worth noting that the 4th level represents a significant threshold. The power hierarchy across the continent is divided into 12 minor levels. Although the titles of warrior, mage, and divine practitioner differ, the vast majority of cultivators are classified into 4 major realms: initial stage, mid-stage, high stage, and the sacred stage, commonly referred to as the holy domain. Attaining the 4th level signifies a transition from the peak of the initial stage to the mid-stage realm. This is not a mere arithmetic progression of 3 plus 1 equating to 4. For the 4th level does not simply surpass the 3rd by 1/3. Based on the experiences of countless cultivators throughout the continent, a mid-stage practitioner at the 4th level could easily defeat at least 3 initial stage peak practitioners. Even if this family of beasts consisted solely of 3 members, father, mother, and this offspring, their combined strength, calculated at the bare minimum, would amount to 2 mid-tier beasts and 1 initial stage peak beast. This is a staggering concept. Such 3 beasts, in terms of combat effectiveness, would be comparable to 500 soldiers. It should be emphasized that these are not 500 untrained militia, but rather 500 fully armed, battle-hardened elite regular troops. Such an army could effortlessly seize control of a small town, and this estimation was merely the most optimistic outlook in Leo's mind. Astonishingly, such a formidable family of beasts was casually downplayed by Anthony, indicating that there was but one conclusion to draw. His own strength, along with that of the individual he referred to as Ada, far surpassed that of these beasts. Wait, who is Ada? Aren't we the only 2 here? Leo suddenly inquired. Ada? Anthony chuckled, revealing a perfect set of pearly white teeth. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the usually sunny disposition of Anthony's smile now instilled a sense of unease within Leo, especially as Anthony mischievously winked at him. Ada is my personal guard, the very one who rendered you unconscious. In an instant, a glimmering sword, radiating a chilling white light, was silently poised upon Leo's shoulder. The young mage apprentice could even feel the disquieting coldness creeping along his neck. Chapter 4. Deceit. Leo was taken aback. Despite his ongoing suspicion regarding Anthony's motives since regaining consciousness, and having mentally prepared himself for the current situation, the weight of a sword capable of extinguishing his life pressed upon him like a mountain, rendering him immobile. The thought that a mere flick of the wrist could easily sever his existence was enough to evoke a primal sense of unease and fear within the young apprentice. Struggling to suppress his panic, Leo scrutinized Anthony's expression, attempting to maintain a calm demeanor as he spoke. "Ah, dear Anthony, it seems we may have encountered a minor misunderstanding." No. There is no misunderstanding whatsoever, dear Leo. I regret to inform you that our pleasant dinner has come to an end. Anthony rose from beside the fire, stretching languidly before approaching Leo, who remained seated on the ground, but he slowly crouched down. brandishing an aged sheepskin booklet before Leo, his eyes briefly glinting with a sharp light. "Might I inquire why you found yourself beside the corpse of this booklet's owner, the venerable Saint Ambrosio Landry?" Gazing at the familiar booklet, Leo's facial muscles involuntarily twitched, and he nearly erupted into a vehement critique of the item. He was well aware that this was the very path of suffering that had previously ensnared him. However, with that accursedly sharp sword still hovering near his neck, a constant reminder of his precarious predicament, Leo wisely swallowed the invectives that threatened to escape his lips, instead addressing Anthony with utmost sincerity. "I merely happened to pass by and was drawn by the commotion. As for how Lord Ambrosio met his end, I truly have no knowledge." Anthony furrowed his brow, but quickly relaxed, waving his hand dismissively behind Leo. Suddenly, the pressure on Leo's shoulder lightened as the sword was sheathed. "See, Leo, I am not unreasonable. I assure you that as long as you are forthcoming with the truth, I shall not impose any difficulties upon you." A smile returned to Anthony's face, yet the coldness in his eyes resembled that of a millennia-old iceberg, devoid of any warmth. Leo suspected that this demeanor was a deliberate display intended to intimidate him into submission. "Now, dear Leo, do not fret about Ada's sword. Though it is capable of slaying 3 mid-tier beasts and 2 initial-stage beasts, it is, without a doubt, an obedient weapon, one that heeds my commands implicitly." Anthony's words were laced with an unmistakable threat, his golden hair swaying gently by the fire in the night breeze, accentuating his handsome features in stark contrast to the chilling glint in his gaze. "So, please recount to me everything you witnessed." Leo contemplated for a moment before promptly beginning. "The matter is as follows. 7 days ago, Master Bartabui, the potion master from Plana City, assigned me a task." Leo took half an hour to recount the events in meticulous detail, but of course, he did not fully disclose the entire truth to Anthony. Certain details were intentionally omitted during his narration, such as the fact that, upon your arrival, you only encountered the corpse of Lord Ambrosio and this booklet. Anthony raised the sheepskin booklet, directing his question at Leo. "Indeed, the perpetrator who murdered Lord Ambrosio had vanished prior to my arrival." Leo nodded with certainty. Even the most meticulous observer could not discern a hint of deceit upon his countenance, for he spoke nothing but the truth. In a particular text from the Plana Academy of Magic, a quote from a long-deceased Saint Mage resonated. "The most convincing lie is not one that is seamless and devoid of flaws. It does not exist. The true art of deception lies in the subtle infusion of a final falsehood into a narrative that is 9 parts genuine." Leo firmly etched this lesson into his memory, ensuring that thus far he had spoken solely the truth, quickly adding, "Anthony, you must understand that had the individual responsible for Lord Ambrosio's demise encountered me, I would have long since become a corpse." "That is indeed a valid point," Anthony acknowledged. "Forgive my rudeness. But dear Leo, given your status as a mage apprentice, well, the prospect of confronting a holy domain powerhouse does seem somewhat bleak." Leo could not help but chuckle ruefully at this remark. In fact, Anthony's words were not meant to belittle him, but rather to significantly elevate his capabilities. The reasoning was simple. Only another holy domain powerhouse could slay one of their own. The term holy domain itself denotes the pinnacle of cultivation. Yet Leo was merely an outsider, someone who had not even touched the threshold of cultivation. Expecting him to eliminate a holy domain powerhouse was akin to expecting an ant to slay an elephant, even one in its most feeble state. A rather ludicrous notion. "Very well, there remains but one final question." Anthony's face broke into a genial smile once more as he posed a seemingly casual inquiry. "Dear Leo, have you encountered a small white spherical object approximately this size?" He gestured to indicate a sphere roughly the size of a pigeon egg. "A small white sphere?" Leo wore an expression of utter bewilderment. "What is that? Can it be eaten?" "Eaten?" Anthony could not suppress a hearty laugh. "Dear Leo, this jest is hardly amusing that if anyone were to consume it, even a holy domain expert, I could assure you of their fate. It would be suddenly." Anthony leaned closer to Leo, his eyes igniting with a powerful intensity, death. Leo blinked, and before he knew it, Anthony was back in his original position, a smile lingering in his eyes as he regarded him. "So, Dear Leo, have you indeed seen it or not? I have not seen it. Leo firmly shook his head. Such a pity. Anthony could not help but let out a long sigh, and with a tone of utmost sincerity, he addressed Leo. Dear Leo, as a friend, I feel compelled to honestly convey a matter of great importance to you. What is it? Leo could not help but inquire. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, Leo was violently propelled into the air, only to crash down to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. Wow! Leo felt a sharp sweetness in his throat as blood gushed from his mouth, staining the ground beside him. Your talent for deceit is truly abysmal. Dear Leo, Anthony's nonchalant words floated through the night sky, lingering in Leo's ears. Chapter 5. The germinating seed. The sky remained a tapestry of stars, and the cool night breeze wove freely through the forest, while the flames in the campfire danced joyfully in the wind. However, the previously harmonious atmosphere of conversation by the fire had vanished entirely. Leo, sprawled on the ground, had scarcely registered what had happened when he felt a sudden constriction at the collar of his shirt, his feet leaving the ground as Anthony lifted him into the air. The strikingly handsome visage of Anthony reappeared before Leo. Dear Leo, I suspect you are unaware of a crucial fact. My aversion to lies is profound. That little incident was merely a small punishment for your deceit. However, I assure you, if you disclose the whereabouts of the sacred orb you have concealed, I shall overlook all prior transgressions, and we may continue as good friends. What do you think? The sacred orb Anthony referred to was, of course, the small white sphere that Leo had unwittingly swallowed earlier. This tiny orb had been resting undisturbed in Leo's stomach, but Anthony's forceful kick to Leo's abdomen not only sent him flying several meters but also inflicted significant internal damage. Notably, a portion of that force had slammed into Leo's stomach, striking the surface of the white sacred orb. Although Leo had previously failed to break its surface with his teeth, Anthony, being a cultivator, possessed strength far surpassing that of Leo's hands and mouth, even without exerting much effort. Thus, with a soft pop, the orb shattered like an egg struck against a stone, revealing its luminous contents within. Indeed, it was a radiant white light, dancing joyfully like the flames beside Leo. It was pure, devoid of any impurities. Strictly speaking, this was merely an exceedingly small point of light, for the sacred orb was no larger than a pigeon's egg, and this light within was no bigger than a single seed. This seed seemed to possess an innate consciousness, manifesting in Leo's heart the moment it broke free from its shell. The white radiance instantly enveloped every corner of Leo's heart, transforming his formerly vibrant red heart into one indistinguishable from the seed itself, white. Thump, thump, thump. Leo's heart began to beat uncontrollably as blood surged into the heart at an accelerated pace and flowed out from the opposite side. Each drop of blood that exited the heart was tinged with a faint white luminescence, reminiscent of tiny white fish swimming amidst a red river, a striking contrast that was impossible to overlook. They were the embodiment of the power of light. What is the power of light? It is well known that an individual's recognition as a cultivator hinges on a singular factor: whether they can awaken the inherent powers within them, that as long as one can successfully harness even the slightest fraction of this power, they are deemed a cultivator. Warriors refer to their inner strength as fighting spirit, while mages call it magic power. However, the most influential and widespread faith across the continent, the Church of Light, cultivates what they revere as the unique and supreme power bestowed by their divinity, the power of light. In other words, at this moment, Leo, who now possessed the power of light within him, was no longer a hopeless magical apprentice but had ascended to the ranks of a divine sorcerer, on par with warriors and mages, recognized by royal families and granted a status equal to that of the nobility. Yet, all of this transpired silently within Leo's body, since the power of light did not originate from Leo's own cultivation, but rather from the seed within the sacred orb. He remained oblivious to the transformation within him, aside from his inexplicably accelerated heartbeat. However, when faced with an individual who had just knocked him unconscious and then sent him flying, it was only natural for anyone's heart to race. Had Leo found himself in a quiet environment where he could be alone, he would undoubtedly have noticed these changes. But at that moment, the young sorcerer, let us cast aside the cursed title of magical apprentice that had plagued Leo for 8 long years, was fervently contemplating how to extricate himself from his current predicament. It was evident that this so-called sacred orb was an extraordinary treasure, as evidenced by the fact that the deceased holy practitioner Ambrosius had kept it alongside the tome of arduous cultivation. It should be noted that the seemingly trivial sheepskin booklet that had toyed with Leo was of utmost significance to Ambrosius, a devout follower of this faith. For a believer of such unwavering conviction, few items could rival the importance of this sheepskin tome, which chronicled their journey in pursuit of the supreme light deity. The fact that this sacred orb was carried alongside it by the late holy practitioner underscores its significance. The notion that Leo had unwittingly swallowed such a vital object filled him with dread. From Anthony's earlier demeanor, Leo surmised that if he confessed and managed to expel the sacred orb from his stomach, there might be a glimmer of hope. However, if he failed to do so, Leo had no doubt that Anthony would unhesitatingly order his subordinate Ada to eviscerate him for the orb. It was common knowledge that the last creature to meet such a fate at the hands of Anthony and Ada, a young beast, now lay less than 10 meters away from Leo. The value of a magical apprentice's life compared to that of a sacred treasure was abundantly clear. Moreover, even if Leo surrendered the sacred orb, would his life truly be spared, as Anthony claimed? Although Leo's magical aptitude was mediocre, he was no fool. While he could not fathom why Anthony had appeared at this juncture, the overwhelming evidence suggested that Anthony was indeed after the sacred orb. He understood that even if Anthony acquired it, he might very well choose to eliminate Leo to silence him. For if Leo were to die, no one would know that the orb had fallen into Anthony's hands. Conversely, if Leo survived, the possibility of information leaking out remained. This led to a stark dilemma. Between the life of a magical apprentice and the potential exposure of a sacred treasure, it was painfully evident which choice Anthony would make. As for Anthony's promises, the most renowned psychologist in history, the holy mage Xanthes, once quipped, trusting a noble's promise is akin to believing a ewe could give birth to a tiger. At least then I could attempt to mate the lion with the sheep. Was Anthony a noble? The answer was glaringly obvious. From his impeccably maintained hands to his charming demeanor and eloquence, not to mention his formidable prowess and the entourage at his side, it was impossible to deny his noble status. Thus, Leo let out a weary sigh, adopting a more sincere expression as he regarded Anthony. Dear Anthony, I swear I have never encountered the sacred orb you speak of. Did I pledge, in the name of the supreme light deity, that if I am aware of its whereabouts, may I suffer the wrath of heaven? This oath was, in fact, a calculated move on Leo's part. Given the extensive following of the Church of Light, which worshipped the light deity, invoking the name of the most revered deity on the continent might lend his words greater weight in Anthony's eyes than as for the notion of divine retribution. Honestly, as a magical apprentice steeped in the study of various magical theories, Leo could hardly forget the words of the greatest mage in history, Master Mojic Brishet. What omnipotent deity! That's utter nonsense. Since the great Mojic had spoken thus, it was unlikely that the mages and apprentices who held his words as gospel would regard the church with any seriousness, leading to centuries of tension between the mage association and the church. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, Leo would bear no psychological burden regarding the vow he had made. I refuse to believe otherwise. Come on, strike me. Suddenly, a deep rumble of thunder echoed across the horizon, startling Leo significantly. Anthony cast a contemplative glance towards the source of the sound, and when he turned back, a playful smile adorned his face. Dear Leo, it seems our night is destined to be quite prolonged. Leo keenly sensed the fleeting glint of coldness in Anthony's eyes, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Chapter 6. The Lionheart King. Time passed slowly. The flames of the campfire danced merrily in the night breeze. Occasionally a piece of wood would crack with a sharp sound as it surrendered itself entirely to the flames, turning into several charred remnants that a few moths fluttered around the fire, cautiously approaching the crimson flames, only to be repelled by the heat once more. After several such attempts, one bold moth bravely launched itself into the flames, and before it could emit a joyful cry, it was reduced to ashes by the fire. The other moths, resembling headless flies, suddenly seemed to gain direction, rushing into the flames that symbolized death, burning away their lives in the radiant glow. Unbeknownst to them, the number of moths surrounding the fire began to swell. The atmosphere by the fire was undeniably peculiar. Anthony, holding a skewer of freshly roasted monster meat, savored it leisurely, exuding an air of elegance. Although the meat disappeared rapidly into his mouth, his demeanor remained impeccable, devoid of any sounds akin to smacking lips. Opposite him sat Leo, also clutching a skewer, devouring it with abandon, yet his appearance seemed rather disheveled in comparison to Anthony's grace. His actions appeared somewhat clumsy, which was understandable. After all, who could maintain composure after receiving a thorough beating? A glance at the swollen lump on the left side of Leo's face would reveal the nature of the recent events. Arda, wielding a long sword, had vanished into the shadows at some point. Nevertheless, Leo felt assured that this yet-to-reveal-its-true-self lackey was lurking like a venomous snake, poised to strike at any moment for Anthony, who fluctuated between the demeanor of a true nobleman and that of a vulgar rogue. Leo's mental state could hardly be described as merely a headache. It was far worse, given Leo's current understanding of Anthony. Even if he were to surrender the so-called Holy Dan, Anthony would undoubtedly eliminate him without hesitation upon acquiring it. With no escape and no means to fight back, what was he to do? Leo rubbed his swollen cheek and sighed, feeling as if his life, much like the surrounding darkness, had no glimmer of hope. Yet, in this moment of despair, the apprentice mage recalled a quote from an unknown book. If a person harbors no hope for themselves, how are they any different from the salted fish left to perish on the beach? Leo shook his head, a thought surfacing in his mind. Damn it, when did I fill my head with so many nonsensical quotes? Was it because I drank too much soup before leaving? Regardless, he mustered his spirit and began to seek out potential avenues for escape. Oh, dear Leo, I see the cunning glint in your eyes. Do you dare to entertain the fanciful notion that you might escape my grasp? Anthony finished the last morsel of meat, a satisfied expression gracing his face as he smiled at Leo. Wasting time is a shameful act. Dear Leo, speaking of which, I have grown weary of our little game. How about I regale you with a story instead? Clearly, Anthony did not expect Leo to refuse his request for a tale, and so he began without waiting for a response. Leo, have you heard of the Lien family? The Lien family? Leo momentarily faltered, not for lack of knowledge about the family, but rather because it was infamous across the Spanish Empire and indeed the entire continent, so renowned that it could be said to be known by all. This family bore the illustrious title of the Golden Lion family. The illustrious history of the Golden Lion family traces back to the establishment of the Spanish Empire 300 years prior. During the War of Founding at that time, the people of this land were under the oppressive rule of the Jataga Empire, established by the Jataga people, who worshipped dark deities. The Jataga rulers were excessively brutal, and under the support of the Church of Light, various rebel armies rose, vowing to overthrow Jataga's dominion. After 20 years of relentless warfare, one such leader ascended to the throne, becoming Charles the Great, the founding emperor of the Spanish Empire. However, it is a well-known fact that Charles's ability to dismantle the then most powerful Jataga Empire and unify the realm was not solely due to his wisdom. Rather, it was owing to the incomparable military prowess of his commander, Duke Albert Lien. The Duke's military achievements are still regarded as extraordinary, even by today's standards. At merely 20 years of age, Duke Lien rapidly rose to prominence within Charles's ranks, showcasing his extraordinary command skills. The troops he led were not only disciplined and formidable, but also fiercely courageous, each man eager to lead the charge, coupled with the Duke's elusive tactical genius. His forces triumphed against numerically superior foes, growing ever stronger with each battle. Recognizing his talent, Charles appointed the 22-year-old Duke Lien as the leader of his elite knightly order, which would later become known as the Golden Lion Knights. Duke Lien led this order in campaigns across the land, ultimately breaching the Jataga Empire's capital, Lucifa, within a decade, effectively ending their reign. Subsequently, he quelled numerous uprisings across the empire over the course of 8 years, allowing the Spanish Empire to rise from the ashes of the Jataga Empire. The Duke's contributions were so vast that Charles found himself with no more rewards to bestow. Thus, on the day of the Spanish Empire's founding ceremony, when Charles officially ascended to the throne, he addressed the gathered nobility and Duke Lien with these words: "I hereby designate Albert Lien as the Lionheart King. His descendants shall inherit the title of Duke. The Golden Lion banner shall be granted to the Lien family. The 3 counties in the northwest shall become the hereditary lands of the Lien family. The position of commander of the Golden Lion Knights shall be inherited by the Lien family, and the position of Minister of Military Affairs shall be held by the adult males of the Lien family. As long as the Spanish Empire endures, so shall the Lien family. This decree, akin to a royal grant of land, astonished all present, including the newly crowned Lionheart King, who, upon regaining his composure, knelt before Charles with utmost reverence and made a solemn vow: as long as the Lien bloodline endures, I shall serve the empire with unwavering dedication, even unto death. Thus, the Lien family continued its lineage through the ages. Notably, this family seemed to be favored by fate, as nearly every generation produced remarkable figures, renowned for their wisdom and martial prowess. Remarkably, despite their exceptional talents, the Lien dukes adhered steadfastly to the first Lionheart King's promise to Charles, remaining loyal to the Spanish Empire without rebellion. That it can be said that the prosperity of the Spanish Empire over the past 3 centuries owes much to the contributions of the Golden Lion family and their successive Lionheart dukes. This tale is widely known throughout the Spanish Empire, and whenever Leo contemplates the exchange between the illustrious Charles and his loyal Duke Lien, his heart swells with admiration for such a noble lineage. How could he not be aware of it? It seems you are indeed familiar with it. Who isn't? By the way, I forgot to mention, my full name is Anthony das Proli Lien, a direct descendant of the Lionheart King and one of the contemporary heirs of the Golden Lion family. Before the fire, Anthony suddenly revealed a most peculiar smile, his golden hair dancing in the night breeze, rendering him even more carefree and handsome. Yet, despite being a young talent embodying elegance, nonchalance, striking looks, and noble lineage, even as he proudly proclaimed his surname, there was not a trace of joy in his eyes, only boundless anguish and frigid despair. But who truly understands how utterly mad it is to be a member of such a grand lineage? Chapter 7. The Secrets of Lien. A full moon stealthily emerged from behind the dark clouds, the stars gradually fading into obscurity. The soft, white moonlight cascaded from the heavens, illuminating the earth below, dispelling the impenetrable darkness beside the fire, allowing Leo's surroundings to come into clearer focus. Isn't this the circular pit? At last able to discern his environment, Leo realized, though he had been struck unconscious by Anthony's guard Ada, he had never truly left this place. However, this realization offered him no solace. Instead, it chilled his heart further, that if he had been in a clearing within the forest, perhaps he could have seized an opportunity to use the complex terrain to obscure Anthony and the other's view, escaping from the shadows. Yet, now confined within this vast circular pit, measuring 100 meters in diameter and devoid of any cover, with the moon illuminating the ground and a level 4 mid-tier practitioner lurking behind him, he was but a mere apprentice magician, not even a first-tier practitioner. How could he possibly escape? Leo could not help but touch the swelling on his cheek once more, then instinctively rubbed his temples. His face was no longer painful, but the headache persisted. Anthony's tone had always been the epitome of noble composure, steady and unhurried, yet at that moment his voice soared several octaves higher. Let that damned guardian oath and the worthless golden lion of glory go to hell. By the sacred light of the supreme God of light, there is nothing more foolish than these trinkets. Anthony abruptly stood, his previously suave and handsome visage twisting grotesquely, the moonlight casting a silvery sheen upon his face, as if he donned a hideous mask, resembling a malevolent specter, startling Leo into a moment of fear. This fellow is losing it again. No, this time I must protect my face. Thus, Leo positioned his hands defensively before him. With a sudden movement, Anthony stood up, and a tearing sound reverberated through the night sky that Leo's eyes widened. Not due to any impropriety, but because the sight before him was utterly unexpected. Do you see? Anthony, with his collar nearly entirely unbuttoned, revealed his chest, which starkly contrasted with the smoothness typical of noble youths. Instead, it was marred with a multitude of scars, as if ravaged by a pack of famished wolves, or lashed mercilessly by iron whips. That Leo's gaze settled on the deepest and longest scars, and he could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. He could hardly fathom how Anthony had survived such grievous injuries. Quite terrifying. Isn't it? Anthony forced a self-deprecating smile. I dare say, even if one were to find the most wretched beggar on the streets, they would struggle to discover anything more unsightly than these scars upon me. And this is the source of my noble bloodline from a family as illustrious as the empire itself. The great Lien family S plan for us, the rightful heirs of the Golden Lions. The Lion King plan offers me these harrowing memories. The Lion King plan? Leo could not help but interject, his curiosity overtaking his instinct for self-preservation, that it was not only women who reveled in gossip. Men too were drawn to the clandestine tales of how such a grand family cultivated its heirs. As he gazed at the scars on Anthony's body, Leo imagined how he would fare if he were to bear such wounds. However, these thoughts were fleeting, for in the mere 2 seconds of contemplation, he realized that had those scars been inflicted upon him, he would have long been dead. Indeed, the Lion King plan, Anthony repeated bitterly, striving to suppress the turmoil within his chest. After several heavy breaths, he regained some composure and continued. Most of our Lien family's 3 county fiefs are situated upon the idolized plains in the northwest of the empire. The Golden Mane Lion reigns as the king of the plains and serves as our family's banner and totem. The Golden Mane Lions typically exist in small prides, usually comprising a few to a dozen lions. The pride's male lion, the pride leader, is responsible for hunting, while the lionesses care for the cubs. Those half-grown lions, regardless of gender, must accompany the pride leader on hunts. After the hunt, the Lion King allocates food based on the performance of these half-grown lions. A hunt devoid of contribution signifies a day of hunger for a half-grown lion, that if such a pattern persists. The Lion King will not show mercy, even if the half-grown lion shares his bloodline. It is left to succumb to starvation, for the bloodline of the Lion King is simply too abundant. Leo was no fool. He discerned the implications within Anthony's words, gazing at him in astonishment as he spoke. You mean, indeed, the Lion King refers to the current Duke of Lien, and these half-grown lions represent heirs like myself. Anthony's expression gradually settled into calmness, a bittersweet shadow creeping upon his visage. But that is not the most terrifying aspect. The most frightening truth is that if a half-grown lion finds itself unable to endure the gnawing hunger, it possesses one last method, one that is both bloody and brutally cruel, a method sanctioned by the pride and the Lion King to seize food from its fellow half-grown lions. You might wonder, how could a lion with no contribution possibly overpower one that has? It is indeed true, but do not forget, though the Lien family is known as the Golden Lion family, every member is a living, breathing human. Humans are the most intelligent beings in this world, so, at this moment, Anthony's face bore an unsettling calmness, devoid of any emotion, his gaze vacant as he stared into the distance, seemingly murmuring to himself, if one cannot win, then frame, poison, and assassinate. Chapter 8. Tears of an Angel. The moonlight was clear, and it was already midnight. The flames within the fire pit had dimmed from their earlier brilliance and intensity, occasionally emitting a sharp crackle, signaling that yet another log had completely surrendered itself to the dazzling gold and crimson, quietly turning to black ash amidst the roaring flames. The temperature in the forests of the Lido Mountains began to drop, and Leo felt a chill creeping over him. Instinctively drawing closer to the fire, Anthony's tale continued. My ancestors, the first great benefactor of the Spani Empire, the guardian of the empire, the invincible god of war, the destroyer of Jataga, the pacifier of rebellions, the sword of Charles the Great, the king of Golden Lions, the first vice-chancellor of the Holy Spani Empire, minister of military affairs, duke, count of Galicia, count of Asturias, count of Cantabria, lord of the 3 counties in the northwest, and the illustrious, glorious, and extraordinary leader of the Golden Lion Knights, the source of the Lien family's glory, King Albert Lien. Bards have penned countless verses in his honor, and his heroic deeds are recounted in every tavern, his renown echoing from the western seas of the empire to the eastern Visva plain, from the southern Sardinia island to every inch of land in the northern Kirk territory. This lengthy string of titles left Leo wide-eyed, mentally exclaiming, "Is this some sort of joke? That title is longer than the combined length of all the stinky socks I've worn in a year. How can Anthony remember all of this so clearly? He must have rehearsed it countless times." Anthony possessed no mind-reading abilities and was unaware of Leo's thoughts. He continued unabated, and I, the descendant of the great king of hearts, Anthony das Proli Lien, am recognized as the foremost among the 21 heirs of the current Golden Lion family. A prodigy of my time, that I became a formal apprentice magician at the tender age of 10. And by 18, I had broken through to level 4, becoming a mid-tier magician. Such talent places me among the top 3 even within our family, which has produced extraordinary geniuses over the past 3 centuries. However, no matter how talented you may be, every individual bearing the name of Liam will regard you as an adversary, and schemes against you are incessantly unfolding. Since the tender age of 10, my relatives have been bribing assassins to target me for elimination. With each passing year, the number of assassination attempts and poisoning plots has multiplied exponentially. That be why the time I reached 18, the count had soared to an astounding 344 attempts on my life and 120 instances of poisoning. Not to mention countless minor mishaps. They simply cannot bear to see me thrive. Anthony's tone grew increasingly chilling, sending shivers down Leo's spine, prompting him to inch closer to the fire, reflecting, "No wonder this fellow's chest appears as if it had been slashed by 100 knives, soaked in water, and then left out to dry like leather. To endure such a relentless barrage of plots, assassination attempts, and poisonings for so long and still be alive is nothing short of monstrous. Far surpassing me, a mere 19-year-old apprentice mage." Yet Leo's feelings of frustration dissipated swiftly. There is nothing peculiar about this. After all, he is a member of the illustrious Golden Lion family, while I am merely a worthless apprentice mage, far from achieving the status of a formal mage. Thus, the apprentice mage's spirits lifted once more as he continued to sit quietly, engrossed in the unfolding tale. Sometimes, one only needs to compare oneself to oneself. Anthony's voice began to crescendo, clearly reaching the pivotal part of this little-known story. On my 20th birthday, my dearest elder brother, recognized as the most brilliant heir among this generation of Golden Lions, Clovelly Charles Lien, appeared at my birthday banquet and personally presented me with a glass of fragrant, aged 30-year-old Dalbo wine, proclaiming before all present that as long as I drank this cup of peace from my brother, he would forever obey and assist me as my behind-the-scenes strategist, for as long as I remained the heir of the Golden Lion. "There is something wrong with that wine," Leo blurted out without a moment's hesitation. Anthony paused, casting a glance at Leo, his face breaking into a peculiar smile. "Of course, there is something wrong with that wine. But do you know what exactly is wrong with it?" Well, Leo furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before admitting defeat. After much deliberation, he ventured a very uncertain response. "Could it be some sort of poison you have never encountered?" "Poison?" A hint of unmistakable derision crept onto Anthony's handsome face. "Thanks to my dear siblings and the 8 women behind my father, I've been able to identify 1,172 types of poison with my nose and eyes alone since I was 15. Leo was momentarily taken aback. After all, his master was the renowned potion master, Bard Tulb, in the city of Planeta S.A. Potion Master. Bard naturally had some knowledge of poisons, and Leo clearly recalled hearing Bard say, for centuries accompanied by countless conspiracies and killings. Even under the suppression of various royal families, the Magestone Association, and the Church, the research and development of poisons have continued unabated. According to the latest edition of the World Potion Compendium published by the Mage Association, there are currently 1,172 recorded poisons. In other words, this Anthony has ingested every poison in the world by the age of 15 and has somehow survived. The thought sent a chill down Leo's spine as he suddenly felt the temperature around him plummet. "You are but a mere apprentice mage. It is already a stroke of luck for you to hear the secrets of our Golden Lion family. How could I be foolish enough to think you could ascertain what is in that wine merely through imagination?" Anthony's voice grew increasingly sharp and grating, clearly on the verge of losing his temper. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the heir of the Golden Lion continued, "That is no ordinary poison. If that cup contained merely a poisoned drink, how could Clovelly Charles Liam be worthy of my name, let alone be recognized as the wisest among the Golden Lions of this era? What lies within that wine is not even a poison, but a treasure of immeasurable worth, the tears of an angel." Anthony's head fluttered gently in the cold night breeze. his voice as menacing as a howling wind from the depths of hell, and his contorted expression resembled the most deranged and hideous demon under Satan's command. Yet Leo keenly discerned a discordant glimmer in the eyes of this prodigious golden lion, seemingly tinged with admiration. This Anthony must have consumed too many potions, warping his mind, Leo concluded silently. However, despite his inner musings, Leo was utterly captivated by this unfolding reality and could not help but voice his query. What exactly is the tears of an angel? What is it? No, it is not merely an object, dear Leo. Anthony shook his head. It is something that all high-ranking pinnacle powers unable to enter the sacred realm yearn for day and night. Even my father, the current Duke of Lian, and His Majesty the Emperor of the Span Empire would be tempted by it. It is a treasure for which even beings of the sacred realm might forsake their dignity to seize. Even if it means raising a city, that my beloved brother presented me with a cup containing such a treasure, a single drop of tears of an angel, which unconditionally elevates one's power by one level. Leo frowned, evidently dissatisfied with the notion that such a highly touted treasure merely enhances one's strength by a single level. After all, a mere 100,000 gold coins could purchase the source of magic, a potion that would allow Leo to ascend to the rank of a formal mage, transitioning from an apprentice to a novice mage, which also constitutes an elevation in power. While 100,000 gold coins might be an astronomical figure that Leo, a commoner-born apprentice mage, could never hope to earn in a lifetime, for someone like Anthony, heir to a top-tier family in the continent, it was likely just a trivial sum. Wait, Leo's body suddenly jolted, disbelief etched across his face as he regarded Anthony with shock. Are you saying this enhancement applies to practitioners of any level? Anthony wore an expression that seemed to say, "Isn't that obvious?" and nodded, naturally. A wave of coldness surged from Leo's feet to his heart. He finally grasped where the true value of the so-called tears of an angel lay. Chapter 9. The Price of Power. What is power? For ordinary folks, power often represents a confluence of endurance and brute strength. For warriors, it embodies the fighting spirit within them. For mages, power signifies the magic they can wield. For divine sorcerers, power derives from divine art, and so forth. What is the use of power? Power is not merely useful. It is immensely beneficial. Power can safeguard your own safety, enable you to seize the lives of your enemies, assist you in achieving glory on the battlefield, and even, with sufficient power, wealth and status will follow you like flies drawn to scent. Take our apprentice mage. Leo, for instance. Someone of his stature possesses no identity or standing, merely an exceedingly ordinary commoner. However, should he ascend to the rank of a novice mage, by pledging allegiance to the Span Empire or any other nation on the continent, he could attain the title of Baron, becoming a member of the nobility, legally owning his own territory, collecting taxes, and commanding a small army. Once he reaches the 4th level and becomes an intermediate mage, he would be rewarded with a higher title of Viscount, a larger domain, increased taxes, and a greater military force that in this manner. A saintly mage can obtain the title of Marquis, a county's domain, and the taxes from tens of thousands or even millions of subjects. Not to mention the ability to establish a cavalry of 20,000 and an infantry of 100,000, that the price this saintly mage pays is merely a few inconsequential oaths of allegiance uttered in the name of the divine. Given that mages under the Mage Association are renowned for their irreverence toward the divine, the credibility of these oaths sworn in the name of the divine is indeed questionable. Nonetheless, that is not the crux of the matter. The key point is, I heard there is a church ahead. Let us use magic to level it. This statement was uttered by the greatest mage in history, Mojik Brishet. 3 hours after he spoke those words. The then church located at the Palace of Shunny Light was reduced to rubble by him and his 12 saintly mages using hundreds of forbidden spells. The radiance of the divine is but a trifle in the face of my magic, Mojik Brishet. Such is the advantage of power. You can even use it to challenge the authority of the divine. It is precisely for this reason that since the dawn of life on this continent, humanity has ceaselessly pursued formidable power. Regardless of the myriad of cultivation techniques, the arcane spells kept secret by sorcerers, or the exceptional weapons and formidable armors capable of saving lives in dire situations. All these are creations born from humanity's relentless pursuit of power, serving to assist individuals in acquiring greater strength. Throughout the millennia, people have discovered a simple yet effective means to augment their abilities: the wondrous elixirs. The advantages of these elixirs are manifold. They can enhance latent potential, solidify foundations, accelerate recovery, and provide life-saving benefits, among other things. However, the most coveted aspect is undoubtedly their capacity to amplify strength. Numerous varieties of elixirs exist for this purpose. Some effects are temporary, while others are permanent, with some yielding severe side effects, while others are devoid of them. The Tears of Angels that Anthony consumed during his birthday banquet is widely regarded as one of the continent's most potent elixirs. Its effect is to elevate the user's level by 1, in a manner entirely harmless to the body. At first glance, this may not seem particularly miraculous, but considering the leap from a first-level cultivator to a second-level one, the impact appears minimal. However, what if it were to elevate a 9th-level practitioner, one who has yet to breach the gates of the sacred domain, to the 10th level, representing that very domain? Although the distance seems but a single step, a widely circulated adage on the continent may shed light on the matter. Beneath the sacred domain, all are but ants. Thus, the lingering question remains: can the Tears of Angels indeed elevate a 9th-level pinnacle power directly to the 10th level of the sacred domain? The answer is affirmative. Not quite. Leo interjected suddenly. If the Tears of Angels possess such extraordinary efficacy, then surely your brother must have paid a substantial price to obtain it. What, pray tell, motivated him to have you consume this potion? Anthony scoffed heavily 3 times, his expression shifting like a flickering light, his eyes occasionally igniting with overwhelming fury, only to transform into profound resentment. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. That is because the Tears of Angels have a well-known side effect. They convert all the power within the user into holy energy. Holy energy, or the power of divine light, is typically accessible only to practitioners from the Church of Light, such as divine spellcasters. I know what you are about to ask. Anthony raised a hand to interrupt Leo's impending query. Perhaps for a 9th-level powerhouse. As long as they can enter the sacred domain, it matters little if their entire strength is transformed into the corrupted power of darkness. However, my illustrious ancestor, the Lionheart King, established a family rule which states that any bearing the bloodline of the Golden Lion must not cultivate holy energy. Under penalty of... Anthony momentarily fell silent, a pained expression crossing his face as he continued in a voice as hoarse as a crow's. Banishment from the family. This... Leo gaped, his mouth agape in shock, unable to close it for a prolonged moment. The revelation was evidently beyond his expectations. At that moment, the young magical apprentice held profound admiration for the unseen inheritor of the Golden Lion bloodline. Truly, he is the wisest among the prodigious Golden Lion family, that a single drop of Tears of Angels effortlessly casts his greatest rival into the abyss, ensuring he will never rise again. How invaluable. How utterly priceless. Surprising, isn't it? Anthony's expression suddenly returned to calm, transforming him once more into the charming young man he was, as he spoke with a gentle and melodious voice. The Tears of Angels are a divine gift from the heavens, and mere mortals cannot withstand their effects. Thus, in a single night, I transformed from a 4th-level mage into a 5th-level divine spellcaster, and consequently, I was expelled from the Golden Lion family. The surname Lien was personally stripped from me by my father, Duke Lien. From that day forth, the name Anthony das Proler Lien ceased to exist on the continent. Only Anthony das Proler remains. Chapter 10. The Blue Bishop. Yet, although I have been cast out from my family, could I, wronged and betrayed, simply concede defeat and abandon my quest for vengeance against the brother who has brought me to this state? The answer is, of course, a resounding no. Anthony extended a finger and gently waved it before Leo. While I may have lost the support of the Golden Lion family, my biological mother remains the eldest daughter of the Proler family, the most ancient lineage in the Spanian Empire. Through my mother's and the Proler family's efforts, I joined the Church of Light and became a direct disciple of the holy ascetic Ambrosius. After expending countless resources to curry favor with my master and forge connections, I finally received 2 pieces of good news half a month ago. Anthony paused, seemingly fatigued from the lengthy discourse. Inhaling deeply before continuing, The first piece of good news is that the church has approved my appointment. I shall become a blue bishop, overseeing the Varna parish in the Galonia region of the Northeastern Empire. A 21-year-old blue bishop may not be inferior to the inheritor of the Golden Lion. His tone dripped with bitterness, clearly still aggrieved by his expulsion in the Church of Light. There are 3 ranks of bishops, typically distinguished by the color of their vestments. The most powerful and influential are the members of the Cardinal Council, commonly known as the Red Cardinals. Following them are the archbishops, who hold dominion over an archdiocese, colloquially referred to as purple cardinals. Lastly, there are the deacon bishops, who preside over parishes like the blue bishop Anthony mentioned. Given the Church of Light's deep-rooted foundation in the Spanian Empire, a blue bishop's jurisdiction often encompasses an area and population comparable to that of a viscount. This position allows for communication with the Church's hierarchy while directly engaging with the grassroots faithful, rendering it a crucial, albeit not particularly prestigious, role. All red cardinals have ascended through the ranks from blue to purple to red, suggesting that only upon becoming a blue bishop does one truly take the first step toward becoming a red cardinal. Nevertheless, even the youthful and promising 21-year-old blue bishop pales in comparison to the identity of the inheritor of the Golden Lion family, a fact Anthony is clearly aware of. After a moment of bitterness, he continued, "As for the second piece of good news, just 5 days ago, when I was en route to my parish after receiving my appointment from the church, my dear master, the holy ascetic Ambrosius, sent word to me, informing me that he had obtained a sacred elixir from our church as forebears, which would greatly aid my future cultivation, instructing me to meet him at Lido Mountain." At this point, a peculiar expression crossed Anthony's face, a semblance of a smile flickering as he glanced at Leo. "Oh dear," he said it again. Leo thought to himself, sensing impending trouble. Thus, I promptly altered my course, bringing Ada along to Lido Mountain. Yet, upon my arrival, aside from the lifeless body of my master Ambrosius and the shocking chasm we now find ourselves in, I discovered a magical apprentice leisurely standing before my master's corpse. Clutching my master's diary, it must be noted that my master treasured this diary as a precious relic, and the sacred elixir was undoubtedly of equal value. Therefore, I am certain he would have kept the elixir and diary together. Since the diary remains, it can only mean that the one who killed my master did not take the elixir, correct? So, who possesses the sacred elixir is quite evident, is it not? Anthony suddenly leaned closer to Leo, who could distinctly see the panic reflected in his own eyes mirrored in Anthony's pupils. "My master's death is inconsequential. I can always find another. However, the sacred elixir is singular, and if lost, it may never be reclaimed. Thus, you have one final opportunity, dear Leo. Hand over the sacred elixir, and I assure you, your life will be spared." Yet, Leo's initial panic dissipated swiftly, having already mentally prepared himself. He tilted his head back slightly, distancing himself from Anthony, who fluctuated between sanity and madness, before letting out a long sigh. "Is it too late for me to run away now?" "Oh!" Anthony's expression shifted, suddenly breaking into a smile. What an intriguing question. No sooner had Anthony uttered those words than Leo felt himself lifted effortlessly into the air by the grip on his collar, Anthony's 5th-level strength rendering the act trivial. A faint, almost tangible golden aura emanated from Anthony, subtle yet imposing in Leo's eyes. It felt as though he were facing not a peer, but a formidable demon radiating overwhelming power. The young magical apprentice's body began to tremble involuntarily, not from fear, but as a primal response of a weaker being confronted by a formidable presence. The voice of Anthony drifted into Leo's ears at just the right moment. "My dear Leo, can you recall where the Holy Dan is now?" Leo let out a faint sigh, fixing his gaze as calm as possible upon the once great prodigy who now appeared somewhat deranged. "My dear Anthony, I am not a fool. Since you are willing to divulge such crucial secrets of the Golden Lion family to me, it can only mean one thing for you. I am already a dead man, am I not?" Anthony was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. "Very well. My dear Leo, that I must admit, your intelligence and wit have surpassed my expectations that I have even begun to regret sharing this information with you. For had I not, I might have been able to recruit you as my subordinate. But now it is too late, And since you remain so obstinate, do not blame me for employing a few minor tactics." No sooner had he spoken than a faint, golden holy flame suddenly erupted from Anthony's left palm. This flame appeared no different from a small flicker in a bonfire, yet it was born of the sacred power within Anthony, a fifth-level sorcerer, harboring formidable strength. Anthony glanced at his left hand, a cruel smile twisting his lips, then cautiously pressed his palm, ablaze with holy fire, against Leo's abdomen. His movements were gentle and slow, as if caressing the delicate skin of a beloved. The holy flame penetrated Leo's garments with little resistance, making intimate contact with the skin of the apprentice sorcerer. Ah! Leo's body convulsed involuntarily, a howl of unimaginable agony escaping his throat. Chapter 11. The final struggle. The hands of time began to slowly shift from the depths of night towards dawn. Marking the darkest hour of the day, that a thick mass of dark clouds drifted in front of the moon, obscuring the omnipresent silver glow, plunging the earth back into darkness. Darkness and coldness were always inseparable. The dampness of the forest thickened, as the animals sleeping in their caves instinctively curled up, striving to retain their body heat against the sudden chill that a gust of night wind swept through the bonfire, causing the flames, still flickering, to sway precariously, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Though the bonfire had been burning for much of the night, persistently radiating light and warmth, it could no longer withstand the encroaching darkness and cold. Yet, at that moment, Leo felt no chill. His body was being relentlessly seared by Anthony's holy flame. This flame, which should have been warm and full of hope, now resembled a bloodthirsty golden serpent, greedily consuming inch by inch of Leo's flesh. Leo felt as though Anthony's left hand was a scorching iron branding his body, unrelenting pain overwhelming the apprentice sorcerer's mind, driving him to howl like a primal beast, struggling desperately to escape this torment akin to having his bones pulled apart. However, Anthony's right hand, as unyielding as steel, held Leo suspended in midair, rendering all his struggles utterly futile. Suddenly, the excruciating burning sensation emanating from his abdomen vanished. Yet before Leo could even catch his breath, Anthony's hand clamped down on his throat. The young sorcerer's face turned crimson as his feet kicked frantically in the air, his hands desperately attempting to pry open Anthony's iron grip. But all was in vain. To Anthony's voice, laced with a cruel excitement, penetrated Leo's ears. "Now, tell me where the holy Dan is." Leo's throat emitted a garbled sound. Upon seeing this, Anthony's eyes brightened. "At last, you are willing to speak." Leo nodded vigorously, but due to the iron grip still constricting his throat, the motion nearly caused him to pass out. Observing Leo's eyes rolling back in distress, Anthony hesitated momentarily before tossing him to the ground as if he were a mere chick, commanding in a low voice, "You have 10 seconds." Gasping for air on the ground, Leo found that the meager flames of the bonfire nearby failed to illuminate Anthony's face in the darkness. The cold air incessantly pricked at his skin, and the area where the holy flame had burned him throbbed with a sharp, peculiar pain, mingled with the scent of his singed flesh that Leo's consciousness began to blur. Feeling as if his body was slipping out of his control, as if he could be swept away like a falling leaf at any moment. "Ah!" The apprentice sorcerer suddenly let out a strange laugh, then struggled to speak. "Come closer, and I shall reveal to you the hiding place of the holy Dan." "Oh!" Anthony's expression brightened once more, unable to suppress a laugh. "I knew it. You have indeed hidden the holy Dan away. My dear Leo, now, please tell me its location. It surely cannot be far from here, can it?" With a bitter smile, Leo replied, "That is indeed the case, but you best lean in closer to hear lest—" Leo deliberately glanced back into the darkness. Though his eyes could not penetrate the shadows to discern the figure of Anthony's subordinate, Ada, the implication of his gaze was unmistakable. "Just listen closely." Anthony paused momentarily, then quickly comprehended, taking a few steps forward to crouch before Leo, asking, "Now may I hear it?" Leo smiled faintly, but the motion pulled at his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. Fortunately, he managed to compose himself before Anthony's impatience surfaced, leaning in to whisper softly in his ear, "Go to hell, you fool." With a resounding thud, Anthony was suddenly sent soaring through the air, crashing heavily several meters away. That Leo's right hand, as if it had been blasted by explosives, was left mangled and bloodied, while the wound on his abdomen was violently torn open, gushing forth a torrent of crimson blood. That a magical aura lingered around him for a few seconds before slowly dissipating into the night wind. However, Leo had no time to tend to his injuries. His gaze anxiously fixed on the direction where Anthony had fallen. "Is he dead?" "Ha ha!" A burst of maniacal laughter suddenly echoed in Leo's ears, sending his heart plummeting, as if plunged into an icy abyss. "My dear Leo, I must admit, you have indeed surprised me time and again today. But sadly, a mere fireball spell equivalent to a third-level sorcerer is insufficient to bring about the demise of one such as I, a fifth-level divine sorcerer." No sooner had he finished speaking than Anthony's figure reemerged from the flickering flames, which had begun to wane. Leo strained to widen his eyes, desperate to see clearly. That Anthony's once well-tailored attire was now soiled and tattered, a gaping hole in his chest revealing a shimmering silver protective armor beneath. This armor, akin to a second skin, was evidently a treasure. Despite being charred black by the magical explosion, it had suffered no damage to Anthony's torso. Yet, even though the fireball spell had failed to breach the armor's defense, the force of the magic had still penetrated Anthony's body, causing a few drops of blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Coupled with the chilling glint in his eyes, his handsome visage appeared particularly sinister in the flickering light. Such minor injuries? Leo sighed in disappointment. That as an apprentice sorcerer, Leo knew he could not conjure even a genuine spell. This fireball spell, boasting the power of a third-level sorcerer, had cost him all the credits he had amassed over 8 years at the Plana Magic Academy. That he had even gone so far as to construct a hidden compartment in his clothing to conceal the spell scroll. Clearly, Anthony's subordinate, Ada, had not conducted a thorough search, and Anthony had never considered that a mere apprentice sorcerer could inflict harm upon a fifth-level divine sorcerer. Otherwise, given his extensive experience of surviving countless assassination attempts, he would never have afforded Leo such a perfect opportunity for a sneak attack. Yet, regrettably, even though Leo had executed every possible detail flawlessly, he still could not bridge the vast chasm that separated them. The disparity between him and Anthony was insurmountably immense. Anthony sneered, taking a few steps forward before abruptly seizing Leo by the neck once more, lifting him into the air. "My dear Leo, it seems you are unwilling to cooperate willingly. Do you think that because you remain silent, I will refrain from killing you out of consideration for the Holy Dan? Let me enlighten you. Among the divine arts I have mastered, there exists a technique specifically designed to search memories. Once I locate what I seek within your mind, at that moment," Anthony grinned, his words dripping with cruelty and coldness, "you will regret ever falling into my hands." Anthony's left hand once again radiated with the luminous power of sanctity, subsequently striking Leo's forehead with a resounding clap. An explosion of blinding white light erupted beside the fire, accompanied by a voice of unparalleled terror. No, this voice seemed not to belong to Leo. Chapter 12. Devouring. There exist two types of individuals who possess the extraordinary ability to captivate the hearts of men. One is the sovereign, and the other, the preacher. Two beggars, destitute and forlorn, sat upon the street when a passerby approached, offering one of the beggars a corn cake and a gold coin, saying, "If you serve me well, you shall have wealth, beauty, titles, and lands." Consequently, the first beggar followed this person, who was none other than the emperor. The second individual approached the second beggar, adopting an expression of profound compassion that he gestured in the air, sketching a grand vision before commencing to extol the myriad benefits of converting to the faith and becoming a disciple. In that moment, a pillar of pure, divine light descended from the heavens, enveloping him in an aura of sanctity and solemnity, rendering him as awe-inspiring as a celestial being. Thus, the second beggar too chose to accompany this second man, who was a preacher in the Spanian Empire. Fame and faith have always been among the most fervently discussed topics among the nobility. The founding emperor of the Spanian Empire, Charles the Great, sought to forge an alliance with the then-weak Church of Light in pursuit of the ultimate imperial crown of worldly renown. With the aid of thousands of magical practitioners and tens of thousands of temple knights dispatched by the Church of Light, under the sagacious leadership of the illustrious First Duke of Lien, The Lionheart Albert Lien, the then most powerful nation in the world, the Jataige Empire, which enjoyed the full support of the Dark Sect, was utterly vanquished, becoming a mere memory of history. The Dark Sect, too, found itself in disarray following the fall of the Jataige Empire. This tale stands as one of the most successful and inspirational partnership stories in the annals of the continent, exemplifying the ideal union of fame and faith. Originally a mere viscount, Charles ascended to become the emperor of the greatest empire in existence. While the Church of Light, long oppressed by the Dark Sect, experienced a remarkable resurgence as part of their agreement, the preachers of the church were granted the freedom to evangelize within the Spanian Empire, receiving official protection. Thus, countless missionaries departed from the then headquarters of the papacy at Chanelite Palace, traversing the empire to guide many former followers of the Dark Sect back towards the light. However, it must be acknowledged that the Jataige Empire had thrived for a millennium, and the Dark Sect had a rich history spanning over 5 centuries. Would the deeply ingrained faith of generations of followers be so easily swayed? This brings us to the Church of Light's most potent weapon for spreading faith: divine magic. The term divine magic may appear imposing, yet in essence, it refers merely to light-based spells. Although practitioners from the church and those from the secular world tread similar paths of martial arts or magic, the church, in its quest to assert its position as the supreme representative of the omnipotent deity, has designated its warriors as temple knights and its magical practitioners as divine magicians. Thus, the term divine magician came into being. Despite both being magic practitioners, the magicians of the Mage Association and the divine magicians of the church follow entirely different paths within the realm of magic. Magicians focus primarily on offense and defense, as epitomized by the obligatory spells every first-level magician must master: Fireball and Ice Shield. Conversely, divine magicians lean towards healing and control, with Holy Light and Prophecy being their hallmarks. The expelled heir of the Golden Lion family. The 5th-level divine magician Anthony Dasprel intended to employ a form of mind-reading from the prophecy system against Leo. Following a soft sound, Anthony's left hand pressed against Leo's forehead, and a surge of sanctity flowed through Anthony's palm into Leo's body, meandering through his mind. Leo felt a sudden chaos engulf his thoughts. His mind involuntarily surged into overdrive, memories flashing before him like a rapidly moving lantern slide. Numerous fragmented recollections, seemingly conjured from nowhere, appeared like torn images in his consciousness, while the cacophony of laughter from hundreds echoed in his ears, inflicting relentless agony upon his mind. Leo struggled to maintain his clarity, yet his consciousness was assailed by Anthony's unyielding divine force, akin to a frail boat battling against monstrous waves, perpetually on the brink of capsizing. Leo understood all too well that should his consciousness succumb to utter chaos, Anthony's mind-reading would fully take effect, allowing him to access his memories. Thus, he summoned his last vestiges of lucidity and let out a furious cry. No! In the very next moment, a minuscule point of light materialized within Leo's mind, a thin halo expanding from it to form a protective shield of light. Instantly, it encased the flickering flame of Leo's consciousness, which had been battered to the brink of extinguishment. Anthony's divine force crashed against this gossamer shield like a tempestuous wave. Yet it could not breach it even slightly. More astonishingly, with each impact upon the shield, a small fragment of Anthony's divine power was absorbed into it, and this minuscule portion was swiftly consumed by the core of the shield, a tiny white point of light. As waves of Anthony's divine energy surged forth, the point of light began to grow, akin to an egg expanding visibly, accelerating its absorption of Anthony's power. In mere seconds, this once barely discernible point of light swelled to the size of an egg. And it continued to expand. What in the world is happening? Anthony suddenly realized something was amiss. This 5th-level divine magician observed that within Leo's mind, a colossal beast with an insatiable maw was voraciously devouring his power. The sanctity within him was draining away like a torrential flood, and in that brief moment, he had lost a significant portion of his strength. This revelation filled him with both astonishment and rage, prompting him to retract his palm from Leo's forehead with lightning speed, exclaiming, "What is happening?" As Anthony ceased his mind-reading, Leo quickly regained his awareness and gradually opened his eyes. The young magical apprentice, Oblivious to the tumult that had transpired in his mind, was merely astonished to find himself invigorated. The wound on his abdomen, previously scorched by Anthony's holy flames, now tingled with an unusual itch. Yet what captured Leo's attention first was Anthony's exasperated expression and his furious inquiry, prompting Leo to pause momentarily before breaking into a brilliant, yet sardonic smile. "Guess. I will kill you." Anthony finally lost all semblance of reason. Tightening his grip around Leo's throat with his right hand while his left erupted with dazzling divine light, poised to strike Leo's head directly. Should this blow land, not only would Leo, a mere magical apprentice, perish, but even a mid-tier practitioner would meet the same grim fate under Anthony's assault. Just as Anthony's palm was about to descend upon the defenseless Leo, his body jolted violently, disbelief flashing across his eyes. A cold longsword pierced through Anthony's chest from behind. Chapter 13. Thunder Peak. The moon remained concealed behind the clouds, and the chill of the night breeze flowed gently through the air. The last vestiges of darkness before dawn cloaked the world in obscurity. The wood in the fire had mostly burned down to blackened charcoal, with only a few flickering embers swaying precariously. Leo's body involuntarily fell to the ground, and the magical apprentice, who had resigned himself to death, looked up in confusion, only to behold the gleaming blade of the long sword before him. The tip of the sword was but a finger's breadth from Leo, its entire length trembling slightly that a drop of crimson blood fell from the blade, landing with a soft plop onto Leo's hand. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the sword twisted forcefully within Anthony's body, swiftly disappearing from Leo's view. "Ah!" Anthony emitted a blood-curdling scream, as the longsword's rotation tore a gaping hole the size of a fist through his chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain, showering Leo with crimson. The blood gushed forth, obscuring Leo's vision, while the overwhelming stench of iron filled his nostrils, inducing a wave of nausea that he could not suppress. That in a state of shock, Leo instinctively rolled aside like a lazy donkey, narrowly escaping the treacherous ground littered with sharp stones and splintered wood left in the wake of the explosion. However, as he tumbled, he felt fresh cuts sear his body, clearly adding to his existing injuries. Yet, at that moment, the young mage had no time to dwell on such trifles. He hastily wiped the blood from his face, which hindered his sight, and without a moment's hesitation, opened his eyes, his mind swirling with confusion and disbelief. What has transpired? After a slight tremor, Anthony's body collapsed softly to the ground. The sword had completely pierced his heart, and the subsequent gash in his chest had irrevocably severed any chance of survival. The young prodigy of divine magic had not even the time to utter a single word before reaching the end of his life. Struggling futilely, Anthony attempted to turn and glimpse the assassin behind him, but a chilling flash of steel swept across his neck. His head was severed in an instant, soaring into the air, tracing a parabolic arc of death before it finally landed, rolling several times before coming to a halt. His eyes, filled with rage, remained defiantly open until the very end. Unwilling to close even a fraction, in that final moment, he succeeded in recognizing a familiar face, Leo. Leo was utterly taken aback. First, he witnessed Anthony's furious last strike, followed by a deluge of warm blood splattering across his face, just as he managed to roll aside and gather his wits. A fresh head fell from the heavens before him. Everything unfolded with such rapidity and abruptness, finishing its act in the blink of an eye. Leo's mouth hung agape, unable to form a coherent thought to describe his state. One could simply say he was bewildered that a gust of night wind swept by, extinguishing the last flickering flame of the fire, leaving only a wisp of smoke rising into the pitch-black sky. The extinguishing of that final spark plunged Leo into complete darkness. Yet in the next instant, a brilliant blade appeared before him, shimmering with a cold, white light. The chilling aura emanating from the blade sent shivers down his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. This familiar coldness jolted the young mage, and with disbelief he gasped, "Ada!" The blade hesitated momentarily in the air before advancing without a hint of reluctance. Akin to a swift and agile serpent, aimed directly at Leo's throat. Leo's eyes widened instinctively, his mind racing to command his body to evade the lethal strike. However, the speed of the blade was unfathomable. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him, the icy light causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Just as he was about to meet his demise, a sudden, forceful stop echoed in his ear. Leo swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing nervously. When he felt a sharp prick at his throat, the once fatal blade had inexplicably halted just shy of piercing his skin. Regaining his composure, Leo instinctively rolled backward, glancing fearfully at the sword to owe his relief. The deadly weapon remained suspended in midair, as if rooted to the spot, not pursuing him further. The earlier voice resonated again in his ears, this time articulating phrases Leo had never heard before. We are all but mortals, born into this world that we toil tirelessly, never afforded a moment's respite. The voice was clear and resonant, reminiscent of a middle-aged man's tone. Silence enveloped the scene. After a brief pause, the voice expressed mild irritation. Hey, that's Sagra's boy. Is this how you treat your savior? Not even a word of thanks. Only then did Leo realize the voice was indeed addressing him. After a moment's hesitation, he summoned the courage to respond to the encroaching darkness. Yes, I am Leo Sagras. Thank you for extending your hand to me. Ah, you need not thank me. The voice chimed again, curiously emanating from all directions, as if countless echoes were conversing with Leo simultaneously, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Every action carries its own purpose. I saved you for my own reasons, so there is no need for gratitude. This left Leo somewhat disheartened. The same voice that urged him to express thanks now dismissed the necessity for it. Should he express gratitude or not? However, Leo refrained from voicing his internal frustrations. Given that this mysterious figure hidden in darkness had indeed saved his life, he felt it prudent not to quibble over such matters. Responding obediently, "You are right." After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "May I know your esteemed name?" The enigmatic figure chuckled softly, replying, "A name is merely a label, insignificant whether shared or withheld. However, I am in a good mood today, so I shall tell you. My name is Lei Feng." Chapter 14. Darwin. The night was thick, and the mountain breeze was cool. Leo stood, somewhat at a loss, in the all-consuming darkness, the deadly blade still glaringly poised in the air, uncertain of when it might strike again. The repeated brushes with death had drenched the young mage's back in sweat, and his garments were tattered from rolling on the ground, leaving him in a disheveled state. A chill wind swept across his exposed skin, causing the warmth to evaporate alongside his perspiration, making him shudder uncontrollably. "You need not worry. He cannot move." The mysterious Lei Feng seemed to notice Leo's gaze fixed upon the assassin, and he explained, "A mere peak-level practitioner of the 4th tier cannot escape my grasp." Leo could not help but roll his eyes if a mid-tier practitioner of the 4th level was merely described as mere. How would one characterize himself? Who had yet to reach even the 1st tier? A pitiful insect. All right, dawn is approaching. Let us conclude this matter swiftly. A loud yawn echoed in Leo's ears, and the tone of the mysterious Lei Feng began to betray a hint of impatience. "I have come to assign you a task." The word task sent a jolt through Leo, filling him with an ominous premonition. "What task? You just had a lengthy conversation with that Lian family's boy, correct?" Lei Feng's question was phrased as an inquiry, yet his tone was unwaveringly assertive, causing Leo's heart to race. Clearly, Lei Feng had been lurking near the campfire all along. However, Leo quickly reassured himself. If Lei Feng could subdue the 4th tier mid-level warrior, Ada, with a single blow, then it was no wonder the three by the fire had not sensed his presence. "Yes, Mr. Lei Feng," Leo replied. "Good. You should be aware that the Lian family's boy was preparing to become some blue-robed bishop, yes. Yes, Mr. Lei Feng. But now, with his head fit for a soccer ball, he can hardly continue his aspirations of becoming a bishop. Correct? Yes, Mr. Lei Feng. Thus, you shall take the appointment letter he carries and assume his role as this so-called bishop." "Yes, Mr. Lei Feng." Leo was taken aback, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate 2 duck eggs. Smack! A gust of wind materialized in the air before Leo, slapping a piece of parchment against his face. Though the parchment was thinner than his fingernail, Leo felt as though he had been struck hard, stumbling backwards several paces before tripping over a stone and landing on his back, his face ablaze with pain. Obey or die, understand? The mysterious Lei Feng's words drifted into Leo's ears. Why, yes, I understand. Leo nodded helplessly, recognizing the dire nature of his situation. Yet he quickly recalled a critical concern. But what if I am discovered? The Church of Light was notoriously harsh and straightforward in punishing those who impersonated clergy. Death was the penalty. No one harbors any affection for death. Although Leo is reluctant to meet his end in the desolate wilderness of the Lido Mountains at such a tender age, it does not imply that he yearns for a fiery demise upon the Church's stake. What are you afraid of? Since that brat from the Lien family has already perished in this forsaken place, you need not worry about anyone uncovering your identity. The position of a blue-robed bishop is coveted by many yet attained by few. Sending you there is a favor to you. And yet you hesitate here. The enigmatic figure, Lei Feng, expressed his dissatisfaction. After a brief pause, he continued, "What are you still dawdling for? You may leave." "Ah, yes, I shall depart at once," Leo stammered, gripping the parchment tightly before hastily retreating. A dull thud echoed through the darkness, followed by a pained cry from Leo as he stumbled. "Wait!" As Leo took a step forward, he was halted once more. The apprentice mage turned around with an air of resignation. "Is there anything else you wish to command?" "Well," Lei Feng pondered momentarily before stating, "according to the Church's customs, every bishop should be accompanied by a temple knight as a personal guard, that if you go alone to your appointment, the likelihood of being discovered will greatly increase. Let me extend my kindness this time. Hey, you there, the one brandishing that ragged sword in a showy manner. You may speak now. What is your name?" At this utterance, Leo instinctively glanced towards a certain direction, where a deadly white sword light had nearly claimed his life. After a brief silence, a hoarse yet resolute voice emerged. "Temple Knight Darwin Manstein." Undoubtedly, this voice belonged to the owner of the lethal longsword, the personal guard of Bishop Anthony, and the assassin who had struck down Anthony in a single, treacherous blow, known as Ada. "Very well, Darwin. You will answer my inquiries. Should I catch you in a lie, your fate is sealed, understood?" Lei Feng sneered coldly, not waiting for Darwin's reply before continuing, "I have heard that temple knights uphold a sacred principle. Honor is my life. Yet, it seems you, young man, have taken it upon yourself to ambush and slay a blue-robed bishop, that do you still harbor even a shred of the honor expected of a temple knight." "Darwin show silence." Lei Feng's tone grew increasingly frigid. "Temple Knight Darwin, I believe you are aware of the consequences of plotting against a bishop." "Indeed." Darwin's voice remained as calm as a still pond. Lei Feng pressed on. "Thus, you sought to eliminate Leo, not only to prevent leaks, but also to disguise his corpse as your own, leading others to believe that Temple Knight Darwin heroically fell in defense of Bishop Anthony. In doing so, you could live incognito, am I correct?" "Yes." A slight tremor betrayed Darwin's voice, and Leo began to comprehend why his life was in such jeopardy. However, Leo did not perish, and now there is another presence here. Your plan is unraveled entirely. Once the Church learns of the situation, an endless pursuit and escape await you. A barely perceptible quaver emerged in Darwin's voice. Yes. A hint of amusement crept into Lei Feng's words, reminiscent of a cunning hunter observing a supposedly crafty fox unwittingly stepping into a meticulously laid trap. Thus, if you wish to survive, there exists but one choice. Serve me to do you understand. Darwin fell silent. Leo, listening intently, involuntarily shivered, feeling as though a venomous serpent was scrutinizing him. Darwin's voice rang out once more. "Are you suggesting that I protect him?" Chapter 15. Sanctuary time slipped away, and the darkness enveloping the Lido Mountains began to dissipate slowly. A faint glow appeared on the eastern horizon, signaling the dawn's approach, and the long night was nearing its end. Once again, Leo's surroundings came into focus. The first sight that met his gaze was the severed head of Anthony, its eyes wide open in a deathly glare, emanating a palpable resentment that locked onto Leo's own gaze. The apprentice mage recoiled in fear, hastily averting his eyes. Next, Leo's attention fell upon Darwin, Anthony's personal guard. This was the first time Leo beheld Darwin's true visage at a mid-tier knight of level 4. Darwin towered over Leo, yet his frame was as slender as a reed, giving him a disconcertingly elongated appearance. At that moment, Darwin stood like a statue, sword poised for a thrust, presenting a rather bizarre sight. Not far behind Darwin lay Anthony's headless corpse. Despite the passage of time, Leo could still discern blood seeping from the wound, staining the earth around the body in a vivid crimson hue. The gruesome scene caused Leo to gasp, a wave of nausea surging within him, prompting him to divert his gaze once more, now inspecting the circular pit surrounding him. Strangely, despite scrutinizing every corner of the pit, he could not locate the mysterious figure, Lei Feng. The conversation between Lei Feng and Darwin persisted. It appears you are not entirely foolish. In truth, you are well aware that you possess no choice, do you not? Lei Feng's voice carried an air of undeniable authority. Your task is to ensure Leo's safety. Otherwise, death awaits you. Darwin fell silent again, then suddenly inquired, "Did you kill St. Ambrosius?" At this question, Leo's heart skipped a beat. The apprentice mage had suspected as much. A being of such power as a saint could not have simply perished without cause. The vast circular pit they occupied was undoubtedly the result of a fierce clash between the saint and his adversaries. Among those present, the strongest was undoubtedly the still-hidden Lei Feng, making him the most likely candidate for Ambrosius's demise. All reasoning aligned seamlessly, yet the sole question remained. Was Lei Feng truly a being of saintly strength? Lei Feng let out a derisive laugh, a sound like thunder that reverberated in the ears of all present, leaving them momentarily stunned. Ambrosius, a member of the ascetic order, ought to have devoted himself to piety and divine pursuits. Yet upon achieving sainthood, he swiftly fell from grace, indulging in carnal pleasures. Just yesterday, he lured a woman into the mountains. And when her husband discovered him, he slaughtered the entire village, men, women, and children alike. Such a depraved individual is of no use in this world. At these words, Leo could not help but draw a sharp breath. Regardless of the veracity of Lei Feng's allegations against the saint, the implication was unmistakable. Ambrosius had indeed met his end at Lei Feng's hands. Only a being of saintly strength can slay another of the same caliber, which meant that this elusive Lei Feng was undoubtedly a living, breathing saintly powerhouse. Honorable saintly power, I acquiesce to your demands. Darwin swiftly resolved, his words laced with respect for the first time, his tone imbued with humility. Excellent, Lei Feng responded, clearly pleased with Darwin's answer, with a sharp crack. Darwin, previously restrained, was granted his freedom. Yet before he could sheathe his sword, a sudden buzzing sound filled the air, and a magical scroll materialized before him. What is this? Darwin initially stood stunned. Then his expression shifted as he fixated on the small magic scroll, as if it concealed a tiger ready to pounce. A soul servitude contract? Need I state the obvious? Lei Feng retorted, anticipating Darwin's reaction. Did you truly believe I would trust you, a traitor, based solely on your empty words? A man capable of betraying the highest tenets of the temple is no different from a beast in my eyes, that if you wish to survive, sign the contract immediately. Understand that the brat from the Sagara's family has consumed my holy elixir. His worth far exceeds yours. Without some assurance, how can I trust that you will diligently protect him? At this declaration, both Darwin and Leo wore grim expressions. The soul servitude contract was a form of follower contract, signifying a profound imbalance of power. Once such a magical contract was signed, the master could sense Darwin's location at all times, and with a mere thought, could inflict unbearable pain or even obliterate the soul of the temple knight. In other words, once this covenant is sealed, unless one day Darwin attains sufficient power to independently sever the deep-seated bonds of the soul, he is destined to toil for the covenant's master for a lifetime, forever deprived of freedom. Meanwhile, Leo's mind was preoccupied with another thought. The whereabouts of the holy pill undoubtedly constituted his greatest source of anxiety. The apprentice magician was acutely aware that this treasure did not rightfully belong to him. Yet by a twist of fate, it had been inadvertently swallowed by him, that if one were to consider this, it seemed that the only path to acquire the holy pill would be to dissect Leo's abdomen. This somewhat naive and almost laughable notion, compounded by the education he had received throughout his years as a magical apprentice, had fostered in Leo an extreme distrust of the nobility. This mistrust, in turn, had enabled the otherwise timid apprentice to endure the relentless torment inflicted by Anthony, clenching his teeth in perseverance. Just as he was on the brink of a breakthrough, the sudden emergence of Lei Feng reignited this troubling subject. Was it possible that he could not ultimately escape the fate of being cut open? Chapter 16. 3 requests. The morning sun eagerly leaped over the horizon, its golden rays illuminating Leo. The apprentice magician squinted as he observed Darwin crush the thin soul enslavement contract in his hand. The 5 originally slender and agile fingers were now trembling slightly in the air, revealing that Darwin's inner turmoil was far from the calm facade he presented. After the soul enslavement contract shattered, it transformed into 2 beams of light. One surged into Darwin's body, while the other shot skyward, tracing a gentle and elongated parabolic arc before descending several miles away. Good grief, so this Lei Feng has been speaking to us from such a distance, his voice booming like a spring cicada, Leo mused, realizing once again the formidable abilities of the holy domain powerhouse. Ahem, he coughed forcefully twice, deciding to change the subject. Lord Lei Feng, since the contract is signed, should I not be on my way? Do not be hasty. Young one from the Sargeras family. Such urgency may make it easier for others to discern your true intentions. Lei Feng's voice echoed within the pit. There are still matters between us that remain unaddressed. Leo's expression stiffened, and his speech became somewhat dry. What matters, Lord Lei Feng? First, that holy pill is something I intentionally left with Ambrosia. Do you understand what I mean? Lei Feng's words drifted into Leo's ears to this revelation. Leo was momentarily stunned, but then his spirits lifted and a radiant smile spread across his face. I understand, Lord Lei Feng. The implication behind Lei Feng's statement was crystal clear, since he had specifically left the holy pill with Ambrosia. It indicated that he held no interest in it himself. Otherwise, he could have taken it directly. With this knowledge, Leo's previously anxious heart settled, for in any case, his life was undoubtedly preserved, at least for the time being. Secondly, the holy pill has already merged with your body, meaning that from this day forth, you are officially a level 1 sorcerer. That I possess a tome known as the Book of Ramil, which contains accounts of certain sorceries that, if you are not too foolish, should suffice to elevate your skills to the holy domain. Another beam of light flashed before Leo, and suddenly an object appeared in the air. The apprentice magician instinctively reached out his hand and caught a thick tome bound in sheepskin. The cover bore several ancient and arcane inscriptions, unmistakably the Book of Ramil that the enigmatic Lei Feng had spoken of. After briefly examining the tome in his hands, Leo initially froze before realizing the sweetness of his fortune, feeling as though he had consumed 100 jars of honey. However, he forced himself to suppress his joy and, with disbelief, inquired once more, "Did you just say I am already a legitimate sorcerer?" His voice trembled with excitement. "Of course," the mysterious Lei Feng retorted. "If one cannot achieve such a trivial feat, how could this item bear the name of the holy pill? Its benefits are numerous. You will come to understand this in due time." Yes, you are right," Leo responded eagerly, his eyes shining brightly. His entire being felt lighter, almost as if he were floating in bliss. The mysterious holy domain powerhouse, Lei Feng, certainly had no reason to deceive a mere apprentice magician, thus affirming that he was indeed a genuine sorcerer. While Leo had always aspired to become a full-fledged wizard, being a sorcerer was by no means an inferior choice. After all, would a starving beggar care whether the meal before him was stir-fried bell peppers with meat or braised pig trotters? As long as there was food, it was sufficient. Moreover, with the holy pill and the Book of Ramil gifted by the holy domain powerhouse Lei Feng, Leo's prospects on the path of sorcery appeared far more promising than those of a wizard. He had clearly heard that the sorceries detailed in the Book of Ramil were ample enough to elevate him to the holy domain, a pinnacle of cultivation in the world that Leo's entire body began to tremble with excitement. And visions of himself defeating Spawny and kicking Francois, vanquishing evil and upholding justice, flooded his mind as he envisioned his illustrious fame across the continent. He was utterly entranced. Suddenly, the hefty Book of Ramil leaped from his grasp and struck him squarely in the face, sending him tumbling backward and crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away. Leo felt a sharp pain in his nose, and his head spun with dizziness, all his previous thoughts scattering into oblivion, replaced by the cold disdain of the mysterious Lei Feng's voice. "Pay attention." "Yes, yes," Leo replied, somewhat flustered as he rose to his feet, clutching the book of Ramil tightly. Thoughts of heroic deeds and immortalizing his name in history could wait for another day. For now, he needed to navigate the peculiar character of the holy domain powerhouse, Lei Feng. Thus, Leo transformed into a quiet little lamb, patiently awaiting what Lei Feng would say next. Lastly, and most importantly, the voice of the mysterious Lei Feng took on a notably serious tone for the first time. "I have saved your life, bestowed upon you the holy pill, and granted you the book of Remiel, that I in total. You owe me 3 favors. Therefore, you need only to perform 3 tasks for me, and these debts will be considered settled." How does that sound? Very well, I agree. Leo readily acquiesced that in truth, he would have accepted 10 requests without hesitation. Leo was not lacking in courage. Otherwise, he would not have dared to confront Anthony with that magical scroll. Yet, he was not foolish enough to challenge a holy domain powerhouse with his meager strength, which would be akin to an ant provoking a dragon. Life could certainly be wagered, but risking it without purpose or benefit, merely to meet an untimely end, was unnecessary, was it not? Excellent. For the first time, a hint of joy resonated in the voice of the mysterious Lei Feng. Now that your current status is akin to a blue-robed bishop within the church, my first request is that within the next 10 years, you devise a means to obtain the staff of Michael from the church and deliver it to me. The staff of Michael? Leo pondered for a moment, realizing he had no recollection of such an artifact, which did not seem to be particularly renowned, that he had some awareness of the church's legendary weapons, such as the Sword of Lucifer, but this one escaped him. With a decade to gather information, it seemed ample time. Relieved, he readily replied, "No problem. What about the second request?" "The second request?" Lei Feng's tone suddenly dripped with evident mockery. "Perhaps you should focus on completing the first request before we discuss the second. Now, I have already delayed you long enough. It is time for me to take my leave, young one from the Sargeras family." His voice dwindled to a whisper, fading into the air, indicating that this enigmatic holy domain powerhouse had vanished without a trace. Leo stood in shock, suddenly noticing that the temple warrior Darwin was regarding him with an extremely peculiar gaze, his face adorned with an expression of utter bewilderment, as if observing a fool. "Why is he looking at me like that? Regardless, he has already signed the soul enslavement contract, so we are bound together. After all, that I might as well inquire if he knows anything," Leo thought, and then asked Darwin, "Are you familiar with the staff of Michael?" Darwin nodded. Leo's spirits lifted as he pressed on. "How can I obtain it?" Knowledge of both friend and foe is essential for victory. Gathering intelligence was certainly prudent. The expression on Darwin's face grew increasingly peculiar. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "The title of the staff of Michael is typically circulated only within the church. It is known primarily to us, the devout followers of the supreme light God." Cough, cough. Darwin coughed forcefully twice, and the muscles in his face contorted unnaturally, revealing the considerable effort he was exerting. "Among those who do not follow the light God, it is known by a far more resounding name, the Pope's staff." "What?" Leo was struck as if by lightning. His mouth agape and unable to close for what felt like an eternity, leaving him in a state of stupor. The dawn glowed resplendently, heralding yet another brand new and hopeful morning. Chapter 17. Viscount Juan. City of Varna. This is a small northeastern town with a population of merely a few thousand. Its walls so low they hardly deter a healthy adult. Most of the buildings are ordinary red brick houses, closely clustered together, and the streets, wide enough only for 2 horse-drawn carriages to pass side by side, become enveloped in dust during the dry summer months, obscuring the view of passers-by as the sun had barely risen. Viscount Juan had already commenced his daily exercise at a loose brown cloak draped casually over his broad shoulders, shifting rhythmically with his steps. His muscles were robust and well-defined, and his running posture was stable and powerful, exuding a sense of aesthetic strength akin to a live tiger bounding through the jungle. The early rising vendors and pedestrians had long since grown accustomed to their lord's peculiar habit, always greeting him with friendly and respectful salutes as he passed by their stalls, or beside them. Unlike other haughty nobles, who typically exuded arrogance from their lofty perches, this Viscount one reciprocated with a gentle smile, disappearing from sight amidst the admiring gazes of his subjects. That it is often said that one should not judge by appearances, although Viscount one might seem like a simpleton filled with muscle. The reality was quite the opposite. When Viscount one first arrived in Varna 2 years ago, the border town was rife with thugs and criminals, a den of iniquity. After dusk, every household would shutter its doors. The streets so clean that not even a specter lingered, earning the town the notorious moniker of Ghost Town Varna throughout the northeastern empire. However, those dark times have long since faded into the past. Now, the people of Varna had grown accustomed to venturing out after nightfall to enjoy a drink at the taverns, returning home in a tipsy stupor to embrace their wives and children in blissful slumber. This transformation is wholly attributable to our sagacious and valiant Viscount, who dismantled the 4 entrenched crime syndicates within Varna and incarcerated all the thugs and felons where they rightfully belonged, thereby cleansing the town and allowing it to flourish as a place of peace. Consequently, Varna now bustles with activity, the streets teeming with life, while the prisons are overflowing. It is not uncommon to witness fully armed guards dragging a particularly heinous criminal to the city gates, where, upon verification of their identity, the prisoner is hanged, eliciting applause and cheers from the gathered crowd. That as the saying goes, one wins the hearts of the people by doing good. Thus, the simple folk of Varna have begun to lament why the oblivious grandees of the empire do not bestow upon their amiable lord a hereditary title of Viscount or even an earldom, a testament to the affection they hold for Viscount Juan. Yet this was not the end of it. Many youthful maidens, even before dawn, would adorn themselves in vibrant attire, eagerly waiting at a corner frequently traversed by Viscount Juan during his morning runs, hoping for a glance from their virile lord. Even though imperial law forbids nobles from marrying commoners, being a lover to Viscount Juan would be quite splendid. That in time, some well-meaning individuals began referring to the route of the Viscount's daily jog as the path of sweat and flowers. As the sun rose high, Viscount Juan returned to his lordly manor after completing his morning circuit around the town. Though the manor appeared to be merely a modest 2-courtyard residence with a 3-story building, it was nonetheless the second grandest structure in Varna, surpassed only by the magnificent Varna Cathedral situated not far from the manor. The Viscount steward had been waiting diligently at the entrance of the manor, promptly presenting a warm towel to Viscount Juan, fulfilling the duties of an attentive servant. Taking the towel, Juan first wiped the sweat from his forehead, then buried his entire face in it, relishing the gentle warmth that stimulated his pores, providing a wave of comfort. After several seconds, he withdrew his chiseled features from the towel and made his way into the manor, casually tossing the towel back to the steward while inquiring, "Is there anything noteworthy to discuss?" The question posed by Viscount Juan was not directed toward his own household, which, aside from the steward, comprised only 6 servants, an inconsequential number. Thus, his inquiry pertained to matters concerning the city of Varna, following the execution of the previous sheriff for corruption and collusion with gangsters. The Viscount had appointed his loyal steward to assume the duties of sheriff, a role he had fulfilled for a year and a half. As the steward, named Farrinder, proved equally adept in this capacity. "There are no troublesome matters, my lord," Farrinder replied, his steps deftly keeping pace with Viscount Juan, allowing him to speak without turning back while maintaining a respectful distance that underscored their master-servant relationship. His tone was impeccably deferential. "Esteemed Viscount, aside from a few minor brawls related to drunkenness last night, there were no other incidents in the city. Moreover, these brawls did not result in any injuries. However what?" Viscount Juan furrowed his brow, prompting further inquiry. "Just moments ago, I received word from the city guards that the newly appointed Blue Bishop has entered the city through the western gate 5 minutes ago," Farrinder reported. "Oh, you mean that fellow from the Golden Lion family. What was his name?" The Viscount's eyebrows arched, his pace unconsciously slowing, revealing surprise on his face. "I never expected to find someone punctual among that lot from the church, let alone arriving 2 days early." The sarcasm in his tone was unmistakable, indicating that the Lord of Varna held neither fondness nor respect for the church. "The new Blue Bishop is named Antonidas Prole, esteemed lord," Farrinder informed him, demonstrating his proficiency in gathering intelligence. That he added, "If I may be so bold, my lord, Due to his elimination from the Lion King's plan, Bishop Antonidas has been disassociated from the illustrious Golden Lion family, and now bears only his mother's surname, Prole. The Lion King's plan. Viscount Juan's expression turned even more scornful, the corners of his mouth curling into a sharp, sardonic smile. The madman who conceived this genius scheme, King Richard the Lionheart, is utterly deranged, allowing his descendants to slaughter one another for the sake of a promise. Even more insane is that this family, filled with such irregular individuals, has managed to endure for 300 years. How absurd! Does the great light god truly turn a blind eye to such folly? Farrinder was taken aback, hastily interjecting to remind his master, "My lord, do not forget that we are in the Spania Empire. Speaking ill of the church can lead to the stake." He instinctively glanced around, clearly concerned about being overheard. "What is there to fear?" Viscount Juan waved his hand dismissively, seemingly unconcerned with the steward's caution. "I, Juan Habuz, hail from the Blood Wolf Habuz family, and we have always been steadfastly loyal to His Majesty Emperor Charles XVII. Earning his favor, that my father wields the full authority of our family. As long as I do not utter such sentiments in front of His Holiness the Pope or those red-robed cardinals who could dare to touch me within the empire." His words rang with conviction and authority. "That may be so, but I must still urge you to exercise caution, that I have heard that the new bishop is not a particularly magnanimous individual, and let us not forget he represents the church, should your words offend the church. I doubt your father, the Blood Wolf Marquis, would be pleased," Farrinder persisted, undeterred by his master's bluster. Very well, you win, dear Farrinder." Viscount Juan could not help but shrug, adopting an exasperated demeanor. "In that case, send someone to inform our new bishop that I shall host a banquet in his honor tonight, and I sincerely hope he will grace us with his presence." "Yes, my lord," the steward replied with a respectful nod before retreating with the towel in hand. Sighed Viscount Juan heavily as he entered his study. "I fervently hope that this new bishop does not become yet another shield for the underworld of Varna." Undoubtedly, the newly appointed bishop who held the letter of appointment could not possibly be the one from the Golden Lion family, the unfortunate Antonidas Prole, who perished alongside his mentor, St. Ambrose, 5 days prior in the treacherous depths of the Leto Mountains. Instead, he was an impostor, a former apprentice of magic, now a newly minted first-tier sorcerer named Leo Sagras. What was Leo doing upon entering the city, and what was the state of his emotions? Leo was filled with rage. Chapter 18. The method 5 days earlier, at the vast pit at the foot of the Leto Mountains, the enigmatic domain champion, Ray Fong, had long departed, leaving our magic apprentice, From this day forth, one must refer to him as a sorcerer. Leo standing vacantly with the tome of Ramil in hand, resembling a dazed goose, that if you assume he was stunned by the revelation of the true nature of the staff of Michael. You are gravely mistaken, as the saying goes. A young calf knows no fear of tigers. In truth, our youthful sorcerer was not daunted by the seemingly insurmountable task ahead. His mind was racing with thoughts on how to fulfill the initial demands set forth by the mysterious Ray Fong. The first and most obvious method that came to mind was theft. Although Leo had learned from the Temple Knight Darwin that the staff of Michael was indeed a divine artifact wielded by His Holiness the Pope, it was clear that the Pope could not possibly carry the staff at all times. Thus, the staff of Michael was likely stored in a secure chamber within the headquarters of the Church of Light, only to be retrieved when needed for the Pope's use. However, for a first-tier sorcerer to steal something belonging to the Pope from a heavily guarded chamber was undoubtedly an overestimation of his capabilities. The second method, far more violent, was to resort to robbery. Yet this notion flickered briefly in Leo's mind before being swiftly extinguished. Ridiculous! To raid the Vatican would be tantamount to inviting his own demise. He might as well hang himself from a tree. At least that would spare him the agony of a violent end. Leo recalled having read a gruesome book detailing how the Church subjected heretics to unspeakable torment, an account that left a haunting impression on his mind. Was there truly no other recourse? There was indeed a third and final feasible method, remarkably simple, requiring just a touch of reverse thinking. The conclusion was clear, since the staff of Michael belonged exclusively to the Pope. Becoming the Pope himself would naturally grant him possession of the staff. With a resounding slap, Leo struck his own face, a reprimand for his foolish daydreaming. What utter nonsense! A serious dilemma now confronted Leo. The task of acquiring the staff of Michael within 10 years was rapidly becoming an impossibility. This meant he would inevitably face the wrath of the enigmatic domain champion, Ray Fong. The consequences of antagonizing such a powerful being weighed heavily on Leo's mind, prompting a fleeting thought of whether he ought to hang himself from a tree right then and there. "Hey!" A voice called, pulling Leo from his reverie, that he looked up to find Darwin, the Temple Knight, glaring at him with impatience. "We must set out." "Set out?" Leo hesitated for a moment before realization dawned upon him. Since his mission was to impersonate the deceased Antonidas, he naturally had to assume the responsibilities of the blue-robed bishop in that district. It is worth noting that a section of the aforementioned gruesome book detailed how the church's adjudicators employed elaborate tortures to eliminate impostors posing as clergy. The horrific content had left an indelible mark on Leo's memory, making him acutely aware of the dangers that lay ahead. Once again, a dull ache began to throb in Leo's head, that as the adage goes, those who do not plan ahead will face immediate peril. Yet Leo found himself beset by both near and distant anxieties, each a harbinger of doom, each capable of shattering him into countless pieces. Could he navigate the treacherous path of life ahead? Enough of this. Leo sighed deeply, the joy he once felt evaporating into thin air. His gaze swept the surroundings, and his eyes fell upon the ancient tome of Ramil he held. Suddenly, an eager impulse surged within him, the desire to delve into the ancient book filled with sorcery, magic equated to power. And in this seemingly gentle, yet mercilessly cruel human society, power signified everything. "What are you standing there for?" Darwin's impatience grew palpable. Though the Temple Knight had been coerced into signing a soul-binding contract under the pressure of the enigmatic domain champion, this did not mean he would treat Leo with the same deference he had shown Antonidas. After all, how could a first-tier sorcerer compare to a fifth-tier one? It was worth noting that fifth-tier sorcerers had met their demise at the hands of this very knight. Leo sensed the disdain in Darwin's words, and a surge of anger welled within him. His fingers tightened around the tome of Ramil, pressing into its parchment. However, after taking a deep breath, the young sorcerer lifted his head, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "All right, let us go. But before we do," he pointed at the lifeless body of Antonidas lying on the ground, "shouldn't we dispose of this? If someone were to discover it, our exposure would be imminent." Darwin paused for a moment before acquiescing with a nod that he extended his finger, and a stream of white holy flame gracefully emerged from his fingertip, enveloping Antonidas's body. After a pungent burning, the once promising heir of the Golden Lion family was reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Leo stood silently by, watching the scene unfold, when he suddenly recalled a phrase Antonidas had uttered not long before. "If you cannot win, then frame, poison, or assassinate." A sigh escaped Leo's lips as an inexplicable emotion welled up within him. If a genius like Antonidas could meet such a grim fate, what of Leo, who had unwittingly found himself embroiled in this situation, bearing the weight of so many burdens? Would he too face a similarly tragic, or even worse end? Darwin, clearly experienced in such grim tasks, swiftly dealt with not only Antonidas's body, but also the carcass of the beast that had served as sustenance and the remnants of the fire. The tall, slender knight approached Leo, his disproportionately long legs striding forward. "Let us depart," Leo suddenly inquired. "What about the body of Saint Ambrose?" Darwin hesitated, then replied flatly, "Did you not see it?" The disjointed response momentarily stunned Leo, but he quickly grasped the implication. Saint Ambrose's body had likely met the same fate as Antonidas's. Nodding in understanding, he chose not to pursue the matter further and walked directly toward the edge of the pit, with Darwin following closely behind. Soon, their figures vanished into the depths of the circular chasm. Chapter 19. Training daylight slipped away as they hurried forward, and as night approached, Leo and Darwin found a clearing in the woods to set up camp. Just as Leo contemplated their evening meal, a pack of fierce black wild boars, having invaded their territory, surrounded them. Moments later, skewers of primal pork filled the fire, leaving Leo thoroughly satisfied with his meal. After a hearty feast, Leo let out a contented burp and retrieved the tome of Ramil from his belongings. Eager to commence his first training session, Darwin had long since vanished from the fire, as the night seemed to prefer the shadows. However, this was not a concern for Leo. As long as the soul-binding contract remained in effect, Darwin was compelled to ensure Leo's safety, rendering his absence inconsequential. After a brief respite, Leo grasped the tome of Ramil and opened its ancient cover. In the name of the supreme brilliance of the almighty light God, the omnipotent Lord of souls, Ramil is the ultimate sanctuary for all lambs. Leo whispered the soul line inscribed on the title page. A thought flickering through his mind. It appears that the name of this tome is derived from the Lord of souls, Ramil. He extended his finger, turning the page of the book, and his eyes brightened as he read. The application of basic, beginner-level divine magic. This is it. Leo immersed himself in the text. After approximately 10 minutes, he shifted his gaze away from the book of Ramil, a contemplative expression gracing his features that he then slowly closed his eyes, extending his right palm forward. Moments later, accompanied by a soft pop, an incredibly gentle sphere of light materialized in the palm of Leo's hand, its essence drawn from the holy power within him. I succeeded, Leo thought. A surge of joy swelling within that he gently waved his hand, causing the light sphere to dissolve into specks of white light scattered in the air. The spell he conjured was the Holy Light Spell, a rite of passage for the majority of divine magic practitioners. This spell manifests a sphere of light composed of holy power, and when released upon a person, envelopes them in sacred radiance, imbuing them with an aura of purity. While the Holy Light Spell may seem devoid of practical utility, it is, in fact, a fundamental divine art for the Church of Light, playing an irreplaceable role for its followers. The reasoning is straightforward. When confronted with a mage wielding a fireball, one typically feels fear. However, when faced with a priest radiating sacred light, one can only bow in reverent submission. Yet Leo was not satisfied. He reopened the Book of Ramil. Half an hour later, a beam of white light suddenly burst forth from his palm, landing upon the carcass of a wild boar beside the fire pit. The wound on the boar's belly, which Leo had previously eviscerated, began to twitch slightly, as if healing. Leo leaned closer to observe the carcass, his face reflecting immense satisfaction. This indicated that he had mastered his second divine spell, the basic healing spell. With consecutive successes fueling his determination, Leo settled back by the fire and resumed flipping through the pages of the Book of Ramil. Leo's fingers froze mid-turn, his eyes fixated on a line of text before him. The omnipotent Lord of Souls. Beginner-level soul magic. After a moment's hesitation, Leo turned to the next page, revealing a brand new divine spell that rekindled his excitement. Soul detection spell. How intriguing. However, this time, Leo spent significantly longer reading than he had on the previous two spells. Nearly 2 hours passing before he finally tore his gaze from the Book of Ramil. A hint of confusion etched across his features, clearly struggling to grasp the nuances of this soul magic compared to the previous two spells. Oh well, let's give it a try, Leo muttered to himself, slowly closing his eyes once more, summoning the holy power within him. Hey! A pained grunt escaped Leo's lips as he abruptly opened his eyes, feeling a violent upheaval of holy power within him, akin to a minor earthquake shaking his insides. Clearly, the once smooth sailing had come to a sudden halt with his first failure of the night. Damn it. A defiant expression crossed Leo's face as he closed his eyes again. Once more. Leo opened his eyes, shaking his head in resignation. He had failed again. Wow, gah. A series of rapid sounds began to echo near the fire. Leo had failed a total of 12 times now, his complexion growing increasingly pale from the excessive depletion of holy power. Unbeknownst to him, a trickle of blood had begun to seep from the corner of his mouth, a consequence of the backlash from his failed attempts. Gritting his teeth, Leo's face hardened with determination. I refuse to believe this. Let's try again. He closed his eyes for the 13th time. The holy power within Leo once more began to gather and flow under the guidance of his mind. Just as it seemed on the verge of taking form, a violent disturbance erupted, akin to a precarious structure on the brink of collapse, signaling yet another failure. However, at that moment, a radiant white light suddenly emanated from his heart. the source being the holy pill previously ingested by Leo. This luminous energy swiftly merged with Leo's faltering holy power, and in the next instant, an invisible wave surged forth from him, rippling outward like waves across a pond. Success! Leo felt a mix of astonishment and elation as he finally grasped the essence of the soul detection spell. This spell is not driven by holy power, but rather relies on the strength of the soul. As the ripples continued to expand, Leo envisioned a miniature map emerging in his mind, with various points of light flickering on and off like stars in the night sky. Each light represented a soul, and from the size and intensity of these points, one could easily discern the power contained within. All creatures sensing Leo's spell became alert, and a cacophony of frightened and furious cries erupted from the nearby forest. The ripples continued to spread. And suddenly, on the edge of Leo's mental map, a brilliant point of light emerged, shining like the moon. Upon encountering this light, the holy power emanating from Leo disintegrated in an instant, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Clearly, the point of light had detected Leo's probing, and it unleashed a surge of murderous intent, hurtling toward Leo like a ferocious wolf. This is bad. The thought barely flickered in Leo's mind when the blinding light collided with him. Leo, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and fell to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, his face paling with evident injury. Whoosh! A flash of blinding sword light shot out from the forest, streaking toward Leo like a meteor, poised to claim his life with ease, yet it miraculously halted just before him. The holy flames licking the sword's edge flickered like a serpent's tongue, their frigid aura prickling Leo's skin and sending shivers down his spine. Leo struggled to open his eyes, coughing a few times before managing a bitter smile as he looked ahead. Hey, it's a friendly face. Behind the familiar white sword light stood Darwin, the Temple Knight, his expression as unpredictable as ever. Chapter 20. Alliance. The wind is a peculiar entity, invisible, colorless, and tasteless, yet it allows one to feel its presence distinctly. That a gentle night breeze rustled through the gaps in the trees, caressing the grassy expanse before Leo. The flames in the fire pit danced gracefully in the breeze, resembling vibrant red sprites frolicking in the darkness, their movements both beautiful and warm. That a small red vial was tossed into Leo's hands, accompanied by Darwin's cool, detached voice. Take this. Leo paused, glancing up at the Temple Knight, then uncorked the vial, revealing a white pill emitting a faint fragrance that rolled into his palm. Without hesitation, Leo tossed the pill into his mouth. It dissolved instantly, generating a peculiar warmth within his abdomen, alleviating much of the internal injury he had sustained. But it seemed he had made the right gamble. Leo exhaled a long breath, offering Darwin a grateful smile. Thank you. No need for thanks, Darwin replied in a curt tone. After spending a day with him, Leo had grown accustomed to the knight's taciturn nature and bore no ill will. Just as Leo was about to speak, Darwin interjected once more. The spell you cast earlier pertains to the soul. Indeed, Leo nodded, revealing no intention of concealing the truth from Darwin. It is called the soul detection spell. Soul detection spell, Darwin echoed, the name seemingly weighing heavily on his mind. You should refrain from using this spell in the future. Understood. Leo offered a wry smile, wiping away the blood at the corner of his mouth, an injury inflicted by Darwin's earlier counterattack. At least when you're nearby, I'll exercise caution. That's not what I meant. Darwin shook his head, an unusual shift in his expression surfacing. Within the church, souls are regarded as the exclusive domain of the divine. Any mortal attempting to breach this realm is deemed a heretic. Even the Holy Emperor is not exempt. Leo was taken aback, confusion washing over him as he queried. If that is the case, why does this book of Ramil, clearly of church origin, contain records of soul-related spells? I do not know. Darwin's demeanor reverted to its previous impenetrability. Well, regardless, I still wish to express my gratitude, Leo smiled. Unnecessary, Darwin stated curtly as he turned and walked toward the dense forest beyond the clearing. Wait! Leo suddenly called out to Darwin. As the figure of the Temple Knight was about to be engulfed by the darkness beyond the flames, he paused momentarily, then reluctantly came to a halt, his voice tinged with impatience. What is it? Indeed, it is of great importance, Leo replied earnestly. Why don't you come over and discuss it with me face to face? Speak quickly. Darwin turned to face Leo, yet showed no inclination to move, clearly uninterested in Leo's suggestion. Leo observed Darwin's every gesture, but merely smiled dismissively and continued, "Let us form an alliance." Silence enveloped the clearing as an owl flew above them. The faint smoke rising from the campfire nearly disrupted its flight, prompting it to emit a terrified screech before it flapped away. "Alliance?" Darwin suddenly inquired, his expression half skeptical, half sardonic, that in the realm of practitioners, strength was paramount. And what right did a newly minted first-level practitioner, a mere novice sorcerer, have to ally with someone of Darwin's caliber? It sounded as absurd as a mutt forming an alliance with a cheetah. "Alliance," Leo affirmed with unwavering confidence, clearly self-assured, and without waiting for Darwin's response. He pressed on, "In my view, the most pressing matter for you now is to dissolve the soul enslavement contract with Lord Layphone. Am I right?" A flicker of emotion crossed Darwin's face, yet his tone remained steady. "Serving Lord Layphone is not a matter of disgrace." "Is that so?" Leo chuckled, countering. "Of course, serving Lord Layphone is not disgraceful. However, being a dog that must obey him without question. If your life lacks freedom, what significance does even the mightiest power hold?" Darwin's gaze flickered once more, and he suddenly asked, "What exactly are you trying to say?" "What I wish to convey has already been stated." Leo's smile faded, and he spoke with utmost seriousness. "Although I have not signed any soul enslavement contract, you must realize that in the eyes of Lord Layphone, we are merely his pawns. The reality is clear. As long as we fail to accomplish his tasks, neither of us shall attain true freedom. The mutual suspicion and wariness between us will only serve to hinder us both. Thus, let us form an alliance." Darwin remained silent, prompting Leo to persist after a brief pause. "I understand your hesitation stems from my present lack of strength, which does not afford me parity with you, correct?" Leo lifted the tome of Ramil, waving it before Darwin, then pointed to his own chest. "But do not forget the significance of this tome of Ramil and the holy Dan within me. Surely you comprehend what this implies." "Undoubtedly." The combined presence of the Holy Dan and the Tome of Ramil signified only one thing: potential, that in other words, though Leo had only just embarked on the path of a practitioner, possessing these two treasures endowed him with immense potential. Darwin, neither a fool nor forgetful, recalled vividly the words of the domain powerhouse who had compelled him to sign the soul enslavement contract when bestowing the Tome of Ramil upon Leo. The implications of those words were unmistakable. While allying with a first-level sorcerer who had yet to reach the domain might be seen as a loss of face, allying with a first-level sorcerer who harbored the potential to ascend to the domain was an entirely different matter. Having grasped this, Darwin did not hesitate long before making his decision that he stepped forward, extending his right hand. "Alliance." Leo beamed with joy, extending his own right hand to gently clasp Darwin's in the air. "From this day forth, we are true partners and allies." "Let us hope so," Darwin replied, casting a deep glance at Leo before turning away. Just as his figure vanished into the darkness, his voice reached Leo's ears. "I shall be nearby. Call for me if needed." With a sigh of relief, Leo watched Darwin disappear, feeling a weight lift from his heart. Regardless of the uncertainties that lay ahead on this impersonation journey, he had secured the most formidable ally available to him at present. Yet Leo did not allow himself to relax. Instead, he sat down and continued to focus intently on the three sorceries he had just mastered. Only the strength that belonged to oneself is true power. Chapter 21. Loss for a sorcerer, prayer, and the cultivation of sorcery constitute nearly the entirety of existence. Leo, however, was different, devoid of even the slightest faith in the God of light. It was inconceivable for him to offer sincere prayers thrice daily, at dawn, noon, and dusk. Thus, apart from traveling and eating, Leo devoted all his time to refining his sorcery. As the saying goes, one's appearance reflects one's inner state, with a holy Dan residing in his heart. After 5 nights of arduous practice, when Leo stood by the small lake outside the city of Varna to tidy himself, he noticed a subtle change in his demeanor. Surely this is a mistake. Why do I now seem more like a charlatan than a mature individual imbued with wisdom and a touch of melancholy? At 19, Leo curiously touched his nose, gazing into the water's reflection, lost in thought for 3 seconds. However, this was not entirely bad news. For a magic apprentice deeply influenced by the magical knowledge system, the aura of a charlatan was utterly intolerable. Yet for a sorcerer poised to impersonate a blue-robed bishop, such an aura was indeed advantageous, something to be coveted. Thus, Leo felt somewhat reassured as he loosened the tight collar of the robe he had borrowed from a nearby monastery. Turning to approach the increasingly impatient temple knight behind him, Varna City lay before him, less than half an hour's journey away. Half an hour later, Leo entered Varna City alongside Darwin. Although they faced some scrutiny due to their unfamiliar faces and Darwin's conspicuous sword at his waist. Upon Leo presenting his identity, all inquiries ceased. This identity was not that of a mere apprentice of Plana, but rather that of the esteemed bishop of Varna. Despite having garnered some understanding of Varna City, stepping onto its soil and seeing its every detail, Leo could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment. This city is rather small. It hardly seems larger than my hometown. Darwin shrugged. Remaining silent, Leo sighed, intending to casually ask someone for directions to the church when, unexpectedly, Darwin patted him on the shoulder and pointed ahead. Following Darwin's gesture, Leo spotted a white structure, obscured from direct view. He could only see the circular dome atop it, yet that was sufficient. 5 minutes later, Leo and Darwin stood before the Varna Cathedral. Despite the inclusion of great in its name, it was merely a 4-story building with a square dome. Nevertheless, it was the tallest structure in Varna City. That in front of the cathedral stood a statue, towering as high as 2 men, depicting an angel wielding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, seemingly engaged in a fierce battle with an enemy. 3 pairs of wings fluttered behind the angel, creating a lifelike impression, crossing through the small square beside the angel statue and ascending dozens of steps. They arrived at the cathedral's main entrance. Strange, Leo murmured, gazing at the cathedral doors. Why are they closed during the day? After knocking several times without receiving a response, Leo boldly pushed open the heavy doors and stepped inside. With a creaking sound, the interior of the Varna Cathedral revealed itself to Leo. The hall was neatly arranged with rows of benches. At the far end stood the pulpit used for sermons, and the surrounding windows were impeccably clean, allowing sunlight to pour in, infusing this solemn and austere space with a hint of vitality. That an instinctive feeling arose within Leo. It seemed this place had not been in use for quite some time. "Who goes there?" a voice suddenly barked, jolting Leo from his reverie. Leo instinctively turned his gaze in the direction from which the voice emanated, only to find a middle-aged man clad in a clerical robe glaring at him with evident hostility, clearly mistaking the two of them for uninvited intruders. At last, someone has appeared. Leo could not help but touch his nose, allowing a radiant smile to grace his face. "As for me, I am the newly appointed bishop here." "Oh!" The middle-aged man momentarily faltered at Leo's words, a look of skepticism crossing his features. The message from above indicated that the bishop would not arrive for at least 2 days. "How can you prove that you are indeed the new bishop?" Without further ado, Leo produced his letter of appointment and handed it over. Although it was merely a thin piece of paper, it bore the official seal from the Holy See, exuding an air of sanctity that could not be forged. Thus, it did not take long for the middle-aged man to confirm Leo's identity, bowing respectfully as he declared, "I am Lhasa, the priest of the Varna parish, at your service, my lord bishop." "Priest." Leo's gaze sharpened slightly as he scrutinized the man before him, subsequently breaking into a smile. "There is no need for such formalities, Priest Lhasa. Generally, priests within the parish are responsible for preaching and guiding the faithful, serving as mid-level leaders, and are vital assistants to the blue-robed bishops." Lhasa promptly rose and added, "Please, my lord, wait a moment. I shall summon the others to meet you." Without waiting for Leo's response, he briskly departed. "What a straightforward fellow," Leo mused, shaking his head as he watched Lhasa's rapidly vanishing figure. Lhasa's efficiency proved commendable, for it was not long before others began to trickle into the hall. The Varna Cathedral was not large, and thus the personnel were few, totaling no more than 20. In addition to 10 knights of the faith, the rest were mostly aides and servants. "Wait, where is the deacon?" Leo suddenly inquired of his subordinates once everyone had gathered and introductions were complete. The deacon held a similar mid-level position to that of the priest, primarily responsible for the daily affairs and operation of the parish, thus an equally significant role. Leo had merely asked out of casual curiosity. After all, his early arrival meant it was not unusual for the deacon to be out on business. However, upon his inquiry, the assembled members, including Priest Lhasa, exchanged glances, each expressing ignorance. Yet Leo was no fool. He could easily discern that they were not unaware, but rather unwilling to divulge the information. Watching the scene unfold, Leo could not help but smirk coldly, just as he was about to assert his authority, when suddenly he received a message. "Lord One has invited me for dinner at the manor," Leo mused. Furrowing his brow at the invitation in his hand, Diocese, the highest authority in the Varna Cathedral and the entire Varna parish, Leo naturally occupied the finest chamber. This room, once belonging to the former bishop, boasted a soft carpeted floor, a large and comfortable velvet bed, and a mahogany desk that rivaled the other furnishings in quality. From the window, one could gaze upon the panoramic view of Varna city. The lavish opulence of the room starkly contrasted with its modest exterior. Although the deception had achieved initial success, the straightforward priest Lhasa clearly did not recognize Anthony and had accepted Leo's claim of identity solely based on the letter of appointment. Nevertheless, rather than feeling joy, Leo was increasingly perturbed that if the mysterious deacon was not yet a significant concern, the urgency of the invitation from Lord One loomed heavily on his mind. The rapidity with which the invitation had arrived was alarming. Leo suspected that as soon as he entered the city, the guard stationed at the gates must have been alerted to send word to the manor, for it was improbable that this missive could have reached him so swiftly otherwise. This could only imply that Lord One had already informed the guards to keep watch for the newly arrived blue-robed bishop. While Leo was uncertain why this nobleman would take such an interest in him, he was aware that, despite the overlapping jurisdictions of bishops and lords, most maintained a cordial distance from one another. Given the recent estrangement of several imperial emperors from the church, lords steadfastly siding with the crown naturally mirrored this sentiment towards the bishops, resulting in many bishops never having met their regional lords from their appointment to departure. In this context, the immediate delivery of an invitation by Juan, the Lord of Varna, was highly significant. Leo speculated that there were two possible reasons for the Lord's actions. The first was that Lord One had an urgent matter to discuss with the new bishop, but Leo doubted anything could be pressing enough to warrant such haste. The second, which troubled Leo most, was the possibility that Lord One might know the real blue-robed bishop, Anthony. Given that they were both nobles and the swiftness of the invitation's arrival suggested a close relationship. This was a worrisome thought. The more Leo pondered, the heavier his heart grew. He knew he must attend the dinner. However, if the second scenario proved true, his identity would inevitably be exposed, thereby forcing an abrupt end to his masquerade. Although Leo longed to find a quiet place to delve into the divine arts documented in the Rainier book, rather than assume the burdensome role of a bishop, he realized that refusing to impersonate Anthony would not only provoke the enigmatic and lethal Ambrosius, but also incite the wrath of Darwin. The temple knight bound to him by a soul contract, his current level of power as a mere first-tier divine mage, Leo stood no chance against Darwin, a mid-tier knight. Thus, he was compelled to continue the pretense of being the deceased Anthony. However, if his identity was revealed, he was certain that the Holy See's ruthless inquisitors would pursue him relentlessly. In such a case, not only would Darwin be a threat, but the mysterious figure behind him. Raifong might not guarantee his safety either. In summary, both Raifong and the church represented formidable forces that Leo could not afford to offend. Yet he found himself precariously caught between the two, with any misstep likely resulting in dire consequences. Had I known, I would have preferred to perish in the Lido Mountains, Leo lamented, unable to suppress a sigh of frustration. You fool, Darwin, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Leo blinked in surprise, looking at the temple knight with confusion. I said, "You are an absolute fool," Darwin replied, regarding Leo with disdain. If Lord Juan truly discerned your identity, he could simply send a discreet letter to the Holy See and await the inquisitors to eliminate us both. Why bother with this invitation? Though Darwin's tone was sharp, his words struck true. Indeed, Leo exclaimed, slapping his thigh as his worries vanished in an instant, a broad smile breaking across his face. How did I not think of that? To borrow a saying from my homeland, you are lost in your own predicament. After delivering this remark, the temple knight reverted to his stoic demeanor, in high spirits. Leo paid no heed to Darwin, and instead called for a passing church servant, instructing him, "Please fetch Priest Lhasa for me." Before long, Priest Lhasa arrived at Leo's chamber, appearing somewhat flustered and drenched in sweat, as if he had been occupied with pressing matters. Upon entering, he bowed and inquired, "What is your command?" "My lord bishop." Though Lhasa's expression suggested some annoyance at being summoned so unexpectedly, Leo bore no ill will. Rather, he found himself appreciating the man's forthrightness. After all, a subordinate whose emotions are transparent is far preferable to one who feigns loyalty while secretly plotting betrayal. Thus, the bishop spoke in a notably gentle tone. "Priest Lhasa, I summoned you to inquire about our Lord Juan." "Lord Juan?" Lhasa appeared taken aback, clearly unprepared for this line of questioning. Yet he swiftly composed himself and replied, "What would you like to know about him?" "My lord bishop. However, I must confess that my understanding of him is somewhat limited due to my busy schedule." Busy schedule, Leo thought with a smirk, noting that a thin layer of dust had settled on the pulpit in the cathedral hall, an indication that the priest had not been particularly inundated with duties. Moreover, when questioned about the deacon, his evasive demeanor hints that this straightforward pastor is, in fact, concealing certain truths from himself. Nevertheless, Leo understands that this is not the moment for scrutiny. Thus he maintains a gentle tone. "Simply share everything you know with me." "Very well," Rosa nodded, pausing for a moment before continuing. "The Viscount was conferred his title 2 years ago upon his arrival here. During these 2 years, he has accomplished numerous commendable deeds for the city of Varna, dismantling criminal gangs and incarcerating many scoundrels, while also alleviating the oppressive taxes imposed by previous lords. Overall, the people here regard this young Viscount as an exceptionally benevolent ruler." "Is that all?" After a brief silence, Leo inquired further. "Indeed, that is all," Rosa affirmed with a nod. Leo pondered for a moment before saying, "Then you may return to your duties." Rosa acknowledged with a nod and withdrew. "Off you go, Darwin." Shortly after Rosa exited, Leo rose from his chair. "Where to?" Darwin asked. "To ascertain the veracity of our forthright pastor's claims," Leo replied with a smile. Chapter 23. The banquet. As the crimson hues of the west began to appear, Leo was already seated in the Viscount's residence, enjoying jovial company with Viscount Juan. Although Leo perceived the Viscount's abode to be rather inadequate, scarcely worthy of even a baron, even the most fastidious architect would concede that Viscount Juan had undoubtedly invested considerable effort into his estate. White walls enclose the Viscount's manor, and the gravel pathways produce a pleasant crunch underfoot, flanked by meticulously trimmed vibrant blooms, with the subtle fragrances of roses and peonies wafting through the air. Lush citrus trees sway gently in the flower beds, leading up to an elegantly designed white fountain, where crystalline droplets of water dance in the air, casting a radiant rainbow in the dusky light. Beside the fountain stands a charming pentagonal gazebo, where Leo and Viscount Juan sat at the table, relishing a sumptuous feast presented by attentive servants. The cheese was soft and delectable, the steak cooked to perfection, and the crispy roast suckling pig was so tempting that Leo felt he might swallow his own tongue, not to mention the exquisite 10-year-old wine that left a lingering taste on his palate. Good wine is best enjoyed in company, and Viscount Juan proved to be an exceptional companion. The Viscount's demeanor and speech bore no trace of the haughty airs typically associated with nobility. Coupled with his towering and robust physique, Leo, the young protagonist clad in blue, experienced the curious sensation that this man, rather than being a scion of a prestigious family, was more akin to a rare friend with whom one could drink and jest freely. It must be acknowledged that some individuals possess the remarkable ability to foster familiarity and warmth in mere moments, and without a doubt, Viscount Juan belonged to this category. Another glass of wine was consumed. Leo, who could hardly be termed a heavy drinker, began to feel the effects of the alcohol. The rising warmth of the wine caused him to squint slightly, as if his body were becoming weightless, poised to drift into the sky. This sensation startled our esteemed cleric, prompting him to instinctively grasp the armrests of his chair with his right hand. Observing this, Viscount Juan's lips curled into a subtle smile, and with a flick of his left hand, A nearby servant promptly approached to refill Leo's glass. With renewed enthusiasm, Viscount One raised his glass, his face aglow with warmth. "Come, my dear cleric, let us drink to another round." Leo inhaled deeply, summoning immense willpower to restrain his hand, which had instinctively reached for the wine. He exhaled, releasing a cloud of wine-scented breath into the air. "Your Excellency, this wine is indeed exquisite, but regrettably, I fear I must decline further libations. Otherwise, it seems your manor may soon host an unconscious drunkard." Upon hearing this, Viscount One erupted in hearty laughter, refraining from pressing Leo further, and instead began recounting his experiences in Varna over the past 2 years. The Viscount was undoubtedly a gifted storyteller, effortlessly narrating how he quelled the 4 major gangs in Varna, recounting perilous encounters where he narrowly escaped death, leaving Leo utterly captivated and unable to suppress his admiration. "Your Excellency, you are indeed a paragon of valor and wisdom. Such remarkable achievements truly render you Varna's savior. It is no wonder that upon my arrival in the city, I have already heard of your illustrious title, the dream lover of Varna's maidens." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud belch escaped him. This somewhat incongruous compliment left Viscount One both amused and bewildered, and just as he was about to respond, his gaze suddenly sharpened, focusing intently on Leo's hand at that moment. Leo was skillfully using a fork to convey a piece of steak to his mouth, his movements deft, yet to the Viscount's eye, they appeared somewhat peculiar, though he could not articulate precisely what seemed amiss. "Your Excellency," Leo, who had been seemingly indifferent, suddenly remarked after savoring the flavor of the steak, "I am deeply grateful for your generous hospitality, which has afforded me such a splendid dining experience. But alas, I must express my regret as I must take my leave. There are matters at the church that require my attention." Viscount One smiled slightly and promptly rose. "In that case, allow me to escort you." "Dear cleric." 10 minutes later, Leo bade farewell to the diligent and affable host at the gates of the Viscount's estate, that he then boarded a carriage that had long been awaiting him. This carriage was one of the perks bestowed upon him as a cleric, with the driver being none other than his loyal bodyguard, Darwin. Much like the lavish chambers within the church, this carriage, while appearing unremarkable on the outside, offered sumptuous comfort within, prompting Leo to admire the previous cleric's unwavering dedication to indulgence. The sun had already set, shrouding the world in darkness. Groups of pedestrians strolled beneath the street lamps, rendering the once narrow streets of Varna surprisingly spacious. Leo reclined comfortably on a divan draped in mink fur, his belly full from the sumptuous feast at the Viscount's residence, the aroma of fine wine lingering on his lips. This sense of contentment elicited a soft sigh from him, and Leo began to comprehend why those with power and influence often indulge in such luxurious pleasures. Viscount One stood before his mansion, watching the carriage carrying Leo recede into the distance. His steward, Farrinder, appeared like a specter beside the Viscount, bowing in readiness for his master's commands. Only after the carriage, once belonging to the former cleric, vanished from Juan's sight, did the Lord of Varna finally speak. "Send word to Uncle Ramos, who oversees family intelligence. I wish to acquire all detailed information regarding this blue-clad cleric." "Yes, my lord," Farrinder replied respectfully before turning to depart. "Wait," Viscount One suddenly called out to his steward, his brows furrowing as if he sensed he had overlooked something. That a fleeting image of Leo dining flashed through the Viscount's mind, solidifying his decision. Do remember to have them procure a portrait of his grace, Archbishop Antonidas Prole." Chapter 24. The cloaked figure, the dim glow of the streetlights illuminated the cobblestones of Varna. As a carriage glided beneath the lamplight, casting a long, slender shadow, the wheels produced a crisp sound as they rolled over a larger stone. The carriage's pace was leisurely, for the Viscount's estate lay but a few minutes' distance from the church. Leo reclined comfortably on the plush seat within the carriage, the events of the day flashing through his mind like a slideshow. It appears there are benefits to being a cleric in this remote little town, at least thus far. My identity remains secure. I am in a larger city. I might encounter someone familiar with Antonidas, and that would surely expose me, Leo mused, his thoughts invigorated by the effects of the wine. Fortunately, Darwin has been diligently instructing me in the manners of the nobility over the past few days. Otherwise, I might have been unmasked by that Viscount one today. Yet one must wonder, how does Darwin, as a temple knight, possess such familiarity with noble dining etiquette? What a curious fellow he is. Rio had no intention of delving into Darwin's secrets. After all, who among us is devoid of mysteries? Thus, his thoughts shifted in another direction. This noble Viscount must belong to the Blood Wolf clan, which is said to be headquartered in the southwest of the empire. What brings a Viscount from the Blood Wolf clan to this small town in the northeast to serve as a lord? It seems that this Viscount warrants careful scrutiny. And then there's that steward who has yet to make an appearance before me. Another noteworthy figure emerged in Rio's mind. This steward appears rather extraordinary, otherwise. Today, Priest Lhasa and the others would not have gone to such lengths to shield his whereabouts. Could it be that they are all in cahoots? If so, how can the affairs of this parish proceed smoothly? With such thoughts, Rio couldn't help but rub his temples in mild frustration. Yet he quickly devised a countermeasure. Wait, I still have Darwin. Moreover, I am the highest authority in this parish now. With rank comes power. What is there to fear? They can simply be dismissed. And for those who refuse to comply, let Darwin persuade them. Given Darwin's personality, he likely enjoys such playful confrontations. Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt. It seems your skills as a coachman are as remarkable as your prowess in killing, Rio jested at Darwin, preparing to exit the carriage when he abruptly heard Darwin's voice. Do not emerge. There is a situation. Rio's foot, which had already taken a step forward, hesitated in midair before retracting that Darwin's tone was notably serious and cautious. A rarity that piqued Rio's curiosity. However, rather than fully complying with Darwin's directive, he quietly lifted the carriage curtain to glimpse the unfolding situation. 3 figures clad in black stood scattered across the road, obstructing the carriage's path. It must be said that their choice of intercepting position was quite clever, as they had cornered the carriage in a secluded, dimly lit alley, making it difficult to maneuver. Surrounded by shadows, no matter how intently Rio peered, all he could discern were 3 indistinct silhouettes. This is the carriage of the new bishop. A raspy, unpleasant voice emerged from the midst of the black-clad figures, indicating that this individual was the leader of the group. His voice sounded quite distorted, as if half of his tongue had been severed. Who are you? Darwin, seated in the driver's position, responded, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, coldly scrutinizing the unexpected guest before him. Their decision to halt the carriage in such a desolate area could only signify ill intentions. Darwin was filled with vigilance, although he sensed that only the leader among the 3 black-clad figures was a mid-level practitioner comparable to himself. He was not to forget that he had 2 allies by his side. Facing 3 opponents was not promising for Darwin, especially considering that Rio, a liability, was seated behind him in the carriage. Let the bishop reveal himself to us. We have urgent matters to discuss. The leader of the black-clad figures directly disregarded Darwin's inquiry, his gaze fixated on the carriage behind the temple warrior. I am here. What do you seek? Rio lifted the carriage curtain, stepping into view beside Darwin. The situation was now abundantly clear, regardless of whether the visitor's intentions were benign or malevolent. They had already discerned his whereabouts. Hiding and evading were futile. Only confrontation and resolution lay on the path ahead. As these words left his lips, Rio immediately felt the chilling weight of 3 pairs of eyes fixated upon him, akin to being ensnared by 3 venomous serpents, causing him to involuntarily shudder. The leader of the black-clad figures let out a low, mocking laugh, inquiring, Bishop Antonidas Proel? Rio chuckled heartily, responding, Indeed, I suggest you, before he could finish. The leader's icy command interrupted him. Attack! No sooner had the words fallen than the figure to the right began chanting a spell, and within seconds, a fireball the size of a basketball hurtled toward the carriage. How uncouth of you! The abruptness with which these black-clad figures resorted to violence took Rio by surprise. However, he had long been mentally prepared. It was unlikely they had chosen this secluded alley for a friendly chat. Confrontation was inevitable. Taking a deep breath, he bellowed, Adar! Darwin snorted coldly, his long sword trembling as it became perfectly straight. White holy light enveloping the blade like flames, meeting the fireball that had approached. Boom! The fireball was shattered by the white sword light, creating the spectacle of a grand firework display erupting before the carriage, frightening the horses into a panicked neigh, which propelled the carriage directly towards the three black-clad figures. Sparks rained down upon Rio, scorching several conspicuous holes into the new robe he had donned before leaving. Yet at that moment, he was too focused on the advancing black figures to care. Standing atop the carriage, he fixed his gaze firmly upon them, his mind echoing a single thought: "You will not find it so easy to slay me." Chapter 25. Alley Combat in the Narrow Alley. The thunderous sound of hooves echoed swiftly. Though the alley was short, spanning merely a few dozen paces, it would require a human to run for a brief moment. Yet for the spirited steed, it was merely a blink of an eye. The black-clad mage hastily chanted incantations, conjuring two more fireballs, both of which were deftly shattered in midair by a prepared Darwin, aside from adding a few more holes to their garments. No substantial harm was inflicted, as the carriage barreled towards the three black-clad figures. The mage suddenly brandished a staff embedded with yellow magical gems, his lips moving as he completed a spell, pointing it towards the oncoming carriage. Quagmire! At that moment, a yellowish light shot forth from the staff, striking the ground directly in front of the carriage. The earth there melted away as if thawing snow, revealing a deep pit several meters in depth. Not good, flashed through Rio's mind, just as the pulling steed's hooves found nothing to grip, sending the carriage hurtling into the pit. Before Rio could react, a powerful hand grasped his shoulder firmly. "Up!" Darwin commanded, emitting a burst of white light, his feet driving down hard, using the recoil to leap, carrying Rio as if they were a soaring bird, vaulting over the 4 or 5 meter wide pit and landing steadily before the three black-clad figures. As they landed, a thunderous crash reverberated from the pit behind them, mingled with the anguished whinnies of the horses, and a cloud of dust enveloped the surroundings. Rio found himself momentarily blinded by the dust, struggling to rub his eyes to restore his vision as quickly as possible. However, the black-clad figures showed no mercy. Seizing the opportunity point, one of the taller figures among them drew a double-bladed greatsword, a surge of black energy radiating from him as he charged at the two. Just as Rio regained his sight, the gleaming black energy of the greatsword was upon him. Clang! A flash of white sword light met the dark-infused longsword. As Darwin intervened just in time, that moment, the temple warrior's eyes gleamed with icy fury, his expression akin to eternal frost, clearly filled with rage. A mere pinnacle of the initial stage dares to flaunt their might before me? The white radiance on Darwin's sword surged forth, swiftly suppressing the black energy emanating from the black-clad warrior's sword. Utilizing his mid-level strength, Darwin easily forced this opponent into a defensive stance within a few exchanges, leaving him disoriented and beleaguered. Yet, one must not forget that the black-clad figures were not limited to this single initial stage warrior. Observing his subordinates' impending defeat, the leader, who had been silently watching, finally chose to intervene. After a surge of magical energy, the leader pointed at Darwin. Dark curse, corruption. A faint black mist instantly clung to Darwin, who grunted as the white holy light radiating from him diminished significantly. But that was not the end. The leader immediately cast his second spell, Dark Curse, Obscuring Mist. Rio felt a tumult within his own holy energy, as a multitude of black mist swirled around him and Darwin. The exposed skin on Rio's body seared painfully upon contact with the mist, rapidly withering away. Dark magic, Rio exclaimed in shock and anger, glaring at the black-clad leader. "You are heretics of the dark cult. You are a sorcerer." Sorcerer, a profession that sent shivers down the spine, in stark contrast to the divine practitioners. Sorcerers delved into the dark arts, often becoming cruel and cunning under its influence. Many became adept in necromancy, and were thus reviled and shunned by the nations across the continent. It is noteworthy that the Dark Cult and the Church of Light are relentless adversaries. The cloaked figure let out a hoarse chuckle, unleashing an array of malevolent dark spells from his hands, which struck Darwin. With each incantation, Darwin's combat prowess diminished slightly, affording the cloaked warrior a moment's respite to grasp his double-edged sword and re-engage in battle with Darwin. "This won't do. I must take action," Leo exclaimed anxiously. observing Darwin ensnared by the cloaked warrior. For a moment, he felt flustered. "What are you waiting for?" Darwin thundered suddenly. "Where is your divine magic?" "Right." Leo smacked his thigh, as if awakening from a dream. "How could I forget? I am indeed a bona fide divine spellcaster now." With fervor, Leo pointed toward Darwin, and a golden light enveloped him, alleviating some of the dark aura that clung to the temple warrior. Although the cloaked figure was a mid-level dark sorcerer, the efficacy of divine magic against dark spells was strikingly evident. "It's working!" Witnessing the impact of his divine spell, Leo felt elated and rapidly cast successive healing spells. Healing spell. Healing spell. Healing spell. Healing spell. This was not due to any laziness on Leo's part, but rather because among the 3 divine spells he had learned, only this healing incantation was applicable in the current circumstance that in truth, it proved effective, as each healing spell fell upon Darwin. His negative status gradually lightened. Although Leo's magical prowess was insufficient to completely dispel the dark incantations, it was enough to allow Darwin to regain the upper hand in his confrontation with the cloaked warrior. While Leo reveled in his success, a fireball suddenly hurtled toward him. "Not good!" Leo gasped, hastily rolling to evade the attack. When he regained his footing, he was hit by an unpleasant, burnt odor. Whose meal is burning? A whimsical thought flitted through his mind before he realized it was his own head that had been singed by the earlier fireball. "You scoundrel!" The searing sensation on his scalp ignited Leo's fury. As he saw the dark sorcerer preparing to cast another spell, a surge of holy power erupted from within him, and he pointed fiercely at the dark sorcerer, shouting, "Taste my divine technique, Great Light's lethal strike." A dazzling orb of white light descended from above, akin to a meteor, hurtling towards the dark sorcerer. Startled, the dark sorcerer halted his spellcasting and darted aside. The radiant orb crashed into the ground where he had stood, shattering into countless fragments and erupting into a brilliant display of white flames. "Fool!" Leo laughed heartily, seizing the opportunity to cast several more healing spells upon Darwin. This so-called Great Light's lethal strike was merely a fabrication of his imagination. In reality, he had only cast a simple illumination spell typically employed by bishops to impress their followers. This spell, devoid of any offensive capability, was merely a display of light that in other words, he had frightened the opposing sorcerer merely through bravado, which brought Leo immense satisfaction. "Oh dear, our esteemed bishop is quite imposing." A sultry yet chilling voice suddenly echoed from behind Leo, accompanied by the glint of a sharp dagger aimed at his back. Chapter 26. Intrigue as fate would have it, just as the dagger was poised to pierce our esteemed bishop's back, a surge of holy power struck the female assassin's hand, sending her careening away. The ensuing shockwave also impacted Leo, who felt as though a tempest had swept through him, causing him to stumble and fall. Thud! His head collided forcefully with the alley's wall, leaving him momentarily dazed. Yet, fully aware that his life was at stake, he could not afford to be complacent. With a sudden burst of energy, he sprang up, turning to Darwin, who was entangled with the cloaked warrior, and shouted, "You're being too reckless. Stop your incessant chatter." Darwin retorted, having gained the upper hand once more, only to find himself faltering as the dark sorcerer's negative spells began to rain down upon him once again, tipping the scales unfavorably. Boom! Another fireball narrowly whizzed past Leo, exploding against the wall behind him, sending debris flying. However, Leo wore a triumphant grin, pointing at the dark sorcerer. "Hey, little sorcerer, do you dare to embarrass yourself before this bishop? Go on, show me some more fireworks. You dare to provoke me," the dark sorcerer seethed, unleashing a torrent of fireballs toward Leo. Yet, Leo had discerned the weakness of the fireball spell. Once cast, it was no longer under the sorcerer's control, allowing him to evade the attack by swiftly altering his trajectory. Could Leo accomplish this? The answer was yes. Ha ha ha! As successive fireballs missed their mark, Leo's laughter grew even more boisterous. "My friend, I suggest you spend a few years at the Varna City Football Academy to refine your throwing skills before attempting to be a sorcerer. Your aim is more absurd than my grandmother's failing eyesight." Ha ha! The alley resonated with the laughter of the divine spellcaster. "You insolent wretch!" The dark sorcerer nearly exploded with rage, his body trembling with fury. And he felt a surge of bitterness rising in his throat, almost causing him to spit blood, that in a fit of rage, the sorcerer gestured wildly. Flame's essence. Fireball barrage. 4 or 5 fireballs surged toward Leo in an instant, each strategically positioned to block any escape route he might consider, clearly intent on delivering a lethal blow. "Oh, how terrifying!" Leo exclaimed dramatically, yet his gaze remained composed as he calculated his possible escape routes. No, that won't work. What to do? Just as the fireballs were about to explode in front of him, Leo's peripheral vision caught sight of something, and an idea sparked in his mind. "This will do." With a grin, Leo took several rapid steps back, then gracefully spread his arms wide and fell backward in a dramatic fashion, narrowly dodging the fireballs above. However, upon witnessing Leo's maneuver, the dark sorcerer did not express surprise. Instead, a cruel smile crept across his lips that he had already anticipated Leo's evasive tactic. And even if Leo managed to evade the fireballs from above, those below would still strike him down, as the fireballs approached Leo. The sorcerer's smile widened with excitement, ready to savor his victory. Suddenly, Leo vanished. Boom, 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 boom. The fireball barrage slammed into the far end of the alley, shattering the wall and sending debris flying, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust. However, the dark sorcerer felt no joy from the display of his formidable magic, for he had failed to hit his target. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he let out a shrill cry. "This is impossible. Where had Leo gone?" Cough, cough, cough. A violent fit of coughing echoed in the dark sorcerer's ears, followed by Leo's head popping up in front of him, as if emerging from the earth like a watermelon, his face smeared with mud and dust. Wearing a mischievous grin, "Let me tell you what is most important in battle," he said, as a hand appeared and lightly tapped Leo's temple. "Intelligence." The dark sorcerer could no longer contain himself, spewing blood as he collapsed to the ground. "Must you be so fragile?" Leo's reaction startled him as well. He hadn't anticipated that mere mockery would provoke such a dramatic response. Leo shrugged, glancing nervously at the lifeless horse behind him, its reins still tethered to the luxurious carriage that had been ruined less than a day after its acquisition. "Who told you to damage my opulent carriage? You deserve this fate." It turned out that in his moment of peril, Leo had spotted the large pit created by the ensnaring spell behind him. In a flash of inspiration, he had fallen backward into the pit, perfectly evading the fireball barrage above. One could not deny his fortuitous luck. He landed atop the horse's corpse, emerging relatively unscathed apart from a bit of disarray. Had his luck been poor, and he landed squarely on a sharp shard of the carriage, well, that would have been a different tale altogether. Forget it. It's more important to climb up first. Leo firmly grasped the edge of the ground with both hands, using hands and feet to ascend. After an arduous struggle, he finally managed to pull himself up, panting heavily, his chest rising and falling like a bellows, clearly exhausted. It seems that doing 50 pull-ups every day is absolutely necessary. "Hey Darwin, are you dead?" "Dead my foot." "Healing spell?" It was evident that Darwin had no intention of joking at that moment. "Patience is a virtue, my friend," Leo chuckled, raising a hand to cast a healing spell upon Darwin that moment. The Temple Knight was enveloped in a swirling black mist, his body riddled with countless negative spells cast by that dark-clad sorcerer, and he swung his sword with all the agility of a 3-year-old child, clearly struggling to fend off the dark warrior's attacks. Healing spell, healing spell, healing spell. Leo frantically unleashed his divine spells as if they were mere beans being tossed, yet just after casting 2 healing spells, a sudden wave of dizziness washed over him, and he couldn't help but emit a pained groan that a strong sense of weakness surged through him, causing him to stagger and fall to the ground. Humph, humph, humph. The sinister laughter of the dark-clad sorcerer echoed once more in the alley. "Foolish mortal, do you really believe that the holy power within you is limitless? Leia, kill him." "Leia?" Leo's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that female assassin from earlier? Sure enough, a figure clad in a tight black outfit, voluptuous and striking, appeared before Leo. Blood was oozing from her right shoulder, evidently a result of Darwin's earlier attack. The lower half of her face was obscured by a black mask. But even so, Leo could discern that it was a remarkably distinctive visage. The only troubling aspect was that from her enchanting gaze emerged a glimmer of lethal intent. Further unsettling Leo was the dagger in her small hand, its blade as dark as ink. Damn, that dagger is poisoned. A thought flashed through Leo's mind. Help, someone! Exhausted and unable to move from the ground, Leo suddenly raised his voice in desperation. Chapter 27. The old woman, ha ha. The female assassin laughed breathlessly. Yet her eyes betrayed no mirth as she advanced towards Leo, mocking him. Who would have thought that the once lauded prodigy of the Golden Lion family, the esteemed bishop, would be so cowardly, desperately clinging to life? I suppose your decline to this state is simply a result of your own moral decay. No wonder your family disowned you. Leo couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking to himself that if he possessed Anthony's strength, a combination of a mid-tier divine spellcaster and a mid-tier temple knight would have long since dispatched her and her ilk. Yet reality was cruel, and he had lost all combat capability, rendering him merely a fish on the chopping block, vulnerable and helpless to AS for Darwin. Leo instinctively glanced towards him, only to find that the temple knight, entangled in numerous negative states and facing two opponents, was struggling to defend himself, let alone come to Leo's aid. Damn it. Must I die here today? Absolutely not. I must devise some plan. Feeling a flicker of strength returning to his body, Leo forced himself to rise. But even standing was a slow endeavor, especially compared to the agile female assassin that as he stood. He realized the assassin had already reached him, her dagger aimed directly at his chest. Die, Bishop! Swoosh! A sharp sound sliced through the air from behind Leo, as a streak of red sword light descended, targeting the female assassin with deadly precision. The speed of the sword light surpassed that of the assassin's dagger, and had she insisted on plunging the dagger into Leo's chest, her head would undoubtedly have met the same fate as Leo's. The assassin, not wishing to exchange blows with Leo, decisively altered her attack, retracting the dagger while delivering a powerful palm strike to Leo's chest, sending him flying like a volleyball at the same time. She gracefully retreated 2 meters, evading the sword light's path. Boom! A figure followed closely behind the sword light, crashing to the ground like a meteor, causing the alley's surface to tremble slightly. Dust rose from the impact, obscuring vision. The female assassin cautiously retreated a few steps, finding herself at the edge of a round pit created by a fallen carriage, her weapon poised in a defensive stance, her alluring eyes fixated on the indistinct cloud of dust. Thud! The sound of impact rivaled that of the sword light as Leo's body slammed against the wall, leaving a dent shaped like in the structure. The young bishop had completely lost count of how many times he had intimately contacted the alley's walls today, although the assassin's palm strike was not as lethal as her poisoned dagger. It had harnessed all the force she could muster, making Leo feel as if a full-grown mammoth had trampled him. He could scarcely tell how many ribs had fractured. Pain radiated through his lungs, and blood gushed from his mouth like a fountain from the mansion of Viscount Juan. Even worse, Leo found himself still conscious. Typically, unconsciousness serves as a protective mechanism for the body, a passive defense against overwhelming pain. The purpose is to prevent the brain from receiving excessive pain signals in a short time, thus avoiding adverse reactions. In simpler terms, passing out means one no longer feels pain. But Leo remained awake, and thus he was acutely aware of the agony, suffering as if thousands of knives were incessantly slicing through his nerves and flesh, longing for an end to his torment. The severity of his injuries left him unable to scream in pain, reduced to low groans akin to a mortally wounded beast, his limbs thrashing uncontrollably in spasms, his mind a chaotic storm devoid of clarity. Damn heretics! Drop your weapon and surrender to my righteous blade. As the dust began to settle, a figure emerged before the female assassin. It was a young, handsome black man, clad in a stylish fitted black robe, wielding a finely crafted Castleman sword, his face set in a stern expression of righteous fury directed at the assassin. Oh, so it's a pretty boy. The assassin was momentarily taken aback, then burst into a fit of laughter, her voice sultry and suggestive, igniting a primal urge within. With eyes sparkling, she purred at the young man. Little brother, it's not good to play rough with your older sister. Why don't you step aside while I take care of that pesky new bishop, and then we can find a cozy spot to have some fun. Shall we? She deliberately cast a flirtatious glance, her final words dripping with sweetness that rivaled even the most decadent of desserts. Don't try to seduce me with your faded beauty. The young man remained unfazed, flicking his sword to create 3 dazzling arcs in the air, a sight both exquisite and impressive. I would never be interested in an old woman like you. You might as well give up. What? The assassin's heart sank, fury igniting within her eyes as if she had transformed from a flower into a venomous serpent. You dare call me old? You shall pay for this. With that, she lunged forward, engaging the young man in fierce combat. Leo's body gradually slid down to the ground, blood seeping from his orifices, creating a horrifying scene akin to a specter seeking vengeance. His chest heaved, but the rhythm slowed, the beat of his heart weakening. A chilling sensation creeping up from his feet as life slipped away from his grasp. Am I really going to die? A thought suddenly pierced through Leo's muddled mind. No, I cannot die. It was as if a slumbering soul had been abruptly awakened. All distractions vanished from his mind, leaving his consciousness clear. I must survive. Chapter 28. A glimmer of life. The clashing of metal resonated sharply as Darwin finally seized an opportunity, delivering a powerful kick to the midsection of the opposing dark-clad knight, sending him sprawling several meters away. "Pah!" Darwin spat disdainfully, casting a disgruntled glance at the black-clad warrior who stood up as if nothing had happened. What on earth is this guy? Is he even human? How can his recovery ability be so astonishing? Darwin's words were no exaggeration. Even with an annoying mid-level wizard incessantly casting various negative effects on him, the disparity in rank and combat experience meant that this peak novice warrior should not have been able to withstand even 50 strikes from his sword. The use of the word should was warranted because this fellow's recuperative powers were extraordinarily potent, almost monstrous in nature. Indeed, his recovery abilities were akin to those of a beast. For someone like Darwin, who had not pursued extensive education, monstrous was the most fitting adjective he could conjure. Have you ever seen someone who, after having a sword plunged 10 centimeters into their shoulder, did not even flinch? Have you witnessed a person with a nearly meter-long gash from their left chest to their right thigh, almost eviscerated, yet still nonchalantly seeking to trade blows with their opponent? More importantly, these grievous wounds, which should have severely compromised the black-clad warrior's combat effectiveness, were healing right before their eyes. This is utterly absurd. Darwin muttered another curse, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Before confronting this tenacious adversary with his sword, he was not oblivious to Leo's predicament. He wished to assist him, but at that moment, the Temple Knight felt utterly powerless. Leo was valiantly battling against the Grim Reaper's grip, his mind racing as commands surged down his nerves that he desperately summoned the scant divine energy within him, hoping to salvage his body from the brink of death. Yet, the assassin's strike was devastatingly powerful, capable of slaying even an adult lion or tiger, let alone Leo, who had only just begun his journey as a divine sorcerer and possessed no extraordinary physical prowess. In truth, the vocation of a divine sorcerer, much like that of a magician, did not rely on physical attributes. Although Leo had exerted his utmost effort, there were no signs that his internal injuries were abating. The brief resurgence of divine energy had indeed made some impact, but it was merely a drop in the bucket. His body resembled a drought-stricken rice field where, despite a trickle of water being introduced, it was of no consequence, helplessly watching as the once fertile crops succumbed to desiccation. Buzz! At that moment, an unusual sound resonated from within Leo's body as a golden light erupted from his heart, swiftly radiating throughout every corner of his being. Indeed, at this critical juncture, the sacred pill he had consumed, initially transforming his meridians to make him a divine sorcerer, and later saving him during the fierce battle with Anthony by absorbing a significant amount of divine energy, was finally making its presence felt once more. Several days had passed since it last absorbed Anthony's divine energy, and it seemed that after digesting that power, the sacred pill had grown slightly larger, from the size of a pigeon's egg to that of a hen's, its exterior also becoming more vivid in hue. The sacred pill spun within Leo's heart, akin to the sun emerging from behind clouds, as countless beams of white light, imbued with formidable divine energy, surged from his heart, permeating his limbs and bones, like precious spring rain nourishing the parched earth. Warmth, immense warmth. Leo's consciousness was suddenly engulfed by the endless white light, and he felt as if he were a carefree bird, soaring freely in the clear sky, singing joyfully about the splendor of life and the marvels of fate. The white light surged through the channels of his body, branching into countless streams, invigorating and cleansing every inch of him. Leo could distinctly sense that each of his cells was rejoicing, as if parched land was frantically absorbing the life-giving essence brought by the waves of vitality. The earth gradually became moist, the air less arid. Resilient blades of grass pierced through the surface, and patches of green began to burgeon. Time seemed to stretch, and soon a dense forest erupted from the ground, transforming the area into a verdant ocean of life. Leo opened his eyes. The power of the sacred pill began to wane, and the white light dissipated like receding tidewater, leaving only a lingering thought in Leo's mind. More power is needed. Whoa! Leo sprang up from the ground, glancing around in bewilderment. Who just spoke to me? The young bishop suddenly placed his hands before him, inspecting them fervently, then touched the area on his chest where the assassin had struck. I'm still alive and seem to be all right. This cannot be allowed to drag on any longer. The black-clad leader, who had previously appeared self-assured, now furrowed his brow. The meticulously planned operation had encountered unforeseen complications time and again this evening, inducing a sense of frustration even in one so self-assured as he. While it seemed that he had achieved his intended goal of eliminating the newly appointed young bishop, lingering in this alley for even a moment longer could invite reinforcements from the church or the Lord's estate, making escape a daunting task. With that thought, the black-clad wizard steeled his resolve that he abandoned the previous strategy of employing numerous low-level negative spells to weaken Anthony, opting instead to recite a lengthy incantation. In the name of the omnipresent Lord of Darkness, the great demon king Satan, I, a humble servant of the shadows, earnestly beseech you to bestow upon me the deepest powers of darkness to obliterate these foolish ants who dare to defy the dark realm before me. Blood curse, death's decay. As his voice fell, a crimson light shield erupted from the black-clad wizard, enveloping all humans within the alley. Having successfully cast the spell, the wizard's body shuddered violently, a trickle of black blood escaping his lips, indicating the strain this incantation had inflicted upon him. Yet he paid no heed to his injuries, immediately issuing commands to his subordinates. The bishop is dead. Our objective has been achieved. Defeat your enemies before you, and retreat with me. Excuse me, but a voice suddenly pierced the black-clad wizard's ears. Instinctively following the sound, he beheld an utterly unexpected sight. Leo, who should have been lifeless on the ground, stood before him, alive and brimming with audacity, pointing an accusatory finger at his nose. Foolish heretic! Do you think you can kill this bishop? Chapter 29. The blood filled the black-clad wizard's eyes widened in shock, fixated on Leo, who appeared utterly unfazed that you're still alive. Alive? Pah! Leo spat on the ground with vigor. You wretched heretic, you cursed wizard. Aside from hiding behind others and engaging in unspeakable dark deeds, casting a few inconsequential spells, what else can you do? Whatever tricks you have, bring them on. This bishop will take them all. The experience of narrowly escaping death seemed to have overly excited Leo as he pounded his chest with fervor. Such arrogance, the black-clad wizard sneered, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. Foolish church lapdog, do you not realize you have already fallen under my control? Go to hell. Leo was about to deliver another tirade when he suddenly halted, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. What is this? Ha 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 ha. The black-clad wizard erupted into maniacal laughter, his magical energy surging forth to maintain the dark spell he had cast. Since the spell was already successfully in effect, only a fraction of his power was required to sustain it. The eyes of the black-clad warrior gleamed with a bloodthirsty excitement, his voice sharp and grating like metal scraping against metal, sending chills down one's spine. Savor the exquisite agony that this dark magic from the depths of hell brings you, mortal from above. One could see a colossal, hemispherical crimson light shield enveloping all combatants within the alley. The formidable strength of the mid-level wizard was laid bare through this dark spell. Its ominous aura surged through the air, akin to a sudden tiger-esque roar in the forest, and whether cultivators or common folk, the elderly or infants, nearly half of Valna City's populace instinctively felt the terrifying power of darkness. In that instant, the panic-stricken figures began to flee from the nearby streets, screams echoing in every corner as everyone instinctively sought to distance themselves from this place. The tip of Leo's nose was permeated with an overwhelmingly pungent scent of blood, and a frenzied impulse surged violently within his heart. It felt as though a voice incessantly whispered to him in his mind, urging him to bite, to fight, to kill. That Leo's breathing grew increasingly labored. He stood there dazed, his hands trembling ever so slightly, as the crimson hue slowly spread within his pupils. The influence extended beyond Leo alone. The entire battlefield underwent a peculiar transformation after the dark sorcerer cast this strange dark spell. The force of darkness suddenly intensified exponentially under the spell's influence, significantly augmenting the power of the dark warriors and female assassins, who were already practitioners of the shadow arts. Furthermore, the enhancement of dark power drastically diminished the strength of other elemental forces on the battlefield, with the holy power of the light element being suppressed most severely. Notably, the Temple Knight Darwin felt the impact most acutely. The most direct manifestation was a pained grunt as he staggered back 2 steps. Casting a glance at his right arm, where a wound had just appeared, inflicted by the broadsword wielded by the dark warrior. Injuries during battle were commonplace, yet Darwin, in terms of rank, strength, and experience, held a complete advantage. Thus, even though he was entangled with this frenzied dark warrior, he had never sustained so much as a scratch in previous encounters. But now, he was indeed wounded. Once an injury occurred, more were sure to follow. The dark warrior had also taken notice of Darwin's condition. After a low, ominous chuckle, the dark warrior gripped his broadsword tightly and charged forward once more. After a few more exchanges, a new wound appeared on Darwin's left leg, his expression solemn as he wielded his long sword, struggling to hold his ground. But he understood that the blood-red domain could not persist indefinitely. He only needed to endure until the spell's duration expired. And then it would be time for his true counterattack. Yet, would he be able to wait? "You little brat, weren't you quite the blabbermouth? Go on, speak up, I dare you." The female assassin's figure flickered amidst the crimson veil, her movements as swift as lightning. Each shift left behind a flurry of afterimages, and her dagger relentlessly targeted the dark warrior's vital points. At this point, the dark warrior had shifted from an equal footing to being at a disadvantage. Yet his agility was not inferior to that of the female assassin. He kept his slender sword defensively positioned before him, deftly evading the poison dagger, all the while retorting, "You want me to talk? Then I'd lose face." Even as the dark warrior provoked the female assassin into a furious rage, it was evident to any discerning eye that his defeat was merely a matter of time. On another front, the dark sorcerer's smile grew increasingly sinister, his gaze cold and predatory, akin to a venomous serpent that had just emerged from the damp earth, fixed on Leo. "What is the matter? Why has our esteemed bishop fallen silent? Come now, yield to your inner self, fight, kill, seek peace and immortality from the darkness." Leo's body trembled more violently now. Even his teeth began to chatter, the breath escaping his nostrils laden with a sanguine essence. His cheeks flushed as if engorged with blood. The crimson hue continued to spread within him, occupying the vast majority of his pupils. At this moment, Leo clung to the last remnants of his consciousness, desperately resisting the dark spell's invasion of his mind. But if one were to consider the sorcerer's notoriously cruel disposition, he would relish witnessing the newly arrived blue-clad bishop futilely struggling against his own inner demons, succumbing to madness like a bloodthirsty beast, draining every last drop of life before plummeting into the deepest abyss of darkness. Yet, the dark sorcerer was acutely aware that time was no longer on his side. The oppressive aura of the blood-red domain was too intense, and he could not conceal it any longer. Prolonging the encounter might attract unknown adversaries. That as a dark cultist, the greatest drawback was that nearly all practitioners stood opposed to him. Thus, despite his nearly depleted magical energy, the dark sorcerer resolved to tip the scales of this already leaning battle a little further in his favor, hastening its conclusion with a darkly triumphant smile. The sorcerer slowly extended his right hand, revealing a diminutive black skull in his palm. This skull was no larger than a fingertip, its surface smooth and exquisitely crafted, with hollow eye sockets that glimmered with two orbs of black light, emitting sharp, maniacal laughter, as if it possessed a life of its own. "Go, bring me his soul essence," the dark sorcerer commanded, pointing at Leo. The skull seemed to comprehend the sorcerer's words, after emitting a series of piercing laughs. It took flight, circling the motionless Leo several times before suddenly shrinking to the size of a mosquito and darting into Leo's chest, that moment, as the white skull entered Leo's body. He jolted violently, an unparalleled sense of fear erupting from the depths of his soul. The skull advanced within Leo, as if guided by some unseen force, swiftly arriving at the recesses of his mind. Another fit of piercing laughter erupted as the skull's eyes flared with a brilliant black light, lunging toward Leo's soul. It felt as if the skull had crashed into an impenetrable barrier, rebounding with greater speed to its former position. Standing in its way was a dazzling orb of white light, roughly the size of a pigeon's egg, which was none other than the holy gem within Leo. Power shall nourish the soul. A faint consciousness emanated from the holy gem. Although the message was unclear, both Leo and the skull received the information simultaneously, differing only in their reactions. "Who is speaking to me?" Leo pondered, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his mind, but he quickly cast that thought aside, continuing to suppress the frenzied bloodlust within. The black light in the skull's eyes flickered back and forth, as though engaged in a mental struggle. In the next instant, the once aggressive skull began to retreat along its original path, seemingly attempting to escape Leo's mind. However, the holy gem would not allow the skull to flee so easily. With a swift motion, it traced a long white light through Leo's mind in pursuit. The skull clearly sensed the gem's response and hastened its retreat, that if it could just escape the realm of Leo's consciousness, it would be free from him. Just as the skull was on the verge of escaping, the holy gem emitted a brilliant beam of light, striking the skull with unerring accuracy. The skull was instantly immobilized, thrashing violently, its black light pulsating wildly, yet it could not budge an inch. The holy gem gracefully approached the skull and swallowed it whole, subsequently vanishing from Leo's mind. The dark sorcerer suddenly turned pale, letting out a painful cry as he spewed forth a mouthful of bright red blood, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Leo, as if he were a demon. "This is impossible." Leo felt the pressure on his chest lighten, the myriad of wicked thoughts that had filled his heart dissipating significantly. With a low growl, Leo unleashed the holy power within him, instantly expelling all darkness from his mind, restoring his consciousness to normalcy. The power of the blood-red domain, which had stemmed from the dark sorcerer, weakened in tandem with his sudden injury, significantly alleviating the pressure on both Darwin and the dark warrior. It seems your so-called blood-red domain is nothing but a fade. I could easily find a child to relieve themselves on the ground, and that would last longer than your ridiculous blood-red domain." Though Leo was oblivious to the events that had transpired, from his observations and sensations, he realized that mocking the dark sorcerer was all that was needed now. It would be most satisfying to infuriate him to the point of rage. Wait, Leo suddenly awoke to a realization. I am now brimming with holy power. How can I let it go to waste? Healing spell? Healing spell. Growing rapidly in combat was the fastest way to improve. Leo was pleasantly surprised to discover that the time it took him to cast healing spells had significantly decreased. 2 healing spells were nearly simultaneous as they emanated from his hands, landing upon Darwin and the Dark Warrior. The Dark Warrior let out a chilling scream, retreating several steps before barely stabilizing himself. His hand tightly gripping the broadsword falling to the cold ground, the sound of metal clattering drowned out by his cries. Leo focused intently, realizing that a gaping wound now marred the Dark Warrior's right shoulder, blood gushing forth like a fountain from the injury, the result of Darwin seizing the opportunity to sever the entire arm. "Well done, Darwin," Leo exclaimed, his spirits lifted, clapping his hands and laughing heartily. However, Darwin's visage remained utterly inscrutable as he took several deliberate steps forward. In an instant, the glimmering white blade flashed through the air, severing the head of the dark-clad warrior with a swift precision. The headless corpse of the warrior swayed momentarily before crashing heavily to the ground. Though this dark-clad warrior possessed formidable regenerative abilities, he was nevertheless overshadowed by the sheer disparity of power and realm that lay between him and Darwin. Deprived of the assistance from the Dark Sorcerer and the Crimson Domain, the warrior, with his peak entry-level prowess, stood no chance against an intermediate Temple Knight, and no matter how robust his recovery might be, once his head was severed, he was irrevocably consigned to death. Yet, Darwin was not inclined to relent. His elongated arm slowly redirected his sword to point directly at the Dark Sorcerer, who had yet to recover from the recent onslaught. "It is your turn now, heretic." The Dark Sorcerer's complexion paled in an instant, and he called out urgently, "Leia, retreat." No sooner had he uttered the words than he withdrew all his magical energy, sustaining the Crimson Domain. Abandoning his fallen comrades without a second thought, fleeing headlong from the alley that in a heartbeat, a lithe black figure appeared beside the Dark Sorcerer, revealing herself to be the female assassin, Leia. The two seemed to employ some arcane means of escape, their forms shimmering with a faint black luminescence, their pace akin to that of galloping steeds, swiftly disappearing beyond the mouth of the alley. "Ah!" Leo, finally snapping back to reality, gaped in astonishment at the retreating figures of the Dark Sorcerer and the assassin. Turning to find Darwin still motionless, striking a pose, he could not suppress a flicker of irritation. "Are you just going to stand there and let them get away?" Darwin shot Leo a glare, but offered no response. With a clatter, a sword gleaming with a cold white light clattered to the ground. Leo glanced at the fallen sword and, in exasperation, gestured at Darwin, who remained in his sword-holding stance. "Hey, your sword has fallen." Darwin, disinterested, did not even spare Leo a glance, instead plopping down onto the ground and closing his eyes to meditate. "Come on." Leo rolled his eyes, unable to contain his frustration. "What's the point of acting cool when you're out of energy? There is no need for you to blame your Temple Knights." "My Lord Bishop," a young black man approached Leo, smiling as he spoke. "You must understand, those two heretics utilized their life force to power their escape. It is only natural that we cannot pursue them." "Very well," Leo shrugged, suddenly recalling a pressing concern. "This, friend of mine, I am genuinely grateful for your assistance earlier. Might I inquire about your esteemed name?" The young black man beamed brightly, bowing respectfully as one would to a superior in the church. "I am Moradicina, the deacon of the Valna district. At your service, my Lord Bishop." Chapter 31. Magical equipment. Thus concluded the sudden clash. The Dark Sorcerer's quick decision to flee and the astonishing speed with which he executed it left Leo in awe. That duck-voiced sorcerer must be a hare, bolting at the slightest hint of danger. Standing in the alley, Leo could still detect the acrid scent of lingering smoke. Instinctively, he glanced toward the other end of the alley, realizing that the streetlights had been mostly damaged during the earlier skirmish. The walls bore gaping holes and jagged cracks, painting a dismal picture, while debris littered the ground, including a large pit, deep enough for a person to stand in, created by the earlier earth-binding spell. The residents of the alley had long since fled at the onset of battle, rendering the place dark and eerily silent, so much so that Leo could hear Darwin's breathing in the distance. The knight's sword lay less than half a meter in front of him, yet Darwin, lost in meditation, displayed no inclination to retrieve it, allowing the once lethal weapon, one that had nearly slain Leo, to gleam ominously on the ground. "Deacon Morata, what are you doing?" Leo's gaze suddenly shifted toward a particular direction in the alley, his expression one of confusion. Morata was crouched beside the deceased dark magician, rummaging through the sorcerer's lifeless form. "Please wait a moment." "My Lord Bishop, I will be done shortly," Morata replied without turning around. After about a minute, this somewhat eccentric deacon finally stood up, taking a deep breath as he returned to Leo, holding two objects aloft. "My Lord Bishop, please take a look." Despite the dim light in the alley, Leo focused intently and discerned the two items. "This is a wand." Yes, a soil-type wand. The earlier earth-binding spell was amplified by this wand. "In this, it appears to be a necklace. How curious that a male magician would carry a necklace. Wait, this necklace is also magical equipment." Leo regarded the necklace in Murata's hand, his face betraying a hint of surprise. Magical equipment, by its very definition, enhances the magical potency of its wearer. For instance, the soil-type wand before Leo bore a soil magic gem embedded in its tip, augmenting soil spells. That it was precisely the wand's presence that allowed the dark magician to create such a vast pit with the earlier spell, had the sorcerer relied solely on his own abilities. The power would have been significantly diminished. Thus, magical equipment is indeed a boon for magic practitioners. However, magical equipment does possess a certain unspoken drawback. It is prohibitively expensive. The creation of magical equipment necessitates rare materials, particularly magical metals and gems, both of which cost more than diamonds of equivalent weight across the continent, a testament to their exorbitance. Furthermore, the selection of artisans capable of crafting such equipment is highly discerning. One cannot simply enlist any blacksmith from the street, as crafting magical items requires not only a profound understanding of weapon forging, but also a requisite level of magical proficiency. Taking the soil wand as an example once more. To forge it, the artisan must first select a magical gem and then choose an appropriate metal based on the gem's properties. The metals must then be shaped into the wand with the artisan's own magical energy, culminating in the final assembly of the gem into the wand. The necklace's value surpasses that of the wand, as it is a simple truth that every magician, even at great personal sacrifice, would acquire a wand. Consequently, at least 90% of magical equipment consists of wands, leaving a mere 10% for other items. Rarity begets value, and since crafting a magical necklace often takes several times longer than that of a wand, it follows that the necklace's worth would naturally be higher. These two items are indeed commendable, but why the eagerness to present them to me? Do you wish to claim them for yourself? Leo scrutinized Morata, his expression and tone far from amiable. That in truth, due to earlier events in the church, Leo harbored a lingering wariness toward this deacon, and even Morata's unexpected appearance to aid in the skirmish did little to quell Leo's suspicion. Claim them for myself. My Lord Bishop, where did that notion come from? Morata chuckled innocently, his expression one of feigned innocence. You can see I am a warrior. These magical items hold no value for me, but you could sell them. Leo fixed an intense gaze on Morata, seemingly attempting to penetrate the young deacon's thoughts, and fetch quite a sum. Indeed, Morata's eyes sparkled with excitement as he glanced around furtively before leaning closer to Leo, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. What I want to discuss with you is precisely that. Leo blinked in surprise, a look of confusion crossing his features. Here's the thing, my Lord Bishop, Morata continued softly. These items were found on the deceased heretic. According to church regulations, all possessions of heretics must be burned alongside them in purifying flames. Oh, then let us simply burn them, Leo replied after a moment of contemplation. His reasoning was straightforward. Having been reluctantly thrust into the role of a false bishop, it was prudent to remain low-key and inconspicuous. While these magical items were indeed valuable, retaining them would violate church regulations and inevitably attract unwarranted attention, heightening the risk of exposure. Thus, incinerating them entirely seemed the most sensible course of action. Given his distrust of Morata, Leo did not even consider the possibility that such matters might remain confidential. Ah, Morata exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment, clearly taken aback by Leo's unexpected response. Are you truly going to destroy them? Leo's expression darkened abruptly, his piercing gaze fixed on Morata. Do you intend to contravene the edicts of the Holy See, Deacon Morata? Chapter 32. Money Morata found himself rendered speechless by Leo's probing inquiry, and after a prolonged pause, he reluctantly replied, But what? The series of objections from Morata only served to inflame Leo's ire. The young bishop narrowed his eyes slightly, contemplating whether it was necessary to dismiss Morata, who ought to be his trusted aide, on his very first day in office. Although the position of deacon was not one Leo could simply rescind at will, the current circumstances provided ample justification for such an action, leaving no room for dissent. Seemingly resolute, Morata sighed softly and, with a look of determination, addressed Leo. Before you unleash your wrath upon me, I believe it is essential to inform you about the current financial situation of the Valna parish. As a deacon, Morata was responsible for the parish's daily operations, which, of course, depended heavily on financial resources. Thus, the fiscal authority of the Valna parish naturally fell upon Morata, making him the most knowledgeable individual in this regard. "Oh, then enlighten me," Leo replied. "From what I can see of my quarters and carriage, I presume the situation is not too dire, is it?" At the mention of the carriage, Leo's gaze involuntarily flicked to the earthen wand in Morata's hand. "Quite the contrary. Everything is in disarray." Morata shook his head, his expression far from pleasant. "Your predecessor, Bishop Cunningham, was a debauched and hedonistic individual. During his 5-year tenure as the Blue Bishop of Valna, he siphoned nearly all the parish's financial inflow to sustain a lifestyle of opulence akin to that of the nobility. Presently, the parish treasury has been completely depleted of even a single copper coin. That be by the way, have you noticed the angel statue at the church entrance? That was commissioned by Bishop Cunningham last year. And he still owes the sculptor 300 gold coins." Leo's expression registered surprise, but upon further reflection, he sensed that Morata's claims held a ring of truth. Setting aside other considerations, the lavishly appointed room within the church and the dilapidated carriage lying in the deep pit alone would require a significant sum. Adding to that, the expenses incurred by everyday extravagance indeed painted a picture of substantial expenditure. "What about the necessary daily expenses?" Leo inquired, curiosity piqued. "Well, the preachers from the nearby village are certainly unable to assist. They'll have to fend for themselves. As for those within the church," Morata's face suddenly took on a slightly awkward expression, and his tone grew uneasy. Your Grace, have you yet ventured to the rear of the church?" "Indeed, I have not," Leo replied. "I thought as much," Morata continued, clearly embarrassed to reveal the truth, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "We have cultivated a small garden behind the church, growing vegetables and fruit, and we have also managed to raise a few chickens and ducks privately. The proceeds from selling these at market allow us to barely scrape by." "You," Leo pointed accusatorily at Morata, momentarily at a loss for words. "You are actually raising livestock in the church." It was common knowledge across the continent that no poultry or livestock was permitted on church grounds. Yet here stood a man who had brazenly established a farm in the church's backyard. Such audacity was beyond comprehension. "Your Grace, we are compelled by necessity," Morata shrugged, resigned. "Were it not for the income derived from these endeavors to cover our essential expenses. Upon your arrival at Valna Cathedral today, you would likely have encountered only myself and Pastor Lassa." "Very well." Leo could not help but press his palm to his forehead, a sense of defeat washing over him. Clearly, the deacon before him was not one to adhere strictly to convention, that if he could risk the flames of execution to raise a flock of chickens and ducks in the churchyard, then selling the magical artifacts from a deceased heretic for monetary gain was entirely understandable. After all, the more lice one has, the less it itches. One cannot be executed twice for the same crime. Can one? "So now my Valna parish is left with not a single copper coin?" Leo inquired. "Indeed," Morata added, "and there is also an outstanding debt of 300 gold coins." Leo paused in contemplation before asking, "What is our parish's annual religious tax?" The religious tax was a unique levy in the Spanian Empire, with all revenues directed to the various ecclesiastical authorities, serving as a vital source of income. "Last year's revenue amounted to 412 gold coins, Your Grace," Morata replied. "What? Such a paltry sum?" Leo's eyes widened in disbelief. If that were the case, then after settling the 300 gold coin debt, only a mere 100 gold coins would remain. "Indeed," Morata expressed his resignation. "I trust you have formed a preliminary impression of Valna City. Forgive my bluntness, but how could a territory as small as this possibly yield substantial tax revenue?" "That is a valid point," Leo conceded with a nod, then inquired further, "Under normal circumstances, how much would be required to maintain the regular operations of the entire Valna parish?" Morata, evidently prepared, swiftly provided a figure, including maintenance replacements, upkeep, and salaries for various personnel. The minimum requirement is 250 gold coins. However, given that the parish's activities have been almost entirely stagnant for the past 5 years, I estimate an additional 100 gold coins would be necessary, totaling 350 gold coins to meet our objectives. 300 gold coins in outstanding debt, plus 350 gold coins in essential expenditures, thus. We require at least 650 gold coins in income this year, correct? Leo's eyelids began to twitch incessantly. Precisely, Your Grace, Morato affirmed with a nod. But our annual income barely amounts to 400 gold coins. Leo's expression grew increasingly grim. This means we face a shortfall of 200 gold coins. Indeed. Your Grace, Morato nodded again. 20 silver coins would suffice for a comfortable month for a family of 3 in this city. If frugal, they could manage for 3 months without issue. Yet, 20 silver coins are merely 1/5 of a gold coin. Where am I to find you 200 gold coins? Leo nearly shouted in exasperation. This is precisely why I propose selling those 2 items. Your Grace. Morata gently shook the magical artifacts in his hands. This wand could fetch at least 500 gold coins, and the magical necklace is even more valuable. I believe selling it for 800 gold coins is entirely feasible. With this, we would secure a total income of 1,300 gold coins, rendering the 200 gold coin deficit an inconsequential matter. That be by the way. Morata paused deliberately, glancing pointedly at the deep pit behind Leo. With this sum, I can assure you that you will soon see a carriage far superior to the one currently in disrepair. This statement struck a chord. Sell, 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 Leo exclaimed, clapping a hand heavily on Morata's shoulder. His teeth gritted in determination. As you wish, my dear bishop. Morata's face broke into a triumphant smile as he tucked the magical artifacts into his cloak, that he then whistled loudly and called out to a direction beyond the alley. Come forth. Everyone. As Leo beheld Morata's cunningly delighted expression, a nagging suspicion crept into his mind. Have I been duped by this fellow? Chapter 33. Silence. No sooner had Morata finished speaking than a throng of over a dozen individuals suddenly appeared at the entrance of the alley. Their chaotic footsteps stirring up a cloud of dust that once again engulfed the now quiet passageway. The group swiftly approached Leo, and under the commands of one who appeared to be their leader, they formed a haphazard line, greeting him with a disjointed chorus of, "We greet you, Your Grace." Cough, cough, cough. Leo felt as if he had been struck by a sandstorm, his back bent like a cooked shrimp. With one hand rubbing his eyes, which were barely open, and the other covering his mouth and nose, he coughed desperately for what felt like an eternity before recovering. What in the blazes is going on here? Morata? Leo glared angrily at Morata, who had cleverly sidestepped the chaos. Morata cleared his throat, striving to maintain a serious demeanor, though the twitching at the corners of his mouth betrayed his true feelings. Your Grace, these are your diligent subordinates at Valna Cathedral. Upon receiving news of your attack, they rushed here alongside me to offer their assistance. Oh, a question word that was far from being an inquiry escaped Leo's lips. As he scrutinized, amidst the lingering haze of dissipating smoke, a group of individuals standing in formation, resembling a gaggle of marching ducks. Indeed, among them, he recognized several familiar faces. The one who had just issued the command was none other than Priest Lhasa. Many in the crowd were still clad in the armor of the Inquisition Knights, wielding an assortment of weapons ranging from kitchen knives to knightly lances. Although the scene appeared chaotic, everything indicated that Morata was not lying. You lot! Stand right there and do not move. If anyone dares to take a single step, I shall have them immediately dismissed. Morata, come here. Leo bellowed at the crowd before gesturing for Morata to approach. Then he made his way to the far side of the alley. Morata quickly followed, his expression displaying a look that Leo found exceedingly infuriating. Your Grace, what is the matter? Leo took a deep breath and, regarding Morata with a measured gaze, inquired, how on earth did these individuals manage to infiltrate my church? As Leo was the blue-robed bishop of the Varna diocese, his reference to my church was, of course, directed at Varna Cathedral. Ah, Morata responded, his face a canvas of confusion, seemingly struggling to grasp Leo's meaning. Nevertheless, he replied, if you are asking whether the procedures for recruiting them as church members were legitimate, I can assure you that all their paperwork is indeed complete. However, aside from Priest Lhasa and the 10 Inquisition Knights, the remaining individuals cannot be considered formal members of the church. The Tio described them with a recent popular term from the Empire. They could be termed as temporary workers. Damn those temporary workers. Leo suddenly seized Morata's tie with his right hand, glaring fiercely at the hapless individual before him, whose unruly black hair only added to Leo's irritation. With his left hand, he pointed at the crowd in the distance, who were peering this way and whispering amongst themselves. Tell me, which of these damned Inquisition knights can stand with proper military posture? Am I to rely on these individuals who run like a flock of ducks to confront heretics in the diocese? No, I think we should stop calling them Inquisition knights and simply refer to them as Inquisition ducks. Well, naming is at your discretion, my lord. I would not presume to interfere, Morata replied, his expression clearly tinged with embarrassment. Yet he pressed on, attempting to explain. You may not be aware, but each of these 10 Inquisition knights possesses unique skills and are rare talents. For instance, old Muru was once a blacksmith. All the kitchen knives and iron tools in the church were crafted by him, saving us considerable costs. Little File hails from a family that runs a breeding farm. Recently, when some of our chickens fell ill, it was Little File who treated them, saving the church at least 20 silver coins in losses. As Morata continued, his enthusiasm grew, counting off on his fingers. And then there's Riss, the tallest and strongest fellow in the crowd. Do you know what his specialty is? I bet you would never guess. He excels at climbing. He can scale the highest points of the cathedral as silently as a monkey, which is why I assigned him the task of cleaning the uppermost glass. Wait a moment, Leo interrupted. I will ask you this. Of these 10 Inquisition knights, does even one have a skill that pertains to combat? No, Morata answered succinctly. Then what use are these so-called formal Inquisition knights to me? Leo seethed, wishing he could devour this exasperating subordinate. Am I to have them observe how those bathed in the divine light of the Almighty engage in blacksmithing, poultry farming, and performing monkey tricks? If fiery glares could ignite, Morata would have been incinerated by Leo at least 100 times over. Well, to be honest, climbing walls and performing monkey tricks are not directly related. Your Grace, Morata explained, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Sensing Leo's anger rising again, he quickly added, There is little I can do, as you must understand. Inquisition knights are not volunteers. They require wages. Given the current wage levels in our Varna diocese, this is the best we can recruit. Leo's fury showed no signs of abating despite Morata's words. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. Salaries for all formal church members within the diocese are directly funded by the Holy See. Not every diocese. Your Grace, at least, ours has not operated this way in the past, Morata replied. Most of the wages in the Varna diocese have been embezzled by your predecessor, Bishop Cunningham. Then why did you not report this? Are you content to sit idly by while your rightful earnings slip into his hands? Leo glared at Morata in frustration. Report? Morata shot Leo a look of incredulity. I believe you are unaware of the following statistic. Over the 300 years of the established diocese system, a total of 1,222 bishops of various ranks have been reported by their subordinates, a total of 100,082 times. And how many of those bishops have fallen? 0. Then surely, you can resort to armed resistance, Leo suggested, his voice rising in desperation. Armed resistance? Morata could not suppress a roll of his eyes. Your Grace, I believe you are allowing your anger to cloud your judgment. Even the most junior and promising blue-robed bishop is accompanied by a mid-ranking temple knight assigned for personal protection. Do you truly believe we could contend with such a bodyguard? Leo involuntarily glanced at Darwin, who was still catching his breath not far off, and instantly realized that even doubling the number of Inquisition ducks would not suffice against Darwin alone. You see, aside from resigning ourselves to fate, we truly have no other options, do we? Morata's face bore that maddening smile that made Leo wish he could flatten him with a single punch. However, rest assured, as long as you do not withhold wages and manage to procure 1,000 or 800 gold coins in the future, I guarantee that within 3 months, you will behold a proud and valiant squad of genuine Inquisition knights. 1,000 or 800 gold coins? Leo regarded Morata with skepticism. Were not the 2 magical items I just provided sufficient? Indeed, they are not sufficient, and there are many other deficiencies that if you would like, I can lay it all out for you. Morata began counting on his fingers once more. A full set of proper Inquisition knight armor costs 50 gold coins. Weapons also require 50 gold coins, then a good horse, which typically costs 100 gold coins, plus the upkeep for the warhorse and armor, and— Stop! Leo interrupted, exasperated. I've had enough of this damned money talk. Everyone, Gather up and return to the church." With that, he strode purposefully toward the mouth of the alley. "But, my lord," Murata's voice trailed after him, "what shall we do with the bodies of these heretics? What shall we do?" Leo did not pause in his stride, nor did he look back. "Carry them back and hang them at the city gate tomorrow." "My lord, there is one more thing." "Silence, Murata. I do not wish to speak with you right now." Leo's figure vanished from Murata's view. "Well, this bishop seems quite decent, aside from being a tad impatient," Murata mused, a sly smile creeping across his face as he shrugged in the direction Leo had departed. He then turned to the group of bewildered subordinates still staring at him and barked, "What are you all standing there for? Gather up!" A moment later, the alley was left pristine and quiet, having returned to its former silence. After some time, two shadows began to emerge from the darkness of the alleyway. Chapter 34. Deduction. Silence and darkness enveloped the entire alley. A faint scent of blood lingering in the air. One of the figures moved about the alley, seemingly searching for something, while the other, a taller individual, stood before the circular pit created by the black-robed mage's earth trap, contemplatively gazing at the lifeless steed and the shattered cart, silent for a long while. After approximately 10 minutes, the shorter figure concluded the search and approached the taller one. "Master, I have checked everywhere. It appears that the bishop's subordinates have conducted their work quite meticulously, leaving nothing behind that could provide us with clues." "Indeed," the tall figure responded somewhat absently, clearly unfazed by this revelation. "After all, the task of rooting out the dark cults falls squarely within our bishop's purview, that if his subordinates were foolish enough to overlook even the most obvious clues, it would be a severe disappointment. However, during the recent skirmish, 2 heretics from the dark cult managed to escape. Should they choose to conceal themselves within the city, they could pose a significant threat to public safety that I recommend that you immediately deploy the city guards for a citywide search," the shorter figure suggested. The tall figure chuckled lightly. "Dear Farrinder, I believe you are overreacting. If those 2 heretical remnants are still within the city, as long as their wits are not entirely foolish, they will undoubtedly choose to lurk like 2 mice, making it impossible for them to stir up any disturbances that would affect public order." He cleared his throat and continued, "Moreover, if we were to conduct a citywide hunt right now, would that not be tantamount to confessing to our esteemed bishop that we stood idly by during the battle, observing everything clearly, yet failed to render him any assistance? If that were the case, what benefit would a citywide hunt serve us, other than inciting unrest among the populace and unnecessarily offending our new bishop?" It turned out that these 2 figures were none other than the Lord of Varna, Viscount von Habuz, and his steward, the city's constable, Farrinder. Upon hearing Viscount Juan's explanation, Farrinder could not help but express a slight shock, revealing a look of embarrassment. "It was my oversight," Viscount Juan added. "However, since this damaged carriage remains here, it signifies that our bishop has no intention of concealing this matter from us. How about this? You shall visit the church tomorrow morning in your capacity as constable and see if you can extract any information from him." "Yes, my lord," Farrinder replied, somewhat puzzled. "But I have another question. Why did we not assist the bishop at that time?" At this, Viscount Juan laughed heartily, responding with a nonchalant tone. "You must understand that the bishop is tasked with eradicating the remnants of darkness. If he cannot even deal with these few remnants, then it would be better if he were to perish. I hope you do not forget, my lord, that the bishop was ambushed on his way back after dining with you, that if he were to fall in this battle, it could indeed present us with some complications," Farrinder cautioned. "Oh," Viscount Juan dismissed the concern. "He's still alive, isn't he? But you also saw that the black-clad assassin's strike nearly took his life," Farrinder insisted. "All I saw was him leaving that alley in high spirits, making quite a commotion as he went." Viscount Juan concluded the minor dispute with finality. "Yes, my lord," Farrinder acquiesced, lowering his head. Since the Viscount clearly wished to end the topic, it would serve no purpose to continue. As a wise steward, Farrinder understood well when to appropriately express his opinions and when to remain silent. After a moment of contemplation, Viscount Juan inquired, "By the way, what do you think of our new bishop's capabilities?" Farrinder pondered briefly before responding. "The bishop's strength is surprisingly weak." Viscount Juan raised an eyebrow and said to Farrinder, "In what way is he weak?" "Do elaborate." Farrinder replied, "Throughout the entire battle, This bishop only cast one divine spell, which was a healing spell. Moreover, judging by the spell's effects, the healing was rather pitiable, suggesting that it was likely not a mid-tier healing spell from an intermediate priest, but rather a basic healing spell cast by a novice. Viscount Juan's eyes flickered. Continue. Yes, my lord, Farrinder continued. There is another peculiar point. If viewed from the perspective of an intermediate priest, even a level 4 intermediate priest should be capable of effortlessly casting hundreds of novice healing spells. Yet our bishop managed to cast only 23 novice healing spells before exhausting all his holy power. From my observations, it appears that this bishop shows no signs of concealing or disguising his strength. Thus, Viscount One suddenly interrupted Farrinder. So he is merely a novice priest, and quite possibly a rather weak one, am I correct? Indeed, my lord, Farrinder nodded, then added. However, according to our intelligence, this new bishop should have advanced to the intermediate level 3 years ago. A fellow who should have long since progressed to the intermediate level, yet only exhibits the capabilities of a novice during a life-and-death struggle. Viscount One mused. So your implication is, based on my assessment, this bishop is likely an impostor, Farrinder answered without hesitation, clearly having reached a conclusion in his mind. An impostor. Viscount One could not help but stroke his chin, frowning in contemplation. This is indeed a most intriguing conclusion. Farrinder chose not to speak further, standing attentively by. For this steward, he had already said all that needed to be said. After a while, Viscount One spoke again. Dear Farrinder, while what you said is indeed factual, I believe you have overlooked a few key points. Approaching a wall, Viscount One pointed to a large hole in it. First, if he were a novice priest, he should not have survived the assassin's strike. Yet from our observations, not only did he survive, but he also quickly appeared completely revitalized as if he had never been harmed. Secondly, the black-clad sorcerer undoubtedly reached the intermediate level, as evidenced by the area spell he cast, the Blood Field. Strangely, however, the small soul skeleton he summoned was devoured once it entered the bishop's body. If he were merely a novice priest, that would be entirely impossible. Lastly, and most crucially, every blue-robe bishop has an intermediate temple knight as a personal guard. Undoubtedly, our bishop also has a temple knight capable of wielding holy power by his side. And from the earlier battle, it is clear that this temple knight is indeed an intermediate one. Farrinder looked at his lord. So, my lord, what do you mean by this? What I mean is, Viscount One stated with certainty, whether he is a true bishop or a false one. This bishop must be concealing something, that I have a premonition that if I can uncover the secrets of this bishop, it will certainly be of great benefit to me. Yes, my lord, the astute steward immediately grasped his master's intention. I will arrange for someone to monitor the church 24 hours a day. Be sure to select some clever individuals, Viscount One sternly advised, and instruct them that even at the risk of losing sight of their target, they must not allow this bishop or that temple knight to discover their presence. Understood? Yes, my lord. All right, we have seen all that needs to be seen. Let us depart. A gentle breeze swept through the alley, stirring a small ripple across the dust-laden ground, and the once tranquil alley returned to complete silence. Chapter 35. A dreamlike reality. The scale of the battle in the alley was not particularly large, with only 7 individuals participating in total. However, for Leo, this was his first encounter with death, facing an enemy in life-and-death combat, and he had even danced on the precipice of death before ultimately achieving victory. Consequently, although Leo's body had been fully restored to peak condition by the power of the holy pill, the toll on his spirit was quite severe. Thus, upon returning to his luxurious bedroom atop the church, the blue-robed Bishop of Varna promptly threw himself onto his bed and eagerly descended into a deep slumber. Time passed, and Leo suddenly awoke. Strange, I distinctly remember sleeping for quite some time. Why is it still dark outside? With his eyes still somewhat bleary, Leo opened them to find himself enveloped in complete darkness. That he murmured to himself and reached out to light the oil lamp by the window. However, the moment he attempted to do so, he was astounded to find himself floating as if he were a balloon. This unexpected situation startled Leo. What is happening? Where are my hands? Why can't I feel them? Leo soon realized that it was not just his hands. He could not feel any part of his body. Even more bizarrely, it seemed he was not standing on the ground, but rather suspended in midair. This left him in an extremely awkward predicament. Whenever he thought of moving in a particular direction, he would float away a certain distance. What the hell is going on? Adar, can you hear me? Come quickly and save me. Leo shouted in alarm and anger, hoping that Darwin, who lived in the adjacent room, could assist him in escaping this predicament, given his status as an intermediate temple knight. Yet as seconds ticked by, Leo received no response. His cries for help seemed to go unheard, growing increasingly anxious. Leo drifted aimlessly in the darkness, seeking a way to restore his normal state, but all attempts proved futile. It is futile to flail about like a headless chicken. I must regain my composure if I am to discover a means of escape. Leo gradually calmed himself, beginning to scrutinize his surroundings. Yet whether he gazed to the left or the right, upwards or downwards, his vision was perpetually engulfed in darkness. Frustration welled up within him once again, but in that moment, a spark of realization ignited in his mind. Wait a moment, could it be that I am currently in the so-called state of the soul? When he was still an apprentice at the Magic Academy, Leo had encountered similar concepts within the pages of certain tomes in the Academy's library. Typically, a person's soul cannot exist independently of the body. Thus, the vast majority of those who enter a soul state are still within their corporeal forms. The only place within a person capable of housing the soul is the sea of consciousness, commonly referred to as the mind. So, it appears I am indeed within my own mind. This conclusion alleviated Leo's anxiety somewhat. At the very least, he need not worry about encountering any inexplicable dangers for the time being. However, another perplexity soon arose. Something is amiss. Why is my mind shrouded in utter darkness, devoid of anything? Leo began to ponder this question deeply, harboring the instinct that resolving it would unveil the truth behind his current predicament. Aha! Leo could not help but slap his thigh. Yet, as he was not in a corporeal state, his soul drifted several meters away with the thought. Since I am in a soul state, perhaps the soul detection spell I learned from the Book of Ramil could be of use in this situation. With that thought, Leo eagerly began to channel the sacred power within him. Fortunately, even in a soul state, he was still able to summon his inner sacred energy, which undoubtedly confirmed that he resided within his own mind. Moments later, all preparations were complete. With a soft hum, waves of silent ripples began to emanate from Leo's soul, expanding outward in all directions. The soul detection spell was now in effect that a brand new world unfolded before Leo. The darkness receded like a tide, and he finally discerned the surrounding landscape that moment. He found himself floating high above, resembling a wisp of gray mist, while countless points of radiant light danced and shimmered in the air, akin to the stars dotting a summer night sky. Astonished, Leo guided his soul to the nearest point of light, and after a moment of hesitation, cautiously extended a thread of sacred energy into it. Suddenly, a scene materialized before him. A handsome young man with golden hair was laughing maniacally, his lips moving as if he were uttering something. Anthony. Leo immediately recognized the identity of the golden-haired youth. How strange. Didn't he already perish? Why is he appearing in my mind? If only I could hear his voice, Leo thought with a sense of regret. However, unbeknownst to Leo, the point of light was firmly connected to his soul through the sacred energy, and thus his thoughts naturally flowed into it. Following a violent tremor, a voice abruptly resonated in Leo's mind. You have one last chance, dear Leo. Surrender the sacred pill, and I promise to spare your life. Leo was taken aback. That's Anthony's voice. I remember now. The scene unfolding is precisely what transpired during my encounter with Anthony in the Lido Mountains. Thus, this point of light represents a memory in my mind. To confirm his hypothesis, Leo flew to several nearby points of light, and indeed, each contained memories of events he had experienced and images he had witnessed. With nothing else to occupy his time, Leo decided to examine them one by one. He discovered a remarkable phenomenon. Within certain unforgettable memory points, he could sense the various emotions he had felt at the time: joy, anger, pain, frustration, sorrow, and more, experiencing them as if he were reliving those moments, causing his soul to quiver. Another significant memory point. Let me see what lies within. Leo suddenly noticed a point of light larger than the usual ones. Based on his previous experiences, this indicated the presence of more important memories. He eagerly connected himself to this point. What is happening? As the sacred energy fully merged with the point of light, Leo's soul trembled violently, and his voice brimmed with astonishment. Before him was a blinding white light, dazzling yet warm, capable of healing all wounds and sorrows, purifying all evil in the world. The light fluctuated, at times burning like the sun, at others cool as moonlight, flowing like a gentle stream or drifting like a soft breeze. Regardless of its transformations, Leo could perceive nothing but the resplendent white glow. With a sudden pop, the point of light erupted, scattering into countless brilliant white sparks that in the very next instant, a white sphere of light materialized before Leo. Chapter 36. Transcendence. Leo involuntarily drifted back several meters, the dazzling white light causing him to instinctively close his eyes. Wait, am I not in a soul state? A sudden realization dawned upon him. Since he was a disembodied soul, it meant he possessed no physical eyes, rendering the notion of closing his eyes utterly nonsensical. The reason Leo could see the points of light before him was entirely due to the efficacy of the soul detection spell. The intense white light emanating from the inexplicably appearing sphere disrupted the detection waves produced by the spell, creating an illusion of blinding brightness. What is this? Upon witnessing the light sphere, Leo's soul began to swirl around it in astonishment. Examining the white orb closely, that if the previous points of light were akin to stars in size, this orb was comparable to hundreds of them, not to mention the radiant white light that completely obscured Leo's vision. The stark contrast heightened Leo's curiosity to its zenith, compelling him to explore the secrets within the sphere. Since the soul detection spell's waves are ineffective, why not try using sacred energy directly? Drawing from his experience with the points of light, Leo decided to proceed by cautiously extending a thread of sacred energy toward the orb. With a soft pop, the thread seemed to encounter some sort of barrier, crumpling and shattering like a needle striking a marble wall. Quite resilient, aren't you? Let me try again. Another thread of sacred energy was sent forth, this time with increased force. Again, the outcome was the same. The thread met with a similar fate. I refuse to believe this. Leo intensified his efforts once more, directing the energy toward the same spot. Pop, 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 pop. Damn it. Why is this shell as tough and foul as a stone from a latrine? After nearly 20 failed attempts, Leo began to feel a tinge of frustration, his soul darting around the orb like an agitated ant on a hot stove. Yet, even in his vexation, he harbored no intention of surrendering. The frequency of his failures only underscored the significance of whatever lay within the orb. Abandoning the endeavor was far too premature. Pop, pop, pop. Undeterred, Leo continued his attempts, finally confirming a fact. With his current level of sacred energy, he seemed incapable of breaching the orb's protective barrier. What if I were to disperse my sacred energy instead of forming it into threads and unleash a full-force assault? Leo contemplated a new strategy, but quickly dismissed it. No, if concentrated force cannot break through, then dispersing it would yield even less hope. The reasoning was straightforward. When facing formidable defenses, precision is key. If a pinpoint cannot penetrate, then a broader surface stands even less chance. Thus, that thought was promptly abandoned, and Leo resumed searching for a new solution. Today, Leo's mind seemed particularly agile, and before long, he conceived yet another idea. I possess two means. One is the soul wave from the soul detection spell, and the other is the thread of sacred energy. Neither appears capable of overcoming this white orb shield at present. But what if I were to combine the soul wave with the sacred energy thread? Without hesitation, he set to work, endeavoring to merge the sacred energy with the soul wave. However, a new dilemma soon arose. The essence of soul fluctuations essentially belongs to a form of wave. It is intangible, colorless, invisible, and untouchable. In contrast, divine energy is both tangible and colorful, visible and palpable. This is, of course, a matter of course, for divine energy, in essence, is merely a manifestation of light-based magical power, a form of magical energy. If magical energy were indeed intangible, colorless, and invisible, how could a mage wield it to vanquish foes? Yet, if this were the case, how could one possibly find a way to merge these two fundamentally opposing forms? Leo began to feel a headache coming on. If one were to liken soul fluctuations to air, then divine energy could be compared to water. How could water and air possibly merge together? Leo fell into deep contemplation. His soul form circled around a sphere of white light, which radiated a soft glow reminiscent of a small planet orbiting the sun, while he unconsciously murmured phrases such as soul fluctuations, air, water, fusion, waves of air, waves of water. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Leo, and he exclaimed with excitement, "Of course, the waves of water. If one were to drop a small stone into a tranquil lake, what would happen?" This is a question everyone could answer effortlessly. The water's surface would ripple outward in concentric circles from the point of impact. The manner in which these ripples propagate is precisely akin to the operational mode of the soul fluctuation technique. When Leo employed the soul detection technique, the soul waves radiated outward in concentric circles, much like the ripples on the water's surface. Although the soul fluctuations and divine energy appeared to be irreconcilably opposed, what if divine energy were to simulate the soul fluctuations to probe the white sphere? Would there be a possibility of success? From previous attempts, Leo had already come to realize an undeniable truth. Compared to soul fluctuations, divine energy held a greater promise for breaching protective barriers. What the heck? Let's give it a try. Leo resolved to experiment. However, it seemed the heavens were intent on challenging him further, for yet another obstacle lay before him. The reason was simple. The soul fluctuations could continuously transmit outward in ripple form due to the existence of the soul detection technique. In other words, the soul detection technique acts like the stone. Only when the stone is repeatedly cast into the water do the ripples spread outward. Yet when Leo attempted to simulate soul fluctuations with divine energy, he lost the stone that was the soul detection technique. Without the stone, how could one create ripples on the water's surface? However, armed with sufficient experience, Leo quickly devised a solution. As long as I transform divine energy into a stone with my left hand and divine energy into a lake surface with my right hand, it should work. With all theoretical issues resolved, Leo exhaled in relief, and two orbs of white light emerged simultaneously before him. Chapter 37. The egg. Although he had conceived a solution, Leo still faced numerous failures. The primary reason was that he had only recently become a divine sorcerer, and his mastery over the divine energy within him was still far from proficient. Nevertheless, this did not dishearten Leo. Instead, he persisted in his attempts, one after another. Failure was not to be feared. What was truly alarming was the lack of progress following a failure. With a soft splash, a small white stone plunged into the tranquil lake, creating layers of ripples. "I did it!" Leo exclaimed, invigorated, as he directed the series of divine energy waves towards the white sphere before him. The divine energy waves flowed into the white sphere in concentric circles, encountering no obstruction whatsoever. In the next moment, a dazzling light erupted from within the sphere, instantly illuminating the entirety of Leo's mind space. Wow! Leo's soul form abruptly recoiled several paces. That was startling. Fortunately, I'm in a soul state. Otherwise, being this close would have likely blinded me. Wait, what is that? Leo's soul form jolted with surprise, swiftly returning to the source of the light. The white sphere had completely dissipated, leaving behind an object in its former location. This object possessed a hard white shell and an oval shape, resembling an egg. Leo was genuinely astonished. He had speculated about what might be concealed within the light sphere, but no amount of conjecture could have prepared him for the revelation that lay before him. What the devil? Why is there an egg in my mind space? And it looks rather sizable. Indeed, this was not merely an egg. It was a notably large one. That the white egg was not only several times larger than Leo's soul form, but also at least a head taller. If compared to Leo's physical stature in the real world, this egg would weigh at least 200 to 300 pounds and stand just over 2 meters tall, making it a veritable giant in the realm of eggs. Leo's soul form buzzed around the colossal egg, marveling aloud. "I've lived for 19 years, and this is the first time I've ever seen such a large egg. What kind of creature could possibly lay an egg of this size? Could it be a dragon egg? Wait a moment." The surface of the white giant egg suddenly emanated a layer of faint white light, exuding an aura of power that was all too familiar to Leo. For this power was known as divine energy. Leo's astonishment deepened. I can't be mistaken. This egg actually radiates divine energy. An unexpected thrill surged through him as he approached the eggshell, meticulously observing the divine energy emanating from it. How strange. Why do I feel such a sense of familiarity with the divine energy emanating from this large white egg? Could it be? Leo cautiously extended a strand of divine energy from within his soul form, allowing it to make contact with the divine energy on the eggshell surface, that a silent wave suddenly radiated from within the giant egg, causing hundreds of light points nearby to flicker violently, resembling candles being buffeted by a fierce wind from outside. Leo was similarly affected by this wave, his soul form instantly rooted in place, unable to move a single inch. Ugh! Leo barely had time to voice his confusion when something even stranger occurred. The strand of white divine energy he had just extended suddenly became exponentially amplified by the force emanating from within the egg. This divine energy strand swelled to the size of a fist, appearing as if a massive white conduit had extended from Leo's soul form, uniting him with the giant egg before him. A tremendous suction force suddenly emanated from the giant egg, and Leo was gripped by a horrifying realization. The energy within him was being relentlessly siphoned through this reinforced conduit into the egg, at a rate comparable to a dam bursting, that if the total capacity of divine energy within Leo were roughly the size of a pond, then the water in this pond was visibly diminishing at an alarming rate, rapidly approaching complete desiccation. Hey, stop! Hold on! Leo exerted all his effort to control the divine energy, trying to halt its relentless flow. However, his efforts proved futile against the egg's voracious consumption, and even his soul form began to fade under the egg's pull, appearing as though it might dissipate at any moment. What the devil? Am I really going to be drained to death by this egg in my mind? Leo thought, a mix of shock and anger coursing through him. Just when Leo felt he was on the brink of exhaustion, the giant egg finally ceased its siphoning, that a peculiar vibration emanated from the conduit linking his soul form to the egg, as if something extraordinary was unfolding within the egg. Moments later, a fissure appeared at one point on the eggshell, and an object that Leo recognized all too well was ejected from within the egg. Leo was once again struck with astonishment. Before him lay a white skull, roughly the size of a fist, which was none other than the object the dark-clad sorcerer had injected into him in the alleyway. Due to the sorcerer's subsequent blood-spitting injury, Leo had assumed the sorcerer had failed in his attempt. Unaware of the strange occurrences unfolding in his mind, he had never anticipated that this white skull would remain within his mind. With another soft sound, the giant egg unleashed a beam of white light, shattering the skull into fragments. However, rather than dissipating, the shattered skull transformed into a swirling, gray mist, coalescing into a cloud suspended in the air between Leo and the giant egg. Ah! Leo gasped in awe, sensing the power contained within the gray mist. This was a force entirely distinct from divine energy, yet remarkably similar to the mist that comprised his own soul form. Could this power be soul energy? The next action of the giant egg confirmed Leo's judgment. The gray mist, which had formed from the shattered skull, surged toward Leo, subsequently merging with his soul form. Instantly, Leo, who had previously felt incredibly weak, experienced a surge of vitality, akin to a person who had gone 3 days without food suddenly being fed 3 large bowls of rice and 2 pounds of braised meat. His soul form, which had been dimmed to the point of near invisibility, began to rapidly regain fullness and vitality. What is happening? Leo's heart was a tumult of joy and astonishment. The joy stemmed from the realization that this colossal egg seemingly harbored no intent to bring him harm, while the astonishment arose from the egg's peculiar movements. It first drained him of all his holy power, and then replenished him with an abundance of soul energy. What could it possibly desire? A voice that Leo had once heard resonated within him once more. Initially faint and chaotic, it quickly crystallized into clarity, allowing Leo to distinctly hear the words, human. Chapter 38. Soul power much like magical energy. Holy power and fighting spirit Soul power is also a form of strength cultivated by practitioners, yet it is distinguished by its unique nature. The full term for soul power is power of the soul, and according to Darwin, the Temple Knight, the realm of souls has always been regarded as the exclusive domain of deities. Consequently, all practitioners who study souls and cultivate soul power, known as soul sorcerers, are deemed unacceptable by the Church of Light and are relentlessly pursued by the most elite and formidable agents dispatched by the Church's judgment institutions, until they meet their demise. However, despite the Church of Light's esteemed position as the preeminent sect on the continent, it cannot entirely eradicate all soul sorcerers. Numerous soul sorcerers continue their cultivation in areas beyond the Church's reach. The dark-cloaked wizard Leo encountered in the alley was one such individual, and the white skull he beheld was the soul spell mastered by that wizard, soul skeleton technique. Although the name may sound rather lowly, it aptly encapsulates the essence of the spell. The dark wizard, having practiced this technique, transformed a significant portion of his soul power into the white skull, which he kept within himself, releasing it when necessary to devour the souls of his enemies, thus facilitating the skull's growth. The distinction of soul power from other forms of energy lies in its almost lossless absorption and conversion. For instance, a level 1 soul sorcerer may take 3 to 5 years to ascend to level 2. However, should he slay and absorb the soul power of 2 fellow level 1 soul sorcerers, he can achieve level 2 in merely a day. This method of advancement is exclusive to soul sorcerers. Thus, the greatest adversary of a soul sorcerer is not the Church's judges, but rather another soul sorcerer. Almost every soul sorcerer conceals their identity with great care, often adopting other practitioner roles as a disguise. Much like the dark-cloaked wizard, had he not revealed the white soul skull to consume Leo's soul, Leo would have believed him to be merely a wizard. So, does Leo qualify as a soul sorcerer? The answer to this question is simple. Anyone capable of casting any spell is recognized as a magician, while one who can perform divine arts is deemed a divine sorcerer. Therefore, to become a soul sorcerer, one merely needs to execute a soul spell. Can Leo perform soul spells? He can. Within the Remiel book, gifted to him by the powerful sage Rayphone, there exists a spell known as soul detection, which Leo mistakenly believed to be divine magic. In reality, it is a fully fledged soul spell, soul sorcery. From this perspective, Leo is not only a divine sorcerer, but also a soul sorcerer, thus embarking on a path of dual cultivation. In fact, dual cultivation is not uncommon on the continent, with tri- and even quad cultivation being quite prevalent. Typically, such practitioners select one discipline as their primary focus while utilizing the others to augment the growth of their main vocation. It seems that the Remiel book holds some discrepancies, Leo mused internally. Why would a book that should document divine arts contain a soul spell such as soul detection? His thoughts raced, momentarily leaving him in a daze. Human. A sudden consciousness surged into Leo's mind, imbued with an exquisitely pure holy power that enveloped him in waves of comfort. "Ah, I am listening," Leo exclaimed, jolted back to reality, slightly embarrassed for having overlooked the gargantuan egg before him. Power needs hatching. The consciousness emanating from the egg revealed that its inhabitant was evidently unskilled in human language, its speech somewhat disjointed. Fortunately, the essence of its message was uncomplicated, and Leo comprehended it without difficulty. "You require power to hatch, correct? Is the energy you just absorbed from me insufficient?" "No." The creature within the egg gently contradicted Leo, then added, "Power, too weak." Leo stifled the urge to roll his eyes at the slight, but he noted that the being's tone was remarkably gentle, suggesting it was not a difficult entity to communicate with. Moreover, although it had nearly drained Leo of his holy power, it had compensated him with soul energy. Thus, when all was said and done, Leo had indeed profited, as his holy power would gradually recover while his soul power had significantly increased. Realizing the dynamics at play, Leo directed another thought toward the egg. "How may I assist you?" Due to the creature's communicative difficulties, it took Leo considerable time to grasp its intent. "You mean for me to consume the power of others and then transfer that power to you?" Leo inquired. "Yes." "You have benefits thus," the creature inside the egg confirmed. "Setting aside whether this benefits me," Leo remarked, "there is a pressing issue. I have no idea how to absorb another's power. I can consume soul energy. But it seems you do not require soul power. Soul power, useless, the creature stated, before a point of light shot forth from the egg, presenting an image before Leo. What is this? Leo scrutinized the image and realized it was a fragment of his own memory, depicting the scene in the Lido Mountains where Anthony tormented him with divine magic. Wait, Leo suddenly exclaimed. I remember Ada telling me that during Anthony's torment, he inexplicably lost a portion of his power to me. Was that you? Yes. The creature within the egg responded succinctly. Ah, now it makes sense that no wonder Anthony appeared as if he had swallowed a fly, Leo said, enlightenment dawning upon him. So, you mean that as long as I have physical contact with another practitioner, you can extract their power through my body, just as you did with Anthony? Yes, came the creature's approving consciousness. Deal, Leo promptly agreed. This egg had previously forcibly siphoned a portion of power from the fifth-level divine sorcerer, Anthony. Having just experienced the sensation of having his inner strength drained, agreeing meant he had acquired an additional means of survival, and Leo would be a fool not to accept. By the way, you brought me here, didn't you? Leo suddenly recalled and asked the egg. Yes. Then can you send me back? Leo's voice involuntarily carried a hint of anticipation. Yes. Then what are we waiting for? Please send me back immediately. Leo's heart leapt with joy, and he quickly added a promise. I will swiftly find sufficiently powerful energy for you to absorb. Good. A beam of white light suddenly shot forth from the egg, illuminating Leo's soul form. His soul body vanished from its original location as if it were merely a shadow touched by the light. Chapter 39. What business is it of yours? The weather in Varna City was exceptionally fine today. The morning sun bathed the tranquil little town in a golden glow, adorning everything within it with a radiant sheen. The morning mist had just dissipated, and the dew had whisked away the dust, lending the world an extraordinary sense of clarity that a ray of sunlight streamed onto a balcony atop the Varna Cathedral, illuminating a lavishly furnished room through the expansive, bright floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warmth upon the extraordinarily soft bed at the center of the room that a 19-year-old youth lay soundly asleep on the bed, while beside him sat a figure clad in gray. The gray-clad individual had 3 fingers of his right hand resting upon Leo's right wrist, and a green wide-brimmed hat adorned his head. Though this ensemble appeared quite peculiar, it effectively shielded him from any prying eyes. Behind him stood Darwin, the Temple Knight, maintaining a posture that was both standard and respectful, standing with bated breath, poised and attentive. Resembling a dutiful servant awaiting his master's call and command, it is difficult to ascertain whether this was the most respectful stance Darwin had ever held, but it undoubtedly ranked among the top 3. After all, when one's life is in the hands of another, so-called dignity is utterly worthless. In the face of the soul enslavement contract, dignity has never held any significance. That brat from the Sargeras family cannot die. The man in gray released his grip from Leo's wrist. His tone, though casual, was imbued with an unwavering certainty, rendering each of his statements as if he were merely stating an undeniable fact. Moreover, he has fortuitously unlocked a rare new profession. Now, don't just stand there foolishly. Fetch me a pot of tea. As soon as the gray-clad figure finished speaking, he strode directly towards the grand mahogany desk, claiming the chair that belonged to Leo with an air of entitlement that a delicately crafted purple clay teapot was soon placed before him, wisps of pale white steam curling from the spout, while the golden tea cascaded like a miniature waterfall into an equally exquisite teacup, releasing an enchanting aroma. This tea is splendid, quite delightful, the man in gray remarked after taking a gentle sip, involuntarily expressing his admiration. Yet, even while enjoying the tea, he showed no intention of removing the green hat perched atop his head. If your tea brewing skills were a touch more refined, the flavor would certainly be even better. Yes, my lord. If Leo were to regain consciousness at this moment and witness Darwin, who usually regarded him with indifference, feigning such a demeanor, he would undoubtedly berate the Temple Knight for acting like a loyal dog wagging its tail incessantly before its master. Fortunately, our esteemed bishop remained in slumber, and the Temple Knight paid little heed to how Leo perceived him. Undoubtedly, the figure in the green hat and gray cloak was none other than the formidable sage, Lei Feng, who had crossed paths with both Leo and Darwin in the Lido Mountains, that it was evident that Lei Feng was in high spirits today, for his tone was notably gentle. You performed adequately in that skirmish in the alley. But next time, I do not wish for you to compromise Leo's safety in an effort to conceal your identity. Understood? Darwin's body trembled slightly, his head bowing even lower. Yes, my lord. You are well aware of what signing a soul enslavement contract entails. While it may be somewhat troublesome to find a compliant mid-tier temple knight, it is not too difficult for me. Therefore, cease your trifling schemes and assist Leo properly. You will not regret it in the future. Suddenly, Lei Feng rose from his chair, stretching languidly with a satisfied chuckle, before adding, "Once that Sargera's brat awakens, do remember to inform him that someone has spotted the whereabouts of the wizard and assassin in Wrestler Village." "Yes, my lord." The room fell silent. Darwin sensed something and lifted his head. Behind the desk, there was already nobody present, save for a blue pill that rolled around on the tabletop, emanating an extraordinarily peculiar aura. Darwin's eyes widened in astonishment as he trembled while grasping the pill, nearly dropping it due to his overwhelming excitement, his voice brimming with restrained joy. "This is—" came a weary groan, and Leo slowly opened his eyes. The dazzling sunlight streamed onto his face, making it difficult for him to fully open his eyes. Upon finally being able to see clearly, he immediately noticed Darwin standing before the desk. "Ada, what are you doing here?" Darwin turned around, the earlier excitement and joy on his face replaced by the familiar chill. "Why can't I be here? You have been asleep for 3 days." 3 days? Leo exclaimed in surprise, incredulously asking, "Did you just say I've been asleep for 3 days?" "Strictly speaking, it has been 3 nights and 2 days, Darwin replied before adding, "If you had not woken up, you might have become the first blue-robed bishop in the history of the church to starve to death in his sleep." Leo sat up in bed, shrugging his shoulders. "That joke is not amusing at all, Ada." The bishop got out of bed, opened the wardrobe, and casually selected an outfit to don. "But you know, I am indeed feeling a bit hungry now. For the sake of the supreme deity, let us hasten to procure some food." "Wait, what is this?" Leo pointed at his mahogany desk, where a delicate purple clay teapot and a half-drunk teacup Saturday. Darwin, who had just reached the doorway, paused slightly. "I drank it." "Oh, I never would have guessed you had a taste for tea," Leo said, easily accepting Darwin's words that in high spirits. He smiled at Darwin. "I recall my predecessor left me quite a bit of tea leaves. You may as well have brewed some, as I do not fancy this beverage from the East, not drinking it." Without looking back, Darwin exited Leo's room. "Too awful. Very well." The rumbling in Leo's stomach prompted him to quicken his pace, his mouth racing alongside his feet. "Ada, you seem quite chatty today, and even sharing cold jokes. Has something good happened to you?" "Is there?" Darwin replied. "There is undoubtedly. I can tell at a glance," Leo declared with a tone of light-hearted certainty, as if his words were an established truth. "Quickly tell me what good fortune you encountered during these past 3 days." Darwin's eye twitched slightly, suddenly recalling a certain green-hatted sage he had encountered in Leo's room not long ago. The tone Leo was using bore a striking resemblance to that of Lei Feng, which irked the temple knight. Thus, he responded with considerable impatience. "None of your business." Chapter 40. Confidential Discussions. The Red Fort. This ancient castle, boasting over a century of history, is situated approximately 50 miles northeast of the capital of the Duchy of France, Paris, and was constructed by the 13th Duke Louis. Massive blocks of marble are stacked to form an outer wall reaching a height of 20 meters, and the relentless winds and rains of 100 years have allowed vibrant green moss to flourish in the crevices between the stones, so much so that even the most agile of thieves would find it impossible to scale. Beyond the city walls lies a moat, 10 meters wide, that flows ceaselessly day and night, encircling the entire Red Fort. Due to the presence of this moat, the only means of access to the fort is through 4 drawbridges located at the cardinal points. Crafted from nearly 10,000 pounds of top-quality Valyrian steel, these drawbridges not only allow even heavily laden mammoths to cross safely, but also provide formidable defense when closed as gates. Together, these 4 drawbridges, the towering walls, and the broad moat form the outermost and most impregnable line of defense for the entire Red Fort. That is precisely because of this that over the course of its existence, The Red Fort has endured numerous battles within the Kingdom of France, yet has never been breached, safeguarding the lineage of the Louis family as they ascended from mere earls to the esteemed rank of dukes. Establishing the Louis family as one of the foremost noble houses in the Kingdom of France that on this particular noon, a squad of 20 cavalrymen escorted a wagon to the Red Fort's entrance. Each of these knights was tall and robust, clad in the rare full black heavy armor found within the Kingdom of France, mounted on pure white steeds from the Portland Plains. The 20 black armored knights formed a rectangular formation, encircling the wagon, maintaining a straight line from any angle, akin to the gleaming long spears they bore. After presenting their credentials, the massive drawbridge was slowly lowered, and the black armored knights orderly ushered the wagon through the eastern gate of the Red Fort. The Red Fort is expansive, rivaling a small city, with Duke Louis and his close kin residing in the luxurious buildings atop the central hill, while the flatlands below serve as the barracks for the Louis family as private army and the quarters for their servants. The caravan gradually passed the military camp, where thousands of soldiers were fervently training in the exercise yard, each adorned in armor emblazoned with the blood-red shield emblem representing the Louis family. As the caravan traversed through the camp, it soon arrived at the base of the hill. Here, dozens of massive boilers were set up, with hundreds of blacksmiths tirelessly hammering away, while strong apprentices, bare-chested, shouted slogans as they diligently operated the bellows, causing the flames within the boilers to soar higher and higher. From time to time, one could see a wagon laden with freshly forged weapons and armor slowly making its way out. After another 20 minutes, the caravan finally reached the summit of the hill. Atop the peak stood a magnificent palace, where the head of the Louis family, the current Duke Louis, resided with his wife and children. Today, the 51-year-old Duke Louis was unusually waiting early in the palace courtyard with several of his trusted ministers, seemingly anticipating the arrival of this caravan. The carriage came to a gradual halt at the very heart of the square, and the coachman descended with reverence to open the door to a man, appearing to be of a similar age to Duke Louis, alighted from the carriage. His head gleamed with an oily sheen, save for a sparse fringe of white hair above his ears and at the back of his head. His eyebrows and beard had also turned white, and his gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk. His thick lips were slightly pursed, exuding an air of formidable authority, and his attire was so splendid that it overshadowed even the meticulously prepared apparel of Duke Louis. Upon disembarking, he warmly greeted the approaching Duke Louis. "Dearest Maurice, it has been far too long. Lord Bismarck, on behalf of the Louis family, I am immensely honored by your visit." Duke Maurice Louis, the Minister of Affairs in France, uncharacteristically displayed a humble demeanor, his tone brimming with warmth. Even when confronting the current King of France, Bonaparte XVI, it was rare to witness such a display from our Duke. "The banquet has been prepared. I invite Lord Bismarck to join me inside for a feast." Well, Bismarck, who was a head shorter than Duke Louis, suddenly waved his hand and chuckled. "My dear Maurice, due to my station, I believe it prudent to avoid such a crowded gathering. Might we find a moment for a private conversation?" Bismarck's assertion was not without merit, for he was not a citizen of the Kingdom of France. His true identity was that of the Chancellor Leopold Bismarck from the Jimny Empire, a realm in the East renowned for possessing the world's finest cavalry. Duke Louis pondered for a moment, then replied, "Very well, let us retire to my study for a discussion." The two swiftly made their way to Duke Louis's study, whereupon the maidservant presented tea and pastries before discreetly withdrawing, leaving only Bismarck and Duke Louis in each other's company. Bismarck lifted his teacup and leisurely took a sip before smiling at Duke Louis. "This splendid tea, Long Jing, hails from the Eastern continent, does it not? It has been years since I have savored such fine tea." Duke Louis returned the smile, saying, "Lord Bismarck, I shall have a supply of this exquisite Long Jing tea prepared to accompany you upon your departure from the Red Fortress." Bismarck's eyes lit up, his smile deepening. "How delightful! I thank you in advance." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Bismarck finally cleared his throat, transitioning to the matter at hand. "Dear Maurice, I believe I have witnessed sufficient occurrences within the Red Fortress. Yet I find myself perplexed by your ostentatious military drills and weapon forges. Are you not concerned that your king may take heed?" With the gravity of the discussion established, Duke Louis's expression grew serious. For the first time in decades of navigating the political landscape of France, he straightened his posture before Bismarck, inadvertently revealing the authority befitting his station. Rest assured, Lord Bismarck, I have completely sealed the 4 gates of the Red Fortress. No one is permitted to enter or exit without my trusted confidants, ensuring that the information remains secure. Excellent, Bismarck nodded. With Duke Louis having taken precautions, he felt no need for further inquiry. He shifted the conversation to another aspect. I believe our previous correspondence has clarified matters sufficiently. So, I am here merely to confirm. Bismarck's gaze was piercing as he regarded the military minister of France. Are you truly prepared to instigate a coup to overthrow the Bonaparte family's rule over the Kingdom of France? Indeed, Duke Louis responded, evidently prepared for this inquiry, nodding without hesitation. Were it otherwise, I would not have sought your assistance, nor that of the esteemed King Wilhelm. After a brief pause, as if weighing his thoughts, he inquired, what sort of aid can your nation provide? Bismarck smiled subtly, feeling a thrill of triumph within. It appeared that the cunning Duke, despite his lifetime of deceit, could not maintain his composure when it came to matters of the throne. In this crucial moment of negotiation, the party displaying impatience would inevitably bear a greater burden. Thus, Bismarck did not keep Duke Louis waiting long. Dear Maurice, His Majesty Wilhelm has entrusted me with full authority in this negotiation. My words represent the will of the Empire, and I hope you understand this. Bismarck paused deliberately, and upon seeing Duke Louis nod in comprehension, he continued, I trust you are aware of the Empire's stipulations. We require 3 million gold coins, along with the territories of Alsace and Lorraine as compensation upon the successful execution of this plan. Alsace and Lorraine? Duke Louis's countenance shifted. Lord Bismarck, that was not the agreement we initially discussed. Your Grace, I wish for you to understand one thing. Terms are open to negotiation and therefore subject to change. Bismarck leisurely lifted his teacup for another sip, entirely unfazed by the visibly displeased expression on Duke Louis's face. After savoring the fragrant tea, he exhaled contentedly and continued, in return, the Empire will deploy 100,000 troops to stage a feigned assault at the border, diverting the elite forces of your kingdom, and will also send 6 formidable champions to assist in your endeavor. The 6 champions? Duke Louis's expression shifted once more. Though joy predominated this time, 6 champions represented a significant increase over the prior promise from the Jimny Empire. And with such a formidable force coupled with a century's worth of his family's accumulated power, the likelihood of success for Duke Louis's coup appeared markedly enhanced, plunging him into inner turmoil. Bismarck, observing Duke Louis's expression, bore a sly smile akin to that of a fox, as he poured himself another cup of tea and drank it down, that he knew victory was within his grasp. After an agonizing 10 minutes of internal conflict, Duke Louis finally steeled himself and acquiesced to Bismarck's audacious demands. Very well, it is settled. Bismarck smiled slightly and extended his right hand. A pact is made. Agreed. Duke Louis mirrored the gesture, and the two clasped hands in affirmation. By the way, I have a small request. Bismarck suddenly produced a map from his breast pocket, laying it upon Duke Louis's desk. Please do go on. Duke Louis, now an ally, adopted a more amiable demeanor. I understand that your kingdom's shadowy operatives excel in intelligence gathering and possess extensive knowledge regarding the Spanish Empire. Bismarck's fingers slowly traced to the southwestern section of the map, gently tapping on a small town in the northeast of the Spanish Empire. Thus, I would like to procure all information pertaining to the lord and bishop of this city. Duke Louis glanced at the map and replied with a smile, No problem. I shall dispatch someone to gather the intelligence at once. That would be most excellent, Bismarck responded with a smile. The town marked by Bismarck's finger was none other than Varna. Chapter 41. Dining in the Varna Cathedral's dining hall. The serving boy was struck dumb. The dishwashing matron was aghast. The cooking chef was flabbergasted. And even the hastily summoned Father Lassa and other members of the church were left in shock. Even Darwin, the usually stoic temple knight, had his mouth agape, as if he could swallow a basketball, with jaws and eyes dropped all around the dining hall. How long has he been eating? The newly entered church deacon, Morata, gently prodded the motionless Father Lassa, who resembled a statue, completely unresponsive to the inquiry, as if he had not heard a word. Morata furrowed his brow and lightly pinched Father Lassa at the waist. Ouch! The unprepared Father Lassa yelped, turning to glare at Morata before responding, approximately half an hour. Half an hour? Morata's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you saying he has been dining for nearly half an hour? Indeed, that seems accurate. No, wait, the typically meticulous Father Lassa suddenly interjected. To be precise, it should be at least half an hour. At least half an hour? Morata's eyes grew even wider, emphasizing the word at least. The phrase approximately half an hour usually implied under 30 minutes, whereas at least half an hour clearly indicated that it had exceeded that duration. The mere difference in wording held entirely different meanings. Father Lassa, visibly irritated, nodded and returned to his earlier state of petrified silence. Morata surveyed the restaurant, noticing that the majority of onlookers wore expressions eerily similar to that of the priest. This scene prompted a sigh from the young deacon, who felt as though he was surrounded by statues that had been completely petrified. The only other person capable of movement, aside from himself, seemed to be the individual seated at the table beside him, the newly appointed bishop, Leo. That at that moment, the young bishop was diligently wielding a large spoon, continuously scooping up cooked rice and consuming it with gusto. Occasionally, he would take a break to spear a piece of cooked beef or pork from the table with a fork and pop it into his mouth. While this might sound like a typical tale of a hearty eater, the spoon in Leo's hand was remarkably large, so much so that a single scoop could fill an entire bowl of rice. From what Morata knew, the most voracious eater at the Varna Cathedral was undoubtedly Reese, who typically consumed 3 to 5 bowls of rice in a meal, while others in the congregation could manage only 1 or 2. So, how long would it take Leo to finish this 1 bowl of rice? 4 bites. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for anyone to finish a sizable bowl of rice in just 4 bites, but Leo's bites were vastly different from those of others. Each mouthful seemed to fill his mouth to the brim, and only when his cheeks bulged to the point of bursting did he swallow the rice with considerable effort. Morata could vividly envision a peculiar scene, as Leo forcefully made a swallowing motion. The bite of rice would travel down his esophagus, creating a bulge in his throat that appeared larger than his Adam's apple, descending into his stomach in a rather bizarre fashion. Unable to suppress a cough, Morata touched his own throat, suddenly feeling a phantom pain there. Beyond the spoon, the vessel used for serving the rice was also noteworthy. Typically, a household of 3 would use a small pot for rice, while a group of 7 or 8 would require a small basin, and 10 or more individuals would necessitate a large pot. Yet before Leo was an enormous vat, indeed, a container with a diameter and height of 1 meter. This vat had been acquired by Morata under fortuitous circumstances and brought back to the monastery, as a large pot had proven insufficient to meet the dining needs of the congregation. Morata recalled how priest Lassa had once humorously remarked, "If one day we can consume half a vat of rice in one sitting, it would indicate that our Varna church has truly flourished. Otherwise, we could never afford to hire 50 servants." Morata approached the chef, gently tugging at his sleeve. "How much rice has he eaten?" The chef, momentarily shaken from his stupor, shrugged in response. "I'm not certain, but the gentleman is currently on his 4th serving of rice." Morata calculated mentally. Based on his recollection, the congregation typically consumed nearly a quarter of a vat of rice in a single meal. Therefore, if 4 batches had been prepared, that amounted to a full vat, meaning Leo had consumed enough rice in one sitting to satisfy the entire Varna Cathedral congregation for 4 meals. The T.O. put it more starkly. He had devoured what would require 100 normal adult men to finish in one sitting. How on earth could his stomach accommodate such a quantity of rice? Continuing his path, Morata arrived at the side of the stableman. "Henry, how much raw meat and vegetables did you purchase at the market yesterday afternoon?" Since Darwin had volunteered to serve as Leo's stableman, the original stableman, Henry had been relegated to driving the cart that procured food for the dining hall. Henry was a sharp and clever young man, and upon hearing the question, he chuckled softly. "Didn't you instruct me to stock up for a week's worth of raw meat and vegetables in advance? I exchanged all 50 of the silver coins you gave me for supplies from the warehouse." After a moment's thought, he added, "By the way, when I passed by the warehouse just now, it seemed to be empty." "What?" Morata felt a dull throb beginning in his head. As the overseer of the daily affairs at Varna Cathedral, the reason Morata had asked Henry to procure such an abundance of supplies was due to the former bishop, Cunningham, who had a penchant for hosting banquets for every little occasion, inviting his friends to feast without regard for the congregation's needs. T.O. Cunningham, his subordinates were little more than slaves, who would permit slaves to dine at the same table. It was precisely for this reason that Morata had instructed Henry to gather enough food for the entire congregation to last 3 days. And the quality of these provisions was several notches higher than what they typically consumed. Superior ingredients implied one thing: greater expenditure, since it was inconceivable that anyone could have stealthily pilfered the supplies from the warehouse. The only possibility was that they had all been prepared as meals, subsequently consumed by the new bishop. Morata stared blankly at Leo, a cascade of numbers flooding his mind, driven by an acute sensitivity to finances. Morata quickly arrived at a troubling conclusion. If this bishop were to consume enough food each meal to sustain 100 adults with rice and 75 with meat, then the entire religious tax of the Varna diocese would be entirely consumed by feeding this bishop, leaving not a single coin to spare. Indeed, not even a copper coin remained. He was not merely eating, he was devouring wealth. Morata's eyes widened as he watched Leo consume what seemed to be not rice, nor tender beef, nor succulent pork knuckles, but rather a stream of coins. 1 coin, 2 coins, 4 coins, 8 coins. No, I must put a stop to the bishop's endless feasting, Morata finally declared, unable to contain himself any longer. He stepped forward from the crowd, prepared to deliver a stern admonition. Suddenly, burp! Leo swallowed his last mouthful of rice, let out a contented belch, and looked up at Morata with a smile. "I'm full." Chapter 42. Parasite. Is there anyone in this world whose stomach could contain enough rice for 100 adults and sufficient dishes for 75 in just half an hour? Certainly not. Leo was no exception. The reason he was able to achieve such a feat was undoubtedly due to the egg residing within him. However, it must be emphasized that the egg was located within his body, not beneath it, and there was only one, not two. Let us recount the events in the dining hall from the beginning. Undoubtedly, when a person who has been in a stupor for 3 days awakens, their first thought is inevitably of food. Leo was no different. Thus, he promptly made his way to the dining hall, where he discovered the chef preparing the midday meal for the congregation. Without hesitation, our bishop took a seat at a table and began to indulge in the freshly cooked rice and warm dishes. However, this simple act of eating soon presented a rather significant problem. He quickly polished off a bowl of rice, a plate of stir-fried beef, and 2 pork knuckles, yet the hunger in his belly showed no sign of abating. So, Leo scooped another bowl of rice and requested 2 more dishes from the chef, which also disappeared into his stomach with alarming speed. Strangely enough, this only intensified his hunger. 1 bowl of rice after another, and plate after plate of dishes continued to vanish into Leo's belly. But instead of satisfaction, he felt even hungrier, as though none of the food he consumed was being absorbed by his body. The reason was simple. All the energy contained in the food was being siphoned off by the large white egg within him. Thus, although Leo appeared to be relishing his meal, devouring it with ravenous enthusiasm and scarcely pausing to speak, his mind was overwhelmed solely by an insatiable hunger. Had the white egg not suddenly ceased its extraction of energy from the food, Leo would have likely become the first person in history to faint from hunger while eating. After he finally stopped eating, the first thing that caught his attention was not the deacon who was incessantly chattering at him like a housewife, but rather a remarkable realization. He could now communicate with the white egg in his mind through sheer will. "Hey, little white, did you hear that deacon's incessant complaints? If I keep eating like this, I'll soon be bankrupt feeding you," Leo grumbled to the white egg that resided in his consciousness. Upon realizing he could converse with the egg, Leo decided to give it a nickname. Indeed, Little White is the moniker he has bestowed upon this white giant egg. The tone of bankrupt Little White is laced with evident confusion, although the creature within the egg has begun to engage in rudimentary communication with Leo. It is glaringly apparent that it lacks any understanding of monetary concepts. However, this is rather normal. Who has ever encountered an egg that spends money? Leo couldn't help but roll his eyes, clearly realizing how ludicrous it was to discuss finances with an egg. Thus, he decided to be forthright. "If you continue to indulge in gluttony, I shall be compelled to end your existence." Little White appeared even more perplexed, as this innocent egg had yet to grasp the connection between dining and death. In short, You can no longer extract your energy by making me gorge like a pig, Leo thought grimly, evidently irked by the spectacle he had just endured, surrounded by curious onlookers. More critically, he had recently learned from Deacon Morata that the abundance of food today had been coincidental. Had there not been such a feast, he might have starved. Hence, Leo's dissent was resolute, imbued with threats, dissatisfaction, grievance, and a sense of desperation. All right, perhaps sensing Leo's determination, or for other reasons, Little White ultimately acquiesced, but it quickly introduced a new demand. Energy need more. Leo felt he was on the brink of madness. Here he was, merely a dreamer without talent, destined to assist the great mage bard and eventually marry an ordinary girl, living a tranquil life. Yet, he had become a pawn in the hands of the enigmatic Saint Domain powerhouse. Lay Foam, forced to impersonate the deceased Bishop Anthony. Compounding matters was the presence of Darwin, a mid-tier expert bound by a soul enslavement contract with Lay Foam, who shadowed him incessantly, all the while he had to remain vigilant to prevent his identity from being exposed and hunted by the Inquisition. Now, to top it all off, he had a parasite within him. A parasite named Little White, an egg whose nature remained a mystery. This creature not only resided within him, but also siphoned his power during his cultivation, leaving no energy from the food he consumed untouched. Was this not the very definition of a parasite? As Leo pondered, his anger intensified, to the point where he inadvertently overlooked a fact. Since the battle at the Leto Mountains against Anthony, Little White had saved him thrice. Nevertheless, despite his fury, he had responsibilities to fulfill. After the nightmare of a lunch he had just experienced, his most pressing concern was to find sufficient power to satiate Little White. While he nourished himself with vegetables, rice, and meat, Little White thrived on power that a famished Little White could wreak havoc, as Leo had already witnessed, and he was loath to place his life in the hands of an egg's promise, which would only make him feel even more foolish than a pig. Thus, a dilemma arose. Where could he procure such formidable power? Leo racked his brain, understanding that power could not simply materialize. It had to manifest through either treasures or individuals. Treasures typically bore the hallmark of exorbitance, which left Leo, impoverished as he was, with no recourse but to focus on people. However, this person endowed with great power had to meet certain criteria. Firstly, their strength must be substantial enough to satisfy Little White's demands. From the feedback received, all mid-tier and novice practitioners fit this criterion, while not too picky. Secondly, as a blue-robe bishop of the Light Church, Leo could not just indiscriminately seize a practitioner to devour their strength. That would be absurd. Setting aside the question of whether a mere novice like Leo could even capture a practitioner, if he were to succeed, any exposure would undoubtedly summon the Inquisition to his doorstep. Let us not forget the implications of the term light in the Light Church, which often equates to justice. The act of consuming another's power would be unequivocally condemned by justice. Therefore, Leo had to seek a practitioner who possessed sufficient strength, while ensuring that he could justify the act of absorbing their power. And most importantly, must be someone he could defeat. Did such candidates exist? Yes, indeed, there were two: the black-clad wizard and the female assassin who had narrowly escaped during the recent skirmish in the alley. From the perspectives of his own safety, the interests of the church, and the needs of Little White, Leo had ample justification and motivation to pursue and eliminate these two elusive foes. Moreover, he could openly enlist Darwin and Morata, two formidable allies. Given that the four black-clad individuals had proven no match for Leo and his companions, the remaining two, wizard and assassin, were hardly a cause for concern. Thus, only one question remained: how to locate the black-clad wizard and the female assassin. Morata, Leo interjected, interrupting the deacon's incessant chatter, addressing Morata, who wore a face marred with deep concern. I need you to promptly visit the city as constable and have him post notices throughout Valna and all the villages in the parish, offering a bounty for the two heretics who escaped during the alley confrontation. That go at once. No need, Darwin interjected suddenly. They are in Wrestler Village. Leo turned sharply, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon the temple knight. Are you certain? Darwin nodded. Excellent. Leo refrained from inquiring how Darwin had acquired this intelligence. Nor did he delve into the accuracy of the information. The situation was abundantly clear. Had Darwin been guarding him these past few days, it would have been impossible for him to track the black-clad wizard and the female assassin. Furthermore, like Leo, Darwin was unfamiliar with the Valna parish, meaning his source of information could only be the mysterious powerhouse with whom he had a sole contract, Layfoam. You know where Wrestler Village is? Correct? Leo asked Morata. Yes, Morata nodded, then added, but there are no buts, Leo interrupted once more. You, I, and Darwin, we shall depart immediately for Wrestler Village. Chapter 43. An uninvited guest. As the trio stepped beyond the church's threshold, they encountered an unexpected visitor approaching them. Your Excellency, the Bishop, Count Juan, standing at the foot of the church's steps, called out loudly, as if fearing Leo had not heard him. The numerous steps posed no challenge to the giant-like figure of the Lord, who quickly ascended to Leo's side. Warmly grasping his hand, a broad smile illuminating his face, his tone exceedingly familiar. Were it not for his awareness of his own lineage, Leo might have suspected they were long-lost brothers. Ahem, Leo coughed lightly, discreetly withdrawing his hand from the Count's enormous grasp. Whether it was due to Juan's excessive excitement or intentional force, Leo felt a dull ache in his palm, prompting him to wear a strained smile. On behalf of the Valna Cathedral, I extend a hearty welcome to Your Excellency the Count for gracing our establishment with your esteemed presence. May I inquire what instructions you have? Instructions? Count Juan towered over Leo, imparting an impression of a superior lecturing a subordinate. The Count patted Leo's rather unimpressive shoulder and chuckled. Your Excellency, the Bishop jests. I, Juan, am but a mere count. How could I presume to comment on your work? I merely heard that you have not been feeling well of late. So I came to pay a visit. What a coincidence to run into you here. It seems we are quite fated, ha. At this, Leo felt a chill run down his spine, barely suppressing the urge to roll his eyes. 3 days prior, shortly after Leo entered the church, Count Juan had already dispatched an invitation, if that had been a coincidence. Today, Leo had awoken and rushed straight to the dining hall, where he spent half an hour dining, with no one but the church as populace aware of his awakening. Yet, strangely, the Count had appeared just as Leo finished his meal and was about to depart, leading Leo to the irrefutable conclusion that someone within the Valna Cathedral must be discreetly informing the Count of his movements. Even more perplexing was the Count's apparent lack of intent to conceal this fact. From his actions, it was as if he were openly declaring to Leo, I have eyes on you. Tread carefully. Upon contemplating this, Leo's heart grew increasingly discontented. Since I find myself powerless against you, it seems prudent to maintain a respectful distance. Thus, Leo promptly spoke, My Lord Viscount, I have just received an urgent message and am preparing to pursue several heretics. If you have no pressing matters, I shall take my leave. Oh! Viscount Juan raised his brows, sharp as swords, and replied with a smile, Might I inquire about the destination of your journey, esteemed bishop? Leo hesitated momentarily, but decided to speak the truth. Wrestler Village. He chose to be forthright, knowing well that this nobleman, hailing from an illustrious imperial family, would never betray the two heretics of the Dark Church. The reason was straightforward. All nobles in the empire were aligned with the reigning royal family of the Spanian Empire, while the Dark Church represented the remnants of the fallen Jataga Empire. The relationship between the two was one of mutual annihilation, leaving no room for reconciliation. Moreover, the extermination of heretics within the Church's jurisdiction was indeed the Church's responsibility. Although the Empire explicitly mandated that any lord must assist the local church in eradicating heretics upon request, Leo had not initiated the conversation. Thus the Viscount had no grounds to accompany him. For reasons unknown, every interaction with Viscount Juan left Leo with a profound sense of discomfort, compelling him to instinctively distance himself from the imposing figure of this muscular lord. Wrestler Village? Viscount Juan initially appeared taken aback, only to suddenly break into a radiant smile, which sent a wave of foreboding through Leo. The Viscount, not disappointing Leo, cheerfully declared, Bishop, you may not be aware, but a week ago, a tragic incident occurred in Wrestler Village. Almost all the villagers, men, women, and children, were slaughtered by an unknown assailant. After my visit with you today, I intend to investigate this matter. Since you are also heading to the village, let us journey together. I shall summon my aides, and we shall meet at the west gate shortly. Without waiting for Leo's response, Viscount Juan dashed down the stairs, quickly disappearing from view. This, Leo stared at the departing Viscount, momentarily at a loss for words. "My lord, do you not wish to accompany the Viscount? You could have easily mentioned another village, and he would have had no reason to join us," remarked Morata, who had keenly interpreted Leo's thoughts. How was I to know that such a horrific incident had recently transpired in Wrestler Village? Leo shot Morata an exasperated glare, clearly seeking an outlet for his pent-up frustration. "It seems you were aware of this matter. Why did you not inform me sooner?" Morata replied with a wry smile. "I intended to mention it at the dining hall earlier, but it was evident that you were preoccupied, so I thought it would be just as well to discuss it on the road. It is too late for such discussions now." Leo's expression remained sour, unconvinced by Morata's justifications. "What are you waiting for? Quickly prepare our mounts." Since Leo's carriage had been destroyed during the skirmish in the alley, he would have to ride a horse today. Morata acknowledged and hurried off to the stables. The astute steward clearly understood the wisdom of not appearing before a leader in a foul mood. Thus, only Leo and the silent temple knight Darwin remained on the steps before the church. Just as Leo prepared to descend, a sudden thought illuminated his mind, prompting him to address Darwin. "Ah, Darwin, do you recall what Lord Layfoam mentioned about the incidents in the pit?" "Which statement?" Darwin's responses were always succinct. "About the holy ascetic Ambrosius," Leo mused. "I remember Lord Layfoam stating that Ambrosius had committed a heinous act in a village near the Lido Mountains, raping a young girl and subsequently massacring the entire village. It was in a fit of rage that Lord Layfoam pursued him into the mountains and ultimately killed Ambrosius. Could it be that Wrestler Village is the very one in question?" At this point, Leo's voice trailed off as he turned to look at Darwin. From the knight's gaze, Leo discerned a message that resonated clearly. "Though I cannot confirm this, I believe you may be correct." With a heavy sigh, Leo reflected on the peculiar nature of fate. It was the death of Ambrosius in the Lido Mountains that had altered the course of his own destiny, the catalyst being the tragedy that befell Wrestler Village. Now, he was bound to pursue two heretics hiding within that very village, raising the question of whether some unseen hand of destiny was intricately weaving these events together. Leo felt a strong premonition that he might encounter something significant in Wrestler Village that could profoundly influence his future. What could that possibly be? Only time would reveal the answer. With this thought, a surge of anticipation welled within him, and he turned to Darwin with a smile. "Let us set forth." Chapter 44. The journey the Lido Mountains stretch across the Spanian Empire from the southwest to the northeast. Spanning over 100 kilometers and traversing the northeastern counties of the empire, Wrestler Village, the site of the massacre, is located at the easternmost edge of the Lido Mountains, within the Galonia County of the empire. Approximately 20 kilometers from Varna City, squarely within the territory governed by Viscount Juan and also part of Leo's diocese. That morning, an unusual scene unfolded at the west gate of Varna City. Viscount Juan, Lord of the Varna territory, rode alongside the bishop of the Varna diocese, heading southwest. Accompanying them were the diocese's steward Morata, the bishop's personal guard Darwin, and 50 elite soldiers under Viscount Juan's command. This sight was particularly rare, as the tensions between the Spanian imperial court and the church had become overtly public in recent years. Although both sides maintained a facade of civility, anyone with even a modest understanding of the internal affairs of the Spanian Empire knew that the rift between the royal family and the church was a foregone conclusion. It was merely a matter of time before it fully erupted. Consequently, the nobles, naturally inclined to side with the royal family, had distanced themselves from the church, making a cordial meal together a distant fantasy. They were fortunate if they did not actively undermine each other, let alone see someone like Viscount Juan and Leo appear as close allies outside the city. Fortunately, this was merely a remote border town in the northeast of the empire. Had such an event occurred in the imperial capital of Damar, Viscount Juan would likely have found himself on the blacklist of all noble families by the very next day. Upon exiting Varna City, Leo and his companions pressed on towards Wrestler Village without pause. The Varna territory, aside from the towering peaks and dense forests of the Lido Mountains, was largely characterized by hills and marshlands, combined with the region's arid soil and lack of rainfall and water sources. It was ill-suited for the cultivation of primary crops such as rice and wheat. Consequently, agriculture here faced significant challenges. The landscape's hills and marshes rendered the roads of Varna notoriously difficult to traverse. So much so that despite being located on the northeastern border of the Spanian Empire and adjacent to the continent's leading economic power, the Duchy of France, trade caravans avoided using Varna as a primary route. Merchants would rather take a detour of nearly 100 kilometers through the more southern Galonia County than risk their wagons on Varna's treacherous paths. All these factors combined to create a sparsely populated Varna territory, in stark contrast to the crowded conditions of other regions in the empire, making it a true embodiment of the phrase, vast land, sparse population. Leo's party traveled along the official road west of Varna City throughout the morning, encountering only a single village along the way. The number of pedestrians and carriages combined barely reached a dozen, prompting Leo to frown inwardly. With so few people, how much religious tax could be collected? No wonder Morata, who managed the finances, was so miserly. It was a necessity that as the sun ascended to its zenith, Leo, drenched in sweat from the heat, suddenly heard Viscount Juan exclaim, "We have arrived." Leo glanced at the Viscount and followed his gaze to spot a village partially obscured by the green hills to his right. Rubbing his sore back, the young bishop exhaled a sigh of relief. For someone like Leo, who did not excel in physical endurance, the morning spent riding had been a true ordeal. "Your Grace." The Viscount Juan and his chestnut steed stood beside Leo. The Viscount's towering stature, akin to that of a robust bull, seemed almost ludicrous as it bore down upon his rather unimposing mount, resembling an adult awkwardly perched upon a child's unicycle. One extended his riding crop, gesturing towards the small village that was drawing ever closer into view, and inquired of Leo, "Shall we proceed directly into the village to conduct our search, or would it be prudent to first find a place to rest?" "Let us rest for a moment," Leo replied, acutely aware of the growing numbness in his posterior. "Very well," the Viscount nodded, signaling to his subordinates behind him. They sought refuge on a small slope beneath the hills, with Wrestler Village conveniently situated on the opposite side, thus alleviating any concerns of being detected by the dark-cloaked sorcerer or the female assassin lurking within the village. A.S. Leo settled on a relatively flat patch of ground and took a few bites of his provisions. He noticed that one had already approached him, smiling as he said, "Your Grace, I believe it is time we deliberate our battle strategy for later." With a sigh, Leo felt a dull ache begin to throb in his head and inwardly grumbled, "Damn it. This oaf of a lord is relentless that he chatters like a sparrow all the way here, trying to pry information from me, and now he won't even let me have a moment's peace during our respite." Nevertheless, despite his frustrations, Leo set his provisions aside and regarded Viscount Juan earnestly. "I am but a novice in these matters. What insights might you possess, my lord?" "Insights may be an overstatement, but I do have a suggestion." Juan chuckled heartily before continuing. "From your account of that fateful night in the alley, it appears that the two heretics hiding within the village, while certainly not our equals, possess a remarkable ability to flee. Thus, I propose we disperse my 50 subordinates around the village to intercept their escape routes, while you, I, and your two companions venture into the village to search for them and engage in combat. What do you think?" After pondering the proposal, Leo found no apparent flaws in Juan's plan and nodded in agreement. "Let it be as you suggest, my lord." 15 minutes later, Leo, Viscount Juan, Morata, and Darwin entered Wrestler Village. The Juan's subordinates had already scattered according to their prior arrangement, establishing a net to prevent the dark-cloaked sorcerer and the female assassin from fleeing. To Leo's surprise, the scene he had envisioned did not unfold. The village, once ravaged by slaughter, was now eerily silent, devoid of any corpses, with even the occasional bloodstains showing signs of having been cleaned. Leo instinctively cast a glance at Juan, realizing that this was undoubtedly the result of the Lord's influence. "Wait," one suddenly called out as they reached the central square, which had evidently been used for sacrificial rites in days gone by. Once the attention of the group turned towards him, he continued, "We have been here for some time now, yet there is not the slightest hint of activity, that if our intelligence is accurate, it can only mean that those two heretics do not wish to confront us directly. How then shall we locate them?" This was indeed a considerable dilemma. While Wrestler Village was not vast, it still housed around 20 families, which translated to 20 homes and courtyards, making a thorough search quite laborious. On the other hand, dispersing their search posed the risk of ambush by the dark sorcerer and the assassin. What to do? Prepared for such a situation, Leo chuckled. "This problem is quite simple. Allow me to handle it." With that, he closed his eyes, murmuring incantations as he summoned the spiritual energy within him. Moments later, waves of spiritual resonance emanated from Leo, spreading outward, a manifestation of the soul-related spell he had mastered, soul detection. As the ripples brushed against his companions, both Juan and Morata gasped in surprise, regarding Leo with expressions of astonishment, while Darwin, accustomed to such occurrences, remained unfazed as he surveyed their surroundings. "I have found them," Leo declared, opening his eyes mere seconds later and pointing toward the modest cottage not far from them. "They are located there." Chapter 45. Soul Arts. No sooner had Leo spoken than a raspy voice, one that had left a lasting impression on all present, echoed in their ears. "Your Grace, we meet again." The door of the cottage creaked open, and the dark sorcerer emerged from the shadowy interior. Stepping into the sunlit square, the sorcerer was emaciated, so thin that even his voluminous robe failed to conceal his bony frame. His gait was unsteady, reminiscent of a frail elder wandering through the village. And the gaze hidden behind his dark mask lacked the sharpness that had once sent shivers down Leo's spine. Whereas the dark sorcerer had once appeared as a lethal predator lurking in the shadows, he now resembled a feeble, dying cat before Leo. Swish, swish, swish. The other three, aside from Leo, drew their weapons, forming a triangular formation to encircle the dark sorcerer. "What of the female assassin?" Leo inquired suddenly. "Her?" The sorcerer's eyes glinted with unabashed derision. "Do you truly believe any assassin would be foolish enough to expose herself to the light and the gaze of her enemies? So you operate with one in the light and one in the shadows," Leo replied, regarding the sorcerer with a calm demeanor, as if he were merely observing a corpse. "Do you think that will be effective?" "Effectiveness is something one must test to ascertain," the dark sorcerer retorted defiantly. Leo shook his head dismissively. "You had the advantage of time, place, and numbers the last time you sought to take my life, yet you failed. Now, my strength far surpasses what it was then, while you are left with but two. You stand no chance against us. Therefore, surrendered as the blue-cloaked bishop, I can assure you a swift demise," Leo stated, unwavering in his resolve. He would not grant the dark sorcerer an escape, just as the sorcerer would not hesitate to kill him given the opportunity. Light and darkness have always been opposing forces. When they collide, only annihilation awaits. Offering the sorcerer a merciful end was the greatest act of compassion Leo could afford. The dark sorcerer let out a hoarse chuckle. Suddenly succumbing to a violent fit of coughs, Leo observed as crimson droplets of blood stained the corner of his black mask, dripping onto the parched earth. One subtly gestured to Leo, indicating that they should seize the opportunity to strike. However, Leo resolutely shook his head, choosing to wait patiently for the sorcerer's response. The strength of a mid-tier sorcerer should not be underestimated, even if the dark sorcerer appeared gravely injured and unlikely to mount a formidable defense. A desperate final stand could still yield casualties on their side, an outcome Leo wished to avoid. That if mere words could compel this individual to surrender, why risk a violent confrontation? Finally, the dark sorcerer ceased his coughing fit and slowly lifted his gaze to meet Leo's. The two locked eyes, a palpable tension crackling in the air between them, as if charged currents were colliding, igniting flashes of blue electricity. The dark sorcerer finally spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of supplication. "Give me a chance." Leo paused momentarily, asking, "What sort of chance do you seek?" The sorcerer sighed. "I had no choice before, but now I wish to be a good person." After contemplating for a moment, Leo replied, "Given your formidable dark powers, it stands to reason that many innocent lives lie in your wake." The sorcerer nodded. "Indeed, but I have had a change of heart." Leo shook his head. "Then go and plead with the remains of those innocent souls and see if they grant you the opportunity to be virtuous." The sorcerer's eyes sharpened. "So, you are determined to see me dead?" Leo affirmed. "Indeed, the distinction lies only in whether your death is painful or merciful." The dark sorcerer declared, "In truth, I am an agent of the church, embedded within the dark cult." This revelation left all present momentarily stunned. Leo couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you take me for a fool? Such a tale is only fit for children." A fierce glint ignited in the sorcerer's eyes, and he sneered, "Yet you still fell for my ruse." A grayish object suddenly shot forth from the sorcerer's forehead, hurtling towards Leo with astonishing speed. This object bears a striking resemblance to the skeletal sorcery unleashed by the dark-clad sorcerer during our last encounter. It manifests as a head of roughly the size of an egg, yet possesses a distinctly different quality. Unlike the stark whiteness of bone, this head appears fleshy and sanguine, adorned with a grotesquely fierce expression. Leo stands merely a dozen meters from the dark sorcerer, a distance that is almost negligible for the sorcerer's spell. Beside Leo, Darwin roars in fury, unleashing a radiant burst of holy power as he swings his sword toward the bizarrely eerie head. However, this diminutive cranium seems to be transparent, effortlessly passing through Darwin's lethal blade of light and embedding itself into Leo's forehead, who has no time to evade. Sword technique. The moment Lord One regains his composure, he bellows, "Quickly slay this sorcerer." Almost instantaneously, a violent surge of fighting spirit erupts from Lord Wan's sword as he charges toward the dark sorcerer, who remains motionless after casting his spell. The two swords pierce through the sorcerer's chest in unison. Lord Wan, slightly taken aback, lifts his gaze just in time to see Morata standing behind the sorcerer. In unison, the nobleman and Morata withdraw their weapons from the sorcerer's body, which collapses lifelessly to the ground with a dull thud, blood pouring from the wound, rendering any chance of survival utterly hopeless. It was futile. Darwin, the Temple Knight, speaks with a grim visage, his gaze fixated on Leo as he articulates each word with deliberate gravity. The sorcerer employed a soul technique known as soul possession. What? Both Lord Wan and Morata exclaim in unison, clearly familiar with the concept of possession. For every human, the ultimate aspiration is the pursuit of immortality. Soul possession represents the dark cult's endeavor towards achieving eternal life. After centuries of research, the soul mages of the dark cult have unearthed a startling truth. Although every human body is bound by a lifespan, the soul itself is not confined by such limitations. Yet, a soul cannot exist detached from its vessel for an extended duration. In other words, if the body perishes, the soul swiftly dissipates along with it. Thus, these soul mages conceived a mad notion. If, after death, a soul could find a living human body to transfer into before its dissolution, one could attain the goal of continued existence. Following extensive experimentation, the dark cult's soul mages succeeded. This is the origin of the soul possession spell, and now the dark sorcerer's soul has successfully infiltrated Leo's body. Once he extinguishes Leo's spirit, he will be able to inhabit Leo's form, marking the completion of his possession. One might wonder, even if the possession succeeds, the dark sorcerer cannot escape death. What, then, is the purpose of his actions? Indeed, but let us not overlook one crucial point. If the possession is successful, Leo's soul will have been obliterated, and without a soul, can Leo continue to exist? This epitomizes the dark sorcerer's ultimate objective. He comprehends his impending demise and thus desperately executes this final soul possession, solely to ensure that Leo accompanies him on the road to the afterlife. Darwin, Lord Wan, and Morata exchange glances, each grappling with the same thought. Will Leo perish? Chapter 46. A doorstep offering Leo's soul. Akin to a misty haze, floats within his mind. Not far ahead lies the soul of the dark sorcerer. This specter, resembling a diminutive head, emanates tendrils of darkness that provoke feelings of revulsion and disgust in Leo. A bearer of holy power, you dare to attempt to devour my soul? If Leo remains oblivious to the dark sorcerer's intentions at this moment, his intellect would be in question. Leo stands his ground against the dark sorcerer's essence. He threatens vehemently. You are courting your own demise. Court my own demise. The expression on the dark sorcerer's face shifts dramatically, appearing as though he is laughing maniacally. Poor low-tier sorcerer, your soul is no more significant than that of an ant in my eyes. Should you immediately submit to my soul and vow eternal servitude as my most loyal slave, I might consider sparing your life. Preposterous. The sorcerer's unabashed disdain incenses Leo, who retorts, I had initially intended to grant you a swift death, considering your status as a formidable adversary. However, now I shall ensure that you, who seek to usurp my essence, endure torment, so you may comprehend the reason for the flower's vibrant hue. Even at death's doorstep, you dare to be defiant. The dark sorcerer clearly disregards Leo's threats and propels his soul toward Leo's essence. Die, brat. In the face of the dark sorcerer's fervor, Leo's soul stands resolute, seemingly transfixed. The dark sorcerer, elated, accelerates his approach, believing that once he consumes Leo's essence, his objective will be nearly fulfilled. Bang! The dark sorcerer's soul unexpectedly collides with an invisible barrier, propelling him backward as his entire essence quivers. Suffering considerable strain. What just happened? The dark sorcerer, taken aback by this unforeseen occurrence, glares in the direction of Leo's soul. Yet he sees not Leo, but an egg, a large, white egg emanating threads of holy light. Ha ha ha! Leo's laughter reverberates through his mind, laden with unmasked mockery. Did you not wish to consume my soul? Come then. His soul is hiding behind that egg. The dark sorcerer deduces Leo's position through sound and renews his assault, this time altering his approach to circumvent the bizarre egg. Bah! The dark sorcerer's essence collides once more with the hard shell. And just as he is about to seize Leo's soul, the egg precisely interposes itself, thwarting the dark sorcerer's advance yet again. This is impossible. The dark sorcerer howls in fury and disbelief. Impossible. Leo's tone grows increasingly scornful. You, drenched in the blood of innocent lives, I initially granted you a chance for self-destruction, yet you chose to approach me willingly. Since that is the case, I shall reluctantly accept this grand gift. Little White, do not delay. The enormous white egg shudders slightly, a primal sense of danger surging within the dark sorcerer's heart. This instinctual feeling has previously guided him through numerous life-threatening crises, leading him to a swift decision: flee. The dark sorcerer's essence retreats at breakneck speed, desperate to escape Leo's mind. Thinking to escape? Leo's laughter grows ever more jubilant. You are mistaken. A beam of white light suddenly bursts forth from the giant egg, enveloping the dark sorcerer's essence. Bah! Another resounding crash ensues, causing the dark sorcerer's spirit to reel, momentarily disoriented. Yet a greater terror awaits him. The white beam encases him like a cage, rendering all his struggles and attempts to break free utterly futile. He can only watch helplessly as his spirit is inexorably drawn closer to the terrifying white egg. No! The dark sorcerer emits a heart-wrenching scream. Humph! You are still too naive to think you can kill me. Leo derides the dark sorcerer once more before directing his consciousness toward the giant egg. Little White, keep an eye on him for me. I shall return shortly. Wait! What are you doing? Did you not desire soul energy? As Leo speaks, numerous white tendrils, akin to appendages, extend from the eggshell, swiftly penetrating the dark sorcerer's essence, seemingly siphoning his power. Soul energy, dead unnecessary. Soul, living acceptable, Little White explains to Leo. Yet it is evident that regardless of Leo's consent, the dark sorcerer is already ensnared. Very well. This does not seem to pose a detriment to Leo, as he need not be prodded by Little White to seek prey. However, he soon recalls another matter. By the way, do not kill him. I still have use for him. Not a problem. Little White responds succinctly, no longer engaging in conversation, clearly fixated on the delectable soul of the dark sorcerer before it. Leo opts not to linger and witness the impending tale of consumption and being consumed unfold between the entity and the egg. Instead, he chooses to withdraw his essence from his mind and return to the realm of reality. Wrestler Village, the small square that as Leo opened his eyes, he was startled by an exclamation. Ada, what on earth are you doing? Two gleaming long swords rested on his shoulders, one on the left and one on the right, while a third blade hovered perilously close to his chest, a mere 3 centimeters away, poised to pierce his heart with the slightest movement. Just in case, my lord, replied Morata, positioned to Leo's left. Release me at once, Leo demanded, visibly displeased. Not yet, Your Excellency, came the response from the right, spoken by Viscount Juan. You must prove to us that you are indeed yourself, and not that malevolent heretic seeking to devour your soul. What? Leo was incensed. retorting, "Of course I am myself. You claim I am not. What must I do to prove my identity, for heaven's sake?" "A divine spell," Darwin interjected. Leo suppressed his rising anger and cast a healing spell upon Darwin. The latter closed his eyes to feel the energy coursing through him, then nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is him." The three swords were simultaneously sheathed. Leo rolled his eyes, ready to unleash his pent-up frustration over this wrongful accusation. But before he could utter a word, his expression shifted. "What is that sound?" Chapter 47. Taming a cacophony suddenly erupted from the northwestern direction of the village. The four exchanged glances, and without a word, they reached a consensus. "Let us investigate." They swiftly made their way to the source of the noise, where a dozen of Viscount Juan's guards had formed a circle, engrossed in whatever commotion was unfolding, their chatter reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Witnessing the chaotic scene, the Viscount's face darkened, and he seized the nearest subordinate, lifting him as one would a chick. "What is happening here? Why are you not following my orders to surveil the village?" "My lord." The commotion drew the attention of a burly bald man, presumably an officer, who hurried forward to report. "A woman in black just fled from here. Two of our brothers attempted to stop her, but were severely injured in the process and are currently receiving emergency care. Have you sent anyone to pursue her?" "Viscount Juan. Not yet," the bald man replied. "What?" The Viscount arched an eyebrow, anger boiling over. "I see so many of my hounds here, yet not a single one thought to track down the quarry." "That is not the case, my lord." The man flushed, explaining. The woman's speed was astonishing. By the time the reinforcements arrived for the injured brothers, she had already vanished into the forest. He gestured toward a direction beyond the village. Leo and the others followed his indication and beheld the dense woods before them. "She cannot be caught," Darwin stated, and the others understood his implication. With a skilled assassin having fled into the vast forest, there was no hope of capturing her with their current numbers. "It seems she took advantage of our confrontation with that which to slip away unnoticed," Leo remarked. "Indeed." Viscount Juan nodded, "though I did not anticipate her ruthlessness in abandoning her companions to escape alone." Leo added, "The heretics of the dark cult are notoriously merciless. This is hardly surprising. However, eliminating their chief, which has essentially accomplished our objective. Let us return to the city. Otherwise, we shall miss dinner." In the forest, a figure clad in a tight black outfit that accentuated her curves darted through the underbrush, her ample bosom rhythmically rising and falling with each stride. Her long, powerful legs leaped gracefully among the branches, exuding vitality and agility that a recent wound marred her right arm, crimson blood contrasting sharply against her pale skin, creating an almost ethereal beauty. With a sudden halt, the female assassin concealed herself amidst the towering treetops, cautiously ensuring no pursuers were on her tail. Upon confirming her solitude, she exhaled in relief and descended from the branches. Seeking a water source to tend to her injury, that a haunting sigh echoed in her ear. "Such a lovely young lady, why must you associate with those who know nothing of true darkness?" Startled, the assassin instinctively brandished a dagger. "Who goes there?" Yet, all she could see was the endless expanse of verdant foliage, devoid of any sign of another presence. The voice resonated once more. "It is unwise for a girl to run about with a toxic toy. You might inadvertently harm yourself. Today, I shall kindly relieve you of this broken plaything." With a swift motion, a sharp surge of energy struck her wrist, sending the dagger clattering to the forest floor. The impact left her right arm numb and unresponsive. Panic surged within her. As an assassin, speed and reflexes were paramount, and this encounter revealed her skills to be utterly insufficient against her unseen adversary. Abandoning her escape plan, she stood still, awaiting her fate. "I didn't expect you to be so wise, young lady," realizing that fleeing is futile. As the words fell, a figure materialized before her, clad in peculiar attire. A gray robe, a black cloak, and a green hat, his appearance disjointed and conspicuous, reminiscent of a whimsical eccentric seeking attention. "You seem surprised," the gray-clad figure remarked. "Indeed," the assassin nodded. "I did not expect such an appearance. What would you have me wear? A sage of the mountains?" He laughed, leisurely advancing towards her, as a shadowy killer. Her instincts were highly attuned, and with each step he took, her complexion paled further. The sound of his footsteps, though soft, resonated like a drumbeat in her heart. Thud. Thud, thud, growing louder as he approached. In a sudden rush, crimson blood erupted from her lips, staining her mask. The footsteps ceased, and an intrigued exclamation escaped the figure's lips. Fascinating. You can feel it too. With a flourish, he waved his hand, a gust of wind lifting her mask away, revealing a delicate, fair face framed by cascading dark hair, embodying a striking beauty that seemed incongruous with her role as an assassin. She sensed his gaze scrutinizing her, prompting her to instinctively straighten her posture, showcasing her alluring form for his attention. Confident in her appearance, she was prepared to offer herself for survival. Yet, he merely continued to observe her in silence. After a lengthy pause, he asked, "Do you wish to live?" "Yes," she replied obediently, nodding. "Very well." The gray-clad figure turned and stepped into the depths of the forest, vanishing from her sight. "If you can keep pace with me in an hour, I shall spare your life." Chapter 48. Fragments. As twilight descended, the city of Varna glimmered with countless yellow lights. Leo stood in his chamber, gazing out at the lively streets below, after finishing their evening meal. The adults had emerged from their homes, settling on stools along the roadside, engaging in casual conversation to pass the time. Children frolicked around their elders, laughter filling the air, occasionally provoking reprimands for their mischief, which would leave the little rascals momentarily crestfallen. Yet it wouldn't be long before their joyous voices once again resonated throughout the streets, only yielding to weariness when parents finally ushered them indoors as midnight approached. What a splendid childhood it was. Suddenly, Leo recalled his uncle and aunt in Plana City, who had tirelessly raised him after the tragic passing of his parents in his youth. Surely, his abrupt disappearance would plunge them into despair. Believing him lost. No, I must quietly write a letter to assure them of my safety. As he turned, he nearly collided with Darwin. "Adar, why are you standing behind me?" Leo's tone was a mixture of surprise and fright. "It's nothing," Darwin replied expressionlessly as he walked away. Leo's eyes flicked, and he took up the position where Darwin had just stood. "Let me see what Adar is up to. The view from this angle is identical to what I just saw." Leo scratched his head in confusion. After pondering for a moment and realizing he could not find an answer, he decided to set the question aside. If it couldn't be resolved now, there was no point in fretting over it. There were still many tasks to attend to. Leo drew the curtains and began to enter a trance state. "Xiao Bai, I'm here. What is happening?" As Leo's soul materialized in his mind, he was startled by the scene before him. The once pure, white shell of Xiao Bai's egg was now adorned with intricate patterns, and a dense aura of darkness wafted around it, giving the impression that some progeny of a demon race was hatching. "It's nothing." Suddenly, a brilliant white light burst forth from Xiao Bai's eggshell, instantly dispelling all the dark energy. "This human soul is far too powerful for me at the moment. There was a slight mishap during the process of consumption." "Ah, I see," Leo responded, suddenly sensing something amiss with Xiao Bai today. After a moment's contemplation, he exclaimed, "Wait, Xiao Bai, why are you speaking so fluently?" Indeed, if Xiao Bai had previously spoken like a 3-year-old child, the words just uttered were at least equivalent to those of a 10-year-old. The issue was that from Leo's last encounter with Xiao Bai until now, not even 12 hours had passed. "This human soul contains a wealth of memories. I learned how to communicate with you humans from his recollections," Xiao Bai patiently explained to Leo. "I see." Leo nodded slightly, then suddenly noticed another matter. "What about the sorcerer's soul?" A black orb of light flew from the eggshell and spun in front of Leo. "This contains fragments of his memories that might be useful to you," Xiao Bai said. "Did you kill him?" Leo inquired, gazing at the orb pulsating with dark energy. "No, he self-destructed," Xiao Bai replied. "With my current strength, I could restrain his soul, but I could not prevent his self-detonation. Therefore, the memories within may be somewhat incomplete. I never expected that in the final moments, he would still choose to self-destruct." There was a hint of regret in Leo's tone. "I had hoped to extract some useful intelligence from him." This mid-tier sorcerer possessed formidable power and was likely the leader of the dark cult in the vicinity. If thoroughly interrogated, it would have been highly possible to uproot the entire dark sect in this generation, which would be a boon for both Leo and the church. Well then, let us see what is inside, Leo decided. A thread of holy energy shot forth from his soul, beginning to read the memories contained within the black RBAS Xiaobai had indicated. Most of the memories were chaotic fragments, the scenes and images distorted beyond recognition. Before Leo lay what resembled a tattered book, with only a few intact pages revealing their contents. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Oh, this spell is soul possession." Within a relatively complete memory fragment, Leo discovered the black-clad sorcerer's final attempt to perish alongside him via a soul technique. After silently reciting the incantation several times, he firmly committed it to memory. Although he was quite satisfied with his own body, one must acknowledge the unpredictability of fate. Who knows when it might come in handy? Leo resumed his focused examination of the black sorcerer's memory fragments, hoping to extract further divine spells. However, it seemed his luck had run out, for he found no other complete spells even in the last memory fragment. Nonetheless, Leo did not leave empty-handed. His greatest gain was undoubtedly the soul possession spell. Additionally, he made an unexpected realization. I never expected him to be connected to the dark cult, no wonder, on my very first day in Valna City. The dark cult was immediately aware of my presence and ambushed me in that alley. I initially thought it was the doing of Viscount Juan. It appears I have wronged our lord. Since the black sorcerer was now deceased, and the memory fragments had been thoroughly examined, Leo saw no reason to linger in his mind any longer. After bidding farewell to Xiaobai, he returned to the real world. Upon opening his eyes, Leo sat up in bed and stepped out of his room, calling for a servant. "Go summon Deacon Morata for me." However, just 2 steps into his mission, the servant was halted by Leo's voice. "Forget it, there's no need to call him. Go about your duties." The servant, somewhat perplexed by Leo's abrupt change, respectfully acknowledged and returned to his tasks. As Leo turned, he found himself locking eyes with Darwin as Leo's personal bodyguard. The temple sorcerer was nearly inseparable from him. Yet outside of necessity, the two exchanged hardly more than 10 words a day. "Is there something you need?" Darwin finally spoke. "Yes," Leo sighed, taking a seat on the couch beside Darwin. "I just uncovered from that black sorcerer's memories that someone within the church is colluding with the dark cult." "But you have no proof," Darwin interjected, seemingly always on the same wavelength as Leo. "Indeed, I lack evidence," Leo nodded in agreement. "Though I am his superior, I cannot condemn him based solely on a fragment of memory." "Then we wait," Darwin stated. "Wait?" Leo questioned. Puzzled, Darwin closed his eyes, clearly uninterested in continuing the conversation. Waiting. Leo quickly grasped Darwin's meaning. Even the craftiest of mice cannot remain in their holes forever. They will inevitably venture out in search of sustenance. All he needed to do was patiently await the day they would expose themselves. However, it seemed that in the few days since his appointment, a multitude of troubles had already arisen, making the position of blue-robed bishop quite a hot potato. Leo couldn't help but sigh. Never mind that. He decided to take a nap first. Chapter 49. The Council in the City of Paris. Within the council hall of the Triumphal Palace, Philip Bonaparte sat upon his designated throne. Adorned in a magnificent robe tailored by the continent's finest tailors, atop his head rested a silver crown exclusive to the highest ruler of the Kingdom of France. His somewhat pallid face bore an unmistakable expression of fatigue, rendering him rather listless. The king's left hand rested upon the cold armrest, while his right hand supported his chin, seemingly deep in thought. Yet, anyone who approached the throne would soon discover a startling truth. This king of France, Bonaparte XI, had fallen asleep while discussing state matters with his ministers. However, the bickering beneath the throne showed no signs of abating. "I oppose the deployment of the Black Rose Legion to the front lines," declared the kingdom's Minister of Finance. The elderly Marquis Sorin, pounding the table with vigor, his somewhat clouded eyes wide with alarm. "We have already stationed 5 legions and 90,000 troops along the border with the Jimny Empire. Even if the Jimny Empire were to reignite hostilities, they could never breach our defenses." "Is that so?" retorted the Minister of Military Affairs, Duke Louis, deliberately elongating the question mark, clearly dismissive of Marquis Sorin's viewpoint. "My lord, we are all high-ranking officials of the Empire present here. Some matters need not be concealed." With the combat capabilities of the legion stationed at the border, should the Jimny Empire complete its troop mobilization, 100,000 Jimny soldiers will immediately cross the border to attack by that time. Whether these 5 legions can hold for 3 days will be a significant question. Marquis Sorin scoffed, replying, "Even so, I still disagree with your perspective, Duke. The Black Rose Legion bears the responsibility of guarding the capital and our king. If they were to advance eastward to meet the enemy, who would defend Paris?" Duke Louis shook his head vehemently. "Even if the Black Rose Legion moves east, we still have 2 reserve legions stationed around Paris, as long as the front line does not push to the gates of Paris. The forces of these 2 reserve legions will be more than sufficient to defend and stabilize the situation within the city." The opinions of the 2 imperial ministers were at an impasse, and a brief silence enveloped the hall. "Actually, there's no need to deploy the Black Rose Legion. We could transfer the Galaxy Legion from the south," suggested someone. "Impossible." Duke Louis categorically rejected the proposal, setting aside the fact that the Galactic Legion is currently on leave. Even if they were to receive orders and mobilize north immediately, they would scarcely arrive at the borders before the Gymnians launch their assault. Should the 5 legions forming our border defense be breached by the Gymnians, even the elite Galactic Legion, among the finest of our forces, would struggle to withstand the onslaught of their 100,000 troops. Let us not forget the Morning Star Legion, stationed merely a week's journey from the border in Picardy, interjected another high-ranking noble of the realm. Duke Louis, a smirk nearly overflowing from his countenance, replied with unabashed disdain, "Since the calamitous battle by the Inlay River a decade ago, the once resplendent Morning Star has utterly fallen from grace, although they still bear the title of the invincible Lions of yore. The current Morning Star Legion is nothing more than a disjointed assemblage, wholly incapable of engaging in warfare." At the mention of the Inlay River, the slumbering King Bonaparte XI stirred slightly in his throne. It was at this juncture that the ever-silent Chancellor of the kingdom, Duke Castelloris, finally spoke. "Perhaps we could send envoys to Rydima City to seek assistance from the Spanian Empire." "Indeed," echoed the Chancellor's sentiments. "The Spanian Empire, being the foremost power on the continent, would surely deter the Gymnian Empire from any rash actions, even if only to issue a declaration." The other ministers nodded in agreement. Duke Louis's expression darkened as he forcefully struck the grand round table before him. "Apostles." Silence enveloped the council chamber. Even King Bonaparte XI, who had briefly opened his eyes to glance at Duke Louis, soon resumed his nap. "My lords," Duke Louis boldly rose from his seat and approached the iron throne of King Bonaparte XI, turning to face his colleagues. "Does anyone recall the last time we sought aid from the Spanian Empire? Does anyone remember the exorbitant price we paid to enlist the Spanian Empire's 150,000 troops? Very well. It seems no one does," he continued after scanning the room. "Allow me to remind you, in the war against the Gymnian Empire 10 years ago, our situation was remarkably favorable until our strongest force, the invincible Morning Star Legion, fell prey to the enemy's ambush at the Inlay River, resulting in their total annihilation. This catastrophic turn of events allowed the Gymnian Empire's 200,000 troops to surge into our territory, placing us in dire straits. At that moment, the Spanian Empire dispatched envoys to publicly declare their willingness to assist us, albeit with numerous intolerable conditions that as the threat of the Gymnian forces loomed ever closer. Our beloved sovereign was left with no choice but to acquiesce to the avaricious demands of the Spaniards. But does anyone dare to vocalize the conditions imposed by the Spaniards? A profound silence enveloped the chamber. 5 million gold coins, along with the territory of Galonia. Duke Louis's face flushed with indignation as he emphatically gestured with his right hand. Indeed, the Spaniards merely issued a declaration and had their 150,000 troops make a token movement. Yet they extracted 5 million gold coins and a county's territory from us. His voice crescendoed, filled with fervor and zeal. "Gentlemen, ponder this. If we possess sufficient strength to repel the Gymnian Empire's invasion, then why should we seek the aid of the Spaniards? Must we once again relinquish the dignity of our kingdom and endure the insatiable greed of the southern Spanian Empire, which lies to our southwest? as they repeatedly demand exorbitant concessions? Duke Louis's words reverberated throughout the council chamber. As a proponent of peace, Chancellor Castelloris still hoped to uphold his suggestion. I understand your perspective, Duke Louis, but there is no but. A voice abruptly interrupted the Chancellor. Yet the Chancellor, who stood second only to the king within the kingdom of Frank, displayed no sign of irritation at being interrupted, for the speaker hailed from the Iron Throne, symbolizing glory and power. "Convey my orders," declared King Philip Bonaparte XI, who had opened his eyes and risen from the throne, his voice resolute and unwavering, leaving no room for disobedience. "Inform André that his troops may proceed east. By your command, my king." The assembly rose in unison, bowing to their sovereign. Yet not a single individual noticed the barely perceptible smile at the corner of Duke Louis's mouth. André Normandy. This name represented not only an individual but also a position. Commander of the Black Rose Legion. Chapter 50. The tumultuous and contentious court session finally drew to a close. King Bonaparte XI, somewhat vexed, departed the council chamber, making his way to his private quarters amidst the throng of his courtiers. Just as he was about to reach his chambers, a sudden sound captured his attention. He altered his course and approached a slightly smaller palace adjacent to his own, its entrance adorned with 3 characters. White Dew Palace. As soon as Bonaparte XI stepped through the palace doors, a fireball the size of a basin hurtled toward him with remarkable speed. He stood his ground, exhibiting no inclination to evade, that a low incantation emanated from one of the court's mages behind him, conjuring a massive water shield that promptly interposed itself before the king. The fireball collided forcefully with the shield, merely causing a slight ripple upon its surface. That a voice, as melodious as a lark, rang out, laced with a hint of defiance. "Master Brinder, as a being of the sanctum, how dare you bully a mere third-tier mage like me? How shameless!" The mage standing behind the king flushed crimson, momentarily at a loss for words. King Bonaparte XI shook his head, chiding gently. "Enough of this foolishness. Come here." A young girl, wand in hand, bounced over, leaping into the embrace of King Bonaparte XI as if returning home. "Father, you haven't played with me for 2 days." The girl was petite, her most striking features being her large emerald eyes, with long eyelashes fluttering like the wings of a butterfly. Her azure hair cascaded softly over her shoulders, and she was clad in a finely crafted white dress adorned with floral patterns. Anyone who beheld her would instantly associate her with the flawless princesses described in fairy tales. That in truth, she was indeed a princess, the youngest daughter of Bonaparte XI, known as Princess Bella, who was but 16 years of age. "You must understand, dear daughter, that your father has been quite busy lately." King Bonaparte XI affectionately kissed his most cherished child, taking her little hand and sitting on a bench beneath a flowering tree, smiling as he asked, "How have the past few days treated you?" "Terribly, father," Princess Bella pouted, her rosy lips protruding in a manner that suggested more of a playful complaint than genuine anger. King Bonaparte XI was taken aback for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. "Ah, so someone dares to provoke my daughter? Pray, do enlighten me. That silly goose over there?" Princess Bella pointed angrily toward a certain direction, then nestled into her father's embrace, continuing to whine, "I don't want such a foolish fellow to be my guardian knight." Following the direction indicated by his daughter, King Bonaparte XI noticed a young knight who had been kneeling for some time. The king casually raised his hand. "Young knight, you may rise." "Yes, my king," the knight responded with a firm voice, standing tall before his sovereign. That a ripple of suppressed laughter erupted among the king's courtiers, not due to any audacity to mock openly, but rather at the sight of the knight's disheveled appearance. His golden hair was a chaotic mess, resembling a tangle of twigs. The once defined features of his face were now smudged with dark grime, as if he had rolled in the earth multiple times. His silver chainmail bore at least 10 visible holes, and one could even glimpse the knight's navel through a gaping wound the size of a fist on his abdomen. The disheveled appearance of the young knight evidently took King Bonaparte XI by surprise. However, unlike others, the king did not display any contempt on his face. Instead, he calmly inquired, "Young knight, to which family do you belong?" The youthful golden knight straightened his chest, a look of pride illuminating his features. "Your Majesty, I am Ellington Soren, a 22-year-old hailing from the Soren family of Rolva County. To my father is your loyal servant, the Marquis of Soren, the Minister of Finance. A close aide approached the ear of King Bonaparte XI and whispered a few words. Ah, the child of the Marquis Soren, remarked the king, meticulously scrutinizing the young knight, who appeared rather ridiculous, akin to a dove roasted over a fire. Do you aspire to be the guardian knight of my most precious Jasmine? According to the customs of the Kingdom of France, any unmarried young knight could petition to become the guardian knight of a noble young lady, provided he obtained the permission of her father. This was also a common means of forging alliances among noble families. As a seasoned political figure who had navigated the corridors of power in France for decades, the Marquis Soren was certainly not foolish enough to present his son before Princess Bella without the king's consent. Yet, judging by the king's earlier reaction, it seemed that, had it not been for his aide's reminder, he might indeed have forgotten the matter altogether. Am I truly aging? King Bonaparte XI mused with a hint of self-mockery. He quickly cast aside this inexplicable melancholy and gently addressed the young knight. Ellington, what is your current strength? Your Majesty, I am presently a level 4 intermediate knight. Ellington responded loudly, clearly quite pleased with his abilities. In truth, he had ample cause for pride, having reached an intermediate level at the tender age of 22, which already met the continental definition of a genius practitioner. Very commendable. The king nodded, evidently satisfied with the young knight's capabilities. Not commendable at all? Father, Princess Bella interjected, clearly displeased that her father praised the rather foolish-looking knight before them. She pointed her delicate hand at Ellington. Look at him now. He cannot even best me, a level 3 novice mage. Even if he truly is an intermediate knight, he is nothing more than a complete ineptitude. Your Highness, Ellington stammered, momentarily at a loss for words to defend himself. King Bonaparte XI observed the exchange with a subtle smile, being well-versed in the ways of the world. He understood that the young intermediate knight was, in fact, yielding to his daughter. Otherwise, given the vast disparity between intermediate and novice practitioners, how could he have been bested so clumsily by Princess Bella? Enough! My dear Bella, the king affectionately pinched the princess's nose and said with a chuckle, he is simply letting you win. Umph. Princess Bella pouted, playfully retorting, even if he exerted all his strength, I could still leave him searching for his teeth. Observing his daughter's adorable demeanor, the king could not help but burst into laughter. This was precisely why King Bonaparte XI indulged Princess Bella among all his children, for she consistently brought him joy and smiles like a merry little sprite. Very well. King Bonaparte XI rose to his feet and addressed Ellington Soren. Young Ellington, go back and inform your father, the Marquis Soren, that you have passed my test. Upon hearing this, Ellington was taken aback with joy and swiftly performed a knightly salute to his king. Thank you, Your Majesty. May victory always be with you. With that, he took his leave to return home and share the good news with the Marquis. Father, Princess Bella reproached her father. Didn't I say not to let him be my guardian knight? I shall ignore you now. With that, she turned her head away, her delicate face adorned with a sulky expression. King Bonaparte XI chuckled heartily, gently patting Princess Bella's shoulder. Do not be upset. Come, let us return to the palace for dinner. Today, I had them prepare your favorite sheep's cheese. I won't go, Princess Bella retorted angrily. The king remained unfazed, continuing to coax his daughter with a smile. There is also exquisite smoked ham. Princess Bella's large eyes darted, and she declared, I won't go. Yet, any observer could discern the truth. She was beginning to waver. King Bonaparte XI revealed his trump card, and fresh foie gras. Suddenly, Princess Bella leaped up, her eyes sparkling as she clung to her father's arm. Good father, let us hurry to lunch. King Bonaparte XI erupted in laughter once more, taking his daughter's hand. Then let us be off. He then leaned down, softly whispering in Princess Bella's ear. In truth, a guardian knight need not be limited to just one.